Like, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but if not boyfriend, why boyfriend shaped? Hey guys, it's Sarah. Welcome back to another video here on my channel. This is a compilation of all the videos I did talking about season 6 of the Vampire Diaries. Typically these come out in shorter segments that are released on Fridays, but I made these longer ones for anybody that likes to rewatch without dealing with the playlist, or for those of you that might be finding me for the first time and just prefer the really longer videos. Here you go. This is hands down my favorite season of the Vampire Diaries. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's talking about Kai Parker, so buckle in. I got a lot to say about that man. So we're back this season with a random couple making out in a tent, all right? They hear a noise. When they go out to investigate, they find Liz, the sheriff. They're right on the outskirts of town, and she is basically like, all right, I don't know what you guys think you're doing. Pack it up, go home. They're thankful that they don't get arrested, and then when they get to the car, they get attacked by a vampire. We cut abruptly to a voiceover of Elena. We're back to that now too. She is basically saying that she's a happy sophomore at Whitmore College and life is going well, and she gives us like an update of everything that's happened to everybody. The whole time she's talking to us though, she's at the crypt in Mystic Falls because that's outside of the border of town, so she's able to go there, and she's doing something with herbs and liquid and cups in the crypt. Suspicious behavior. We get to meet Miss Jo, okay, Josephine. She is a doctor at the hospital where Elena is interning. Rick is now a professor at Whitmore College. Most of them can't go home anymore because of the spell, but Matt's still in town and he is now working with like a community watch program to keep everybody safe. Jeremy is absolutely cracked, okay? He's not doing good. Stefan is supposed to be looking for help to get Damon and Bonnie back, and yet he is for some reason working at a mechanic shop. So, Caroline is skipping college and taking a gap year, and she is now living in an apartment on the outskirts of Mystic Falls to be close to her mom since she can't go home anymore. But Tyler is at school finally. Caroline doesn't really want to be around Elena. Liz is trying to encourage her to like reach out to Elena and stay close with her, but Caroline's like, Mom, Elena's being weird, okay? Damon died and Elena's like happy, bubbly, normal Elena. I don't know what's going on. We cut to Elena finishing her ritual in the crypt area, and it turns out she's not voiceovering a journal entry. No, she's talking to a hallucination of Damon. In class at school, Tyler and Liv start to get flirty. This is one of my favorite pairings. I'm just gonna say it. We find out that Luke has been helping Elena with herbs and a spell in order for her to see Damon because he feels so guilty about the fact that he fucked with the spell, and he's kind of the reason why Damon got trapped in the other side. Stefan is working as a mechanic in some random town, and he's flirting with this girl. Rick is helping Caroline with her research. She has basically thrown herself into the project of figuring out how they can like fix the magic and reverse it so that everybody can come home to Mystic Falls, and Rick's just helping her with that since he's the occult professor now. She's super upset with Stefan because apparently he left after the summer without a goodbye. He just disappeared. Luke has decided all of a sudden that Elena is starting to get a little jittery and jumpy and scary, and maybe it's time to cut back on the herbs because it's not healthy for her. Elena doesn't handle that well, and she threatens him, and she's basically blackmailing him with the guilt of everything. Also, she's not asked to see Bonnie yet, and Damon, like the hallucination of Damon, points that out to her. He's like, you're not talking to Bonnie because you know Bonnie would agree with me and Luke and say that you need to let me go and you need to be done with this. We cut to Stefan at home in bed with that girl from the shop. Her name is Ivy, and they've been like a situationship for 2 months now. He's being really avoidant and weird, but he does seem to have like genuine feelings for her. So Rick meets Jo at a party, okay? They're both chaperoning one of the college parties. They are so awkward and adorable together. In the same way I love Tyler and freaking Liv, these two little idiots. Oh my god, I love them so much. She manages to make a weird comment about blood and being like, I'm a vegetarian because I'm around blood all day. Because I'm a doctor. He's a vampire, lady. It's fine. He's got a weird thing with blood too. And then she also makes fun of him for being an occult professor. And she's like, I didn't know that was a real thing people studied. That is going to be very funny later on. Elena runs into a girl on the outskirts of Mystic Falls. Her car has broken down and she's basically like, I was on my way into town. I need help. I'm from the city. My phone doesn't work. Oh, what do I do? And Elena is like, oh my god, I can help you. And then she just freaking attacks her and starts feeding from her. Caroline shows up and is like, Elena, what on earth? And the girl gets away and runs across the town border before they can stop her. So now they got a vampire bite victim running through Mystic Falls yelling for help. Caroline is pissed that Elena is the lurker that her mom has been looking for because there's been all these vampire attacks. That was Elena the whole time. So Caroline's mad, but also Caroline is like, I'm really worried about you. What do you mean you're using herbs to hallucinate, Damon? That's so unhealthy. Matt is thankfully the one that finds the girl that Elena just bit. So he gets a hold of her and she's trying to say that a girl hurt her and it was a girl and a girl did it. And he stops her and is like, no, 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 it was a dog. You got bit by a dog. It's a dog bite. The guy in charge of Matt's community program is this guy. His name is Trip, and he's not happy and he realizes that Matt might be lying. Stefan finally answers Elena's calls because he's been avoiding all of them, and she is like crying in the club, begging him to give her some form of hope. And this dude literally goes, sorry, can't do that. I don't have any. There's no hope. They're not coming back. You need to let them go. Like, she is quite literally using, SI language and saying things like, I can't be here forever without him. I can't do it. Like, she's not well. And Stefan just no comfort, nothing. He is like blank mask, cold as all hell, telling her to basically just get fucked because there's no hope. There's nothing they can do. Matt brings the bite victim girl, her name is Sarah, to the town border, and Caroline is there and she wipes her memories. At the party, Tyler finds out that Luke is basically like drugging Elena and helping her with these hallucinations, and he gets really angry because he's dealing with like being a werewolf human again. So he's back to what he was before, remember when he was like grumpy, angry boy pre-transition? He's back to that place, okay? So Rick has already talked to him and said like, you need to cool it. You probably shouldn't be drinking. We need to make sure you don't trigger your curse again. And Tyler has been like brushing it off and being like, no, I'm fine. But now he goes up to Luke and starts like breaking Luke's trachea basically and trying to like rip out his jugular. And Rick has to step in and be like, you got it under control? Okay, so you lied? Elena goes to see Damon one more time, and she basically is like, thank you for everything. Thank you for saving Tyler and Stefan and Rick. Thank you for bringing them back to me. Thank you for giving me everything I ever wanted and giving me that love story that was so important to me, but I have to let you go. And she kisses him and is like, this is it. This is the last time I'm gonna see you. Well, Damon goes all creepy feral because it's like part of her subconscious that's making him. So the part of her that's still holding on basically like makes Damon fight back, and he starts getting kind of aggressive and being like, you can't survive without me. You can't do this on your own. You'll never make it without me. She freaks out and like breaks stuff in the crypt, and then Damon is still there after her outburst, and he's like touching her shoulder, and it's very sad and depressing. Liv comes to yell at Tyler about attacking Luke, and he basically backs down immediately and is like, I'm sorry, I'm still dealing with this, like I'm trying to get a grip on myself, but it's hard. And she just like yells at him more. He is super drawn to her and he like wants to talk and connect, and he even calls her out on the fact that she's like, yeah, screw you, I'm leaving. And he's like, why do you do that? Why don't you want to talk to me? And she's like, what do you want me to do, Tyler? Why do you want me to talk to you? And they have this moment of like, oh, alarms, alarms. Do we like each other? They do. They do like each other. Caroline calls Stefan and leaves a really sad voicemail about how everybody is like pulling apart from each other, and she feels like what they really need to do is stand together and deal with things as a group, but everyone's refusing to do that. Instead of listening to it, Stefan shatters his phone. Rick and Elena admit to each other that they hate being a vampire. Elena is like, I really, really hate that I figured out the good parts and I had all this good stuff about being a vampire and I was gonna get to be with Damon forever, and that was amazing. Now Damon's gone. So Rick, what I need from you is, since you were made by an original vampire, I need you to compel me into forgetting Damon and that I ever loved him. Rick agrees, y'all. We hard cut to Damon in a cute little red flannel dancing in the kitchen while he makes pancakes for him and Bonnie. They are in the Salvatore kitchen doing crossword puzzles and eating breakfast together. So we're gonna have to unpack that in the next episode. Alright, this episode is told in like dual timelines, okay? So when I talk about Damon and Bonnie, it's going all the way back to starting when the light went off and they ended up wherever they ended up. And then when I talk about everybody else, it's like present day time, okay? Just so you know, that's the timelines we're working with. So we open with that moment where Damon was like, I don't need, and the light exploded. The light fades and they're just standing there in the woods holding hands, and they're both kind of like, oh, what the heck? Why are we so close to each other? They break apart. They're just in the woods alone. They walk through town. They're in Mystic Falls. Elena's house is not exploded. The grill is not exploded. And the cars are all 20 years old, but they look brand new. Jeremy, for whatever reason, decided it was a good idea to bring Sarah to the Mojo Dojo Casa house. That is not his house, okay? It's Matt's house, so that's disrespectful. But also it's stupid because Sarah was compelled to forget Caroline and Elena. She shouldn't be anywhere near their friend group, okay? Last place she should be. Elena boxes up everything that holds memories of her and Damon, so like all the pictures together, the things he's bought, his shirt, she puts it all in a box. Like, I'm sure that this massive decision she's making in a fit of grief will have no repercussions in the future. Caroline is pissed that she's been so focused on the fix the town part of the operation because she trusted that Stefan was working on the help Damon and Bonnie side of the problem, okay? But he hasn't been doing shit, and now they kind of know that, and she's like, what do we do? I have to help them. No one's helping them. What do I do, Rick? And Rick is like, well, I wouldn't say that no one is helping them. And we hard cut to our boy Enzo in a closet with a witch, making out with her to get her to give him information. His methods are questionable, but she tells him about the Gemini coven, so he got what he came here for. And then someone clears their throat, and he hears that sound alone, and he's like, oh, that's my blonde American girlfriend. Yes, it is. And he turns around, he's like, hello, gorgeous, because it's Caroline. She's come to team up with him. Rick uses hypnosis to help Elena. He decides that he can't just like wipe her memories quickly and like just look at her and be like, forget Damon, because it's like 3 years of a relationship. So that would be really damaging for her. So what he's decided to do instead is like carefully modify each of her memories. And he's like, there should be a memory somewhere in there that's like the tipping point memory. And once we change that one, it will like domino affect all the other ones. And then you'll forget about him. You'll forget that you loved him. You know, he'll just be whatever he was outside of that relationship. So like Stefan's brother is kind of what they're thinking will happen there. It is so sad and so heartbreaking because we have to keep seeing these little moments where like she dances with Damon at the ball and that was like an incredible thing. And instead Rick is like, actually, no, you didn't dance with anybody. That didn't happen. Or like they kiss in the hotel room. No, you didn't kiss in the hotel room. You guys just went to sleep. You never spoke. It's very sad, okay? It's just taking away all the Delina moments that mean so much to us. After each memory wipe, he says, who is Damon Salvatore? And her response in the beginning is, he was my boyfriend, I loved him, and then he died. And she gets like progressively more sad as they go through everything. So Bonnie and Damon are just wandering around town trying to figure out what the heck is going on. They end up in front of the Gilbert house, which, as I said, is like not burned down. And they're like, what is happening here? They pick up the paper and Bonnie's like, oh, there's gonna be an eclipse today. That's cool. And Damon's like, look at the date and it's May 10th, 1994. Bonnie is pretty sure that wherever they're at, it must be the piece that Graham said she was going to get her. So Bonnie's convinced that there must be some way for them to get out of wherever they're at. It's kind of like a weird parallel world. And they're like, maybe we can get out, but it'll take magic. Well, Bonnie can't use her magic, so they're screwed. Caroline is really worried about Elena making this decision to wipe her memories because she just doesn't think it's the right way to cope with it. But Elena is convinced that it is because she's been through grief and it's almost killed her multiple times. And at this point, she's like, I'm done doing that to myself. I'm just gonna forget and it's gonna be better and you're gonna have to trust me. Again, Caroline and Enzo are chasing a lead right now with this Gemini Coven situation. So what if they figure it out? Caroline's just worried that it's not going to work out the way Elena wants it to, because Caroline is the only one with a brain. We cut to another Stefan making dinner montage. He's chopping vegetables. He's putting oil in a pan. Things are sizzling. Ivy comes inside and she's like, Stefan, I ran into a few of your friends. And he's like, my friends? Where? And she's like, outside. And Enzo and Caroline come into his house. What unfolds is a very awkward dinner scene where Enzo and Caroline are just tormenting Stefan because Caroline wants to poke him in the eye with a fork, and Enzo is just like, I can't believe you lied to us for this long and you got a stupid little human that doesn't even know what you are. So Enzo's making all these like, I'm a neck man, you have a beautiful clavicle, to the poor girl that's just sitting there like, Stefan, your friends are really weird. We go back to Damon and Bonnie. He's making pancakes for the first time. She's searching for answers on the crossword puzzle. While they're sitting there in the kitchen, it goes dark and they realize that somehow it is still May 10th, 1994, and the eclipse has happened again. Matt is trying to keep things with Sarah under control, and he's basically insisting that she does not need to be in the house. Tripp is looking for Sarah because it turns out the car she drove into town was stolen. Elena has a really hard time figuring out the memory that's like the pivotal like turning point for her and Damon in her mind, so she ends up bailing on the plan and like running away from Rick. Damon and Bonnie have now been trapped in the May 10th world for 6 weeks. Damon's being extra because at this point, all he can do to enjoy his time is just be his most obnoxious self. So he's listening to music, he's dancing in the kitchen, he's drinking a lot of bourbon. Bonnie is still dead set on like figuring out how to get out and fix it for them, but she can't get her magic to work. So that's just irritating Damon even more. While they're in the kitchen this time though, Bonnie swears she hears something outside and Damon's like, what? Like a person? There's no one here, Bonnie, because this is hell. We're in hell, you and I, we're stuck here forever. Back to the dinner party situation, Ivy drops the bomb that Stefan's been living here for 2 months. So the whole time they thought he was off helping, he's just been there for 2 months. Enzo keeps Caroline in check and is like, don't, Blondie, it's not worth it. And then immediately stabs Stefan in the hand with a fork in front of Ivy and is just like, I'm gonna hurt you though. Me, I'm allowed to do that. So Caroline takes Ivy away and Enzo and Stefan get into a fight. Enzo's really disappointed in him for giving up on Damon, and this just like really hits a nerve in Stefan. The fight gets more brutal and Stefan ends up snapping Enzo's neck to get him to shut up. Rick calls Caroline to help with the Elena situation since she ran off and said she doesn't want to be cured anymore. And Caroline is like, are you joking? She just doesn't want to admit what we all already know, which is that she was in love with Damon while she was still with Stefan. Stefan is standing behind her when she says this, and he's like, it's fine. That didn't hurt at all. I'm good. Then they get into an argument, and Stefan is basically just like, you know, I followed every lead I possibly could for weeks, and then I realized that there was no point. There was nothing that was going to bring him back. There was nothing that was going to fix this, and I had to give up. And that's what you guys need to do too. We need to move on. She's heartbroken that he left her the way he did, and he's really cold about it and is just like, yeah, I needed a clean break. So what? It doesn't matter. And she's like, you know what, Stefan? You're a dick, and she leaves. Elena is once again trying to force Luke into giving her more of the herbs, but Rick shows up and he's like, listen to me, you need to be honest if this is gonna work. She finally tells us that the important memory was the night of her birthday when Damon came in and gave her her necklace that Stefan had given her. You guys remember that? It was when Stefan was missing and they were looking for him and she was giving up hope and she was so sad and so lonely, and then Damon gave her that necklace. Even though he had feelings for her, he knew it would comfort her, he knew it would remind her of Stefan and their relationship, and so he gave it to her anyway. And she says that that's the moment where he was like the most selfless and the most kind, and that's when she realized she had feelings for him too. While she's telling us about this memory, Damon in the May 10th world is walking through it in the Salvatore house, reliving it as well. Let that, rub salt in the wound. Rick takes the memory away, and that means that the only thing Elena remembers from that evening is when Damon snapped Jeremy's neck. So when Rick is like, who was Damon Salvatore? She goes, he's Stefan's brother. He was a monster, but then he died, and she's pissed. Caroline's having a breakdown in the car, waiting for Enzo to wake up and come outside so they can leave. And Elena calls her and is like, girl, where are you? We need to go party. I want to go out. I want to go dancing. I want to have fun. We're in college. And Caroline has to be like, oh, yeah, absolutely. I'll come over. We can have a sleepover. I'm doing great. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. When Enzo gets in the car, he's like, oh, that was a bust, wasn't it? And she won't look at him because she's crying. He grabs her by the chin and he's like, and looks at her face and he goes, I'll be right back. And he goes back inside. When I tell you, this is one of those moments that just makes me go, yeah, that's that one. That's the one for me. It's actually really bad though. He goes inside and Stefan and Ivy are talking, and when Stefan rounds the corner out of the room, Enzo shows up, grabs Ivy. Stefan comes back in, says, let Ivy go. Enzo goes, okay, and snaps her neck and then lets her fall to the floor. So that wasn't a great thing that he did, but he made his point. He says that now that Stefan's made this choice to forget about Damon and move on and be a bad brother, he's going to step into the role that Damon left empty, which is the ruin Stefan's life and eternity of misery role, okay? He's going to do that from now on. So Stefan can try to have a good life all he wants, but Enzo's going to keep showing up and he's going to keep ruining it for him. Jeremy calls Bonnie's phone and leaves a message, and we realize that he's been doing this. So everybody's been kind of making fun of him because, as I said, he's kind of gone off the deep end. He's hooking up with random people, he's playing video games too much, he's drinking a lot. He's grieving, all right? And this is when we get that moment of him being like, I miss you so much, and also I'm so mad at you because you told me you were dying over the phone. Matt confronts Sarah about the stolen car, and she's like, yeah, I did steal it. I ran away and I took my boss's car. What's the big deal? I'll leave. Don't make a scene. I have family in Mystic Falls. I'm here to find my dad. I'll just go. But Jeremy is like, we're not kicking her out, Matt. And if you don't want her here, I'll take her to the Salvatore house. And so he takes her away. We find out that this guy Tripp, the head of the community watch program, is actually a FEL. So he's a founding family member. And Matt is like, oh, so then that means you know all the secrets about the town, right? And Tripp is like, what do you mean, Matt? Is there a secret founding family handshake or something? And he pretends like he doesn't know anything about the vampires. Matt gets off the phone with him and we see that this creepy MFer is in a van driving into town with a horde of vampires in the back of it, and he burns them alive in the van. Bonnie makes dinner for her and Damon. They're sitting in the kitchen, they're eating, they're bonding over how sad they are and how they miss everybody, but at least they have each other. And then they realize that her crossword puzzle that she hasn't been able to finish is finished, and neither one of them filled it out. Stefan confronts the shitty boss that he has at the mechanic shop, and he's like, look, I came here to live a normal life. I wanted a girlfriend, I wanted a house, I wanted a shitty job. All of those things have been taken from me, so now I need you. And he compels the guy. He's like, I need you to take my car into the woods. I need you to bury my dead girlfriend's body because I need to go out of town for a few days so I can kill Enzo. Elena, because she's Miss Happy-Go-Lucky, I don't remember my dead boyfriend now, she's convincing everybody to come to a party outside of Mystic Falls. Very slowly, they all agree. Some of them are a little iffy on the whole memory wipe situation, but they're going along with it because she asked them to before Rick did it. Luke calls Liv out on having a crush on Tyler, and he's like, you always do this when you like a guy. You know, you make fun of them. You're a bitch because you like them so much. Stefan shows up at the college to see Elena, and he gives her a hug. Bonnie and Damon are grocery shopping now, and they're arguing, trying to figure out if they're alone or not. They round a corner, and Bonnie realizes that there were pork rinds on this specific end cap of the grocery store. They are missing now. And then the carousel ride out front goes off, and both of them are like, ooh, what's going on? Stefan didn't know about Elena getting her memories wiped, so they have this really awkward conversation where she's like, yeah, and it's been a really hard summer. I really, really miss Bonnie. And Stefan's like, okay, and she's like, oh, I know that's like so insensitive. You lost your brother. And Stefan's like, yeah, and you were in love with him. But he doesn't say anything, thankfully. He just like brushes it off and lets it go. Caroline and Enzo are having breakfast. They are now friends. She's having a little bit of a hard time navigating this new friendship because Enzo is very unhinged, okay? It's giving early days Elena and Damon when they were trying to figure out how to make that work. So while they're having breakfast, he stands up and she realizes there's like a drop of red on his shirt and she's like, please tell me that's pie and not what I think it is. And he like licks it off and he's like, oh, surely she worked here. Now she doesn't. So he killed somebody. A homie. You can't be doing that and be best friends with Caroline Forbes, okay? She's not gonna let you get away with that behavior. Elena drives Stefan and a boy from her medical internship program to the party because she wants to introduce that boy to Caroline. Bonnie and Damon find his car outside the grocery store and he is so excited. They realize though that Damon didn't leave his car there in 1994. Like the chances of that happening are very, very slim. So that means that somebody went and got his car and brought it there and left it there for them to find. Then they see somebody running through the parking lot and they chase after them. At the party, Elena shows off her small town girl vibe skills by doing a backflip into the water. The boy she brought for Caroline is absolutely interested in her. While she's swimming, she sees Jeremy making out with Sarah and she's like, that's a bad idea. Why are you so stupid? And he's like, she looks good in a bikini. What can I say? So he's really leaning into the like, I'm a lost cause, leave me alone vibes. Tyler gets into another fight, this time with a guy that Matt was forced to bring because Tripp was basically like, there've been a lot of animal attacks. I don't want you going to a party alone, Matt. So this guy that he brought is like being real shifty and getting up in Tyler's face and being like, you really believe that she was attacked by a dog? You're an idiot. You're an idiot, man. And Tyler's like, I will fucking kill you. And Matt has to get in between them and stop that from happening. Elena tries to get the gang back together to pretend like everything is fine, but nothing is fine. And Matt can't drink because he's in training now, and Tyler can't drink because he's trying not to be an alcoholic like his dad. And Caroline is the only one that will drink with her, but then she still ruins it by being like, you know, Elena, not all of us can pretend like we're okay. Not all of us can just forget the way that you can. Bonnie and Damon start to worry that they're like overthinking things when they realize that the movement they saw in the parking lot was actually just a tarp in the back of a car. And then the carousel goes off and Damon's like, okay, so that's on a timer. Like nothing is real. Everything is awful. We're in hell. Bonnie goes off on him and she's like, you're not helping me, okay? So if you don't want to be here anymore, give me your daylight ring and just go, because I'm gonna get out and I have to keep hope in order to do that. So leave me alone until you can get yourself together. And she leaves. So he goes back inside for more alcohol and hears the distinct sound of someone eating pork rinds. He rounds the corner and this guy is sitting in a lawn chair eating the missing bag of pork rinds. And he's like, what's up? My name's Kai. How are you? Nice to meet you. The medical intern guy kisses Elena and makes it clear that he's interested in her and doesn't want to meet Caroline. Stefan attacks Enzo in the woods. And then Enzo is like, I don't want to kill you, Stefan. And he turns the weapon and throws it past Stefan's shoulder, killing the random guy that got in the fight with Tyler that Matt brought with him from Community Watch, okay? That guy was holding a vampire killing gun. So Enzo's like, I guess he wanted to kill you though. Interesting turn of events. Caroline shows up to get in between them before Stefan can go after Enzo again, and she's really disappointed in him. But in this moment here, Enzo has to own up to killing Ivy, which also disappoints Caroline. She just can't win. Back to Kai in the grocery store with Damon, okay? He makes it very clear that he's been following them the whole time they've been there. They've basically been like his TV. He's an infuriating little twerp, okay? Just the worst. I love him so much. He convinces Damon to get a drink because that's why Damon came into the store again in the first place. And then right as Damon like goes to take a drink from it, he's like, by the way, I'm planning to kill you. And Damon spits out like all the alcohol because it's laced with vervain. Then Kai starts torturing him with a broken part of like a little patio umbrella. He just starts stabbing him with it. And then he breaks the row of alcohol and like showers Damon with vervain bourbon. Bonnie shows up to save Damon. And Kai is like, what are you gonna do, Bonnie? You don't have your magic back. Like, how are you gonna save him? You can't do that. Like, I guess I'm just gonna kill him. And then he goes to stab Damon, and Bonnie looks at a candle and makes the candle light. And then she looks at Kai. She tells Damon to run. Damon gets out of there real quick. And she incendias all of the alcohol. So then Kai is just standing there in this blaze of alcohol, freaking out, and he basically is like, oops, my bad, I made the witch angry. And then Damon shows up and knocks him out. Damon then apologizes to Bonnie for calling her annoying because he hadn't met Kai yet, and Kai is now the most infuriating person he's ever known. Caroline goes to Stefan and is like, I know you miss us, okay? I know you're saying you came here just to kill Enzo, but you also came here to talk to me and to see Elena and check in on Rick. Like, we're your family and you came back for us too, and I know it. And killing Enzo is not gonna bring you the peace that you think it's gonna bring. So if any of that's true, please just stay and we can figure this out together. But he freaking leaves. And knowing what happened to her, like with Tyler, with Klaus, everybody leaves Caroline, okay? He knows that and he does it anyway. But Elena is there, and so she comes out of the woods and gives Caroline a hug. Jeremy figures out that compulsion fades when you go back into Mystic Falls because it's a form of magic, which means that Sarah is running amok, knowing exactly what Caroline and Elena are. Kai wakes up tied to a chair in the Salvatore household. He tells them to relax. He never actually wanted to kill Damon. He was just hoping that threatening Damon's life would be strong enough incentive for Bonnie to get her magic turned on, because Bonnie's magic is the only thing that's going to save them from getting out. Tyler and Matt put two and two together and realize that Tripp must secretly be a vampire hunter, and he's been lying to Matt the whole time and killing vampires behind their backs. Liv shows up because she let them borrow kegs for the party, so she's come to get those now because they had to give their truck to Enzo so Enzo could go get rid of the body of the kid that he killed. Keep up. So now Liv is here with her Jeep and she's gonna take the kegs, and she picks on Tyler and is basically like, sad jocks are so pathetic. Sad jocks are so stupid. I hate boys. And he flares up at her and is like, I'm not in the mood for you right now, like, button it, I don't want to talk to you. She keeps pushing him. He starts to like almost cry. He's like super, super angry and so like just sad and overwhelmed that he like almost cries. And he's like, is this what you want? Do you want me to break? Like, is that what you're after? And she's like, I have to be mean to you, Tyler, because if I'm not mean to you, I might fall for you. They almost kiss, but she walks away from him and they separate. Sarah is missing and Jeremy can't find her, but she trashed the house. Caroline agrees to come back to college and stay with Elena. She kind of says that it's because, you know, there's a vampire hunter again and we need to stick together, but Elena knows that it's because she's like ready to move on as well and start fresh now that Stefan's gone. Caroline also admits that, yeah, maybe she did have feelings for Stefan, but she puts them distinctly in the past tense because now she's done with him. At the diner, Tripp attacks Enzo, And Enzo is like, that vervain might have been enough for regular vampires, but I'm a crazy vampire, okay? I've been through more shit than you understand, bro, and I'm stronger than this. And then Stefan shows up and shoots him. So he goes down anyway. He's not dead, but he's very, very badly injured. And Stefan's like, do you want me to take him? I'll kill him for you. And Tripp is like, no, I'll keep him. I have my own methods. And Stefan's like, make sure it's painful. And Tripp is like, you got it. And then he freaking leaves him there, guys. And that's the end of the episode.
Okay, so we open with my favorite disaster boy, Kai. He's tormenting Bonnie and Damon because now they're all in the world together and they know about each other, so he doesn't have to rein in his personality anymore, and he's just the worst. He basically had Bonnie gather up some supplies for him, and he is forcing Damon to, like, entertain him with a story of what Damon was doing on May 10th, 1994, in order to get locked in this world with them, because Kai's like, I know what I did. What'd you do, Damon? Tell me your truth. We get a nice flashback with Damon in this episode, which is post him locking Lexi on the roof. So his humanity's back on. He's come back to Mystic Falls, and he shows up at the house and is like, hi, Stefan. I'm ready to make amends and be friends again. Let's be brothers. I love you. And he's locked out of the family house. So, in present day, the gang is hunting for Sarah. Remember, she was looking for her family, then her dad that is supposedly in town, and she got lost, and now they know her compulsions weren't off, so she knows who the vampires are, so everybody's looking for her. But it turns out Stefan's actually a big baby, and instead of looking, he's lying, and he's like, yeah, Elena, I'll circle back. I'll look in town again, don't worry. And then he's leaving, like he's driving out of Mystic Falls. So Elena shows up and she's like, joke's on you, sucker. I caught you. Now we're together and you're gonna tell me what's going on. And she basically is like, I don't believe you that you're happily starting over in Savannah, okay? Your life is here with us. Whatever you're doing in Savannah is just like a coping mechanism, and it's a sick one, okay? So if you can prove it to me that you're actually happy starting over without us, I'll let you go, but you're gonna have to prove it. Rick has to take Jeremy to the hospital because he's still spiraling a little bit and drinking way too much, so he gets really sick, but that means that Rick gets another moment with Joe, and they get all flirty and cute while they're talking to each other about like parenting and the struggles of being a parent. He sees this guy with like a really bloody nose, and obviously he's an immortal vampire, so he starts to like, oh my god, I'm gonna eat that guy. And Joe is like, listen, Rick, when a hot, definitely into you doctor is flirting with you, give her your full attention. And then she like leaves, and Rick's just standing there like, oh god, she's so right, I messed up. Maddie decides to take it upon himself to go figure out what Tripp is doing and like insert himself into the investigations, because remember, Enzo killed the guy that was working for Tripp. So now Matt is like, there's an empty position in the secret vampire hunting army. I'm gonna fill it. Damon keeps telling his flashback story from the 90s. Remember Uncle Zach, okay? He's the human family member in this timeline. So he's still alive and living at the house, and he has a pregnant wife. So Kai and Bonnie are immediately just like, oh my god, Damon, did you kill the pregnant wife? Is that what you did? What's wrong with you? Like immediately he's like telling the story, and they interrupt him to just be like, you're disgusting. You're the worst kind of person. A pregnant woman? What's wrong with you? Damon like brushes them off and is just like, do you want to hear my version of events or not? Okay. Also, Kai, you're just wasting our time. You're not even doing anything important. What are you working on? And Kai like holds up this little craft project that he's made out of all the things that Bonnie brought him, which was like a random assortment of junk. And he's just like, we're looking for something that looks like this. It's called an ascendant, and it's the artifact that's gonna get us out, okay? So joke's on you, Damon. I did my job. He says that Bonnie can do the tracking spell to find it, and he'll give her the blood that she needs because it's his family's artifact. Things are getting fishy. Stefan explains to Elena that he basically just goes to a new town that he picks and he just starts over. And he's like, it's really easy. You just change your name, you make up whatever you want, and then you follow along with it. So he takes her daylight ring. They're in a bar, and he takes her daylight ring. He stands up, and he's like, Elena Williams, will you marry me? And she's like, Stefan Cooper, are you only proposing to me because I'm pregnant? And then the whole bar is like, and they have this whole thing where he says like, no, I'm proposing because you stuck by me through the multiple rehabs and the bull riding incident. You've never left my side. And they get fake engaged. It's as ridiculous as it sounds. Kai tells us a little bit more about his family. Apparently he grew up in a really big family with lots of annoying younger siblings. Also, he's getting real flirty with Bonnie to the point where he gets a little handsy, and Damon's like, don't be doing that. Hands to yourself, okay? Absolutely not. Go back in time again to a party at the Salvatore boarding house. Liz is there with this ridiculous long wig situation, and she's talking about how her daughter Caroline, who is a toddler at this point, is really high maintenance, but she's worth it. And Damon's like flirting with her. Like, I can't. The two of them, that was one of my favorite details because they have such a fun friendship in the present timeline. And I just love the fact that she knew him back then and she just doesn't remember it. And he liked her then too. I think that's so cute. At the party, Stefan realizes that Gail has bite marks on her freaking wrist. So somebody's been feeding off of Gail, okay? He goes to Damon and Damon's like, yes, okay, I've been feeding off of Gail and Zach, but what's the big deal? I've been doing it inside the house. I haven't been rampaging through the streets, okay? Calm down. I'm reformed. So then Stefan snaps his neck and leaves him in the hallway. Damon wakes up in the family crypt and Stefan is like, I want to know the real reason why you came home. Like, what is going on? You never change. I never want to be around you. You always screw it up. Why can't you just be normal? Why can't you just be my big brother and let me enjoy having you in my life? Why do you always have to mess it up, Damon? You can't eat and feed off of our family members. Damon makes a big show of being like, no, you're not listening to me. I only fed off them in the house. I'm here to be your brother. I wanted to start over. I wanted to try again, Stefan. What the heck? Why don't you ever believe me? And Stefan's like, because you're a liar. And he leaves him there in the crypt and takes Damon's ring. So I'm sure there'll be no consequences to those actions. Bonnie does the tracking spell, and it turns out the freaking ascendant was in Kai's pocket the whole time. She is like, why is the blood leading us back to Mystic Falls? Damon's like, are you sure you're doing it right? And she's like, yes. Actually, it's in this room. It's right here. And she like puts her hand on Kai's chest, and Kai's just like, yeah, girl, it is. I just wanted to test you. It was a test. He's so into her. It's so funny. So then Kai's all excited because he's like, yes, my witchy girlfriend who hates me and maybe wants to kill me can do the spell. We're going home. They go out into the woods to keep preparing because the ascendant's going to lead them to like the right spot where the eclipse is going to be most powerful. It doesn't matter. Okay, that's why they're in the woods now. She sees the paper that keeps, you know, repopulating every day, and she realizes that there's a story on it about a family that was massacred, and she's like, hold on. She starts reading it and like frantically whispers to Damon that there was a whole family that was massacred in Oregon except for the older brother named Malachi. Kai turns around and he's like, come on now, who names their kid Malachi? It's like they expected me to be evil. I love him so much. Yeah, so Kai brutally murdered basically his entire family, which is actually not just a family, it's his coven, the Gemini coven. A lot's happening in this episode. I hope you're keeping up. He tells us in this moment that he doesn't actually have any powers, which was like a big struggle for him and a big point of contention with his family. And also, they locked him here, and the world that Bonnie and Damon are in is actually Kai's prison world. Rick and Jeremy have a sparring scene, and Rick breaks down and is like, you can't keep doing this. Like, you're just running from your problems and you're coping with alcohol, and it's just gonna make you sicker and sicker. You're never gonna get any better. Do you think I don't feel this way about my wife and Jenna? Okay, every woman I love dies, Jeremy. I get where you're coming from. Pull yourself together. Elena and Stefan say goodbye to each other. She feels good about leaving him. She's like, you know, I think you're handling this fine. I'm gonna let you do what you want. We'll still be friends. I'll talk to you later. The second she leaves the bar, he picks a fight with this random dude and just lets this guy beat the shit out of him, okay? Stefan's a vampire. This guy gets him like knocked down on the floor, and Stefan's just laughing through it, to the point where Elena has to come in and be like, what is wrong with you? And compel the guy to leave. And then she turns on Stefan and she's like, okay, so you're a liar. You lied. You're not okay at all. We go back to the flashback. Yeah, Damon did in fact kill Gail as punishment for Stefan. He also killed a lot of people that were at the boarding house. Like, basically all of the people that were staying at the house are dead. And remember, Gail is pregnant. So it turns out that Stefan compelled Zach to forget about his wife and baby. And that's why when we met Zach, Zach really didn't remember what was wrong with Damon. But Damon says that he couldn't hardly look at Zach because he knew what he'd done to him and he felt so bad. Bonnie is really worried about continuing to work with Kai and get out of the prison world because she knows that he was put in there for a reason. And she's like, I don't want to take him out with us. But Damon is like, look, I have to go back to Elena and Stefan, okay? I can't stay here, so we're gonna have to figure that out when we get out, okay? He doesn't have any magic. We can stop him when we get out. It'll be fine. Please take me home. Elena is trying to get Stefan to admit that his coping mechanisms are screwed up and he's not being healthy. And he's like, that's so funny, seeing as how you compelled your memories away, okay? You were in love with my brother, and now you just look like an idiot, Elena, because everybody else knows that you were in love with him, and you're walking around calling him a monster, okay? So excuse me, but your coping mechanisms also suck. Elena is like, what are you talking about? There's no way I was ever in a relationship with Damon. Why would I ever fall in love with him? He's evil. And Stefan's like, you love him for the same reasons that I love him, which is that no matter what he does, we can't live without him. Yikes. Trip takes Matt to a secret, undisclosed location in the woods. He explains that he came back shortly after the grill exploded, and when he came back into town, the compulsion that he'd had that he didn't know he had disappeared, because remember, the border of Mystic Falls now strips away magic. So when he came back into town, he was like, oh my god, my wife that I thought I killed in a car accident didn't die in a car accident. No, she was killed by a vampire. Vampires are real. And he freaks out. He shows Matt Enzo. So Enzo is still alive. Our World War II king is fine, okay, but he is chained up and locked in like a weird cellar room. Trip is planning on torturing Enzo and getting him to tell him about all his vampire friends. And Matt is kind of just standing there like, oh my god, oh no, because Enzo's vampire friends are Matt's vampire friends. So that's not good. Jeremy comes home and finds Sarah at the house waiting for him. She has recovered a picture, and it's Zach and Gail. And he's like, what do you have this picture for? That's Zach Salvatore. I know who that is. And she's like, okay, well, this is my mom. And she shows him a picture of Gail pregnant with her. And she's like, this is the only thing I have of her. Why is she with this man? Who is he? And Jeremy's like, oh my god, I know who your parents are. Freaking Sarah is Sarah Salvatore. She's Zach and Gail's kid. Who saw that coming? All of us? Good. I'm glad we're all on the same page. Elena goes home and has the nerve to be mad at Rick. Absolutely not. He reminds her that from the get-go, he told her he was going to be a terrible father figure and she should not let him into her life, and she insisted. So this whole situation is her fault. He gives her a journal from like her past self with the memories that basically just begs her not to get the memories back, because she explains that, you know, even though somebody spilled the beans and now she knows the truth, she cannot handle feeling the truth. So she was dying without Damon. And she's like, if he's still gone and we have no chance of getting him back, do not put your memories back in, okay? Because you're happy right now and you need to stick with this, okay? Because that's the only thing keeping you alive.
Bonnie and Damon have a cute moment where she says that she actually thinks there's hope for him because he feels regret about the things that he does in a way that Kai doesn't, because Kai is sociopathic. Kai shows up and he's like, so here's the thing, I may not have my own magic, but I can do this fun trick. And he grabs onto Bonnie and starts siphoning her magic off of her. And he's basically like, here's what we're gonna do. We're all gonna go home as friends, or I'm gonna take all of Bonnie's magic, do the spell for myself, and leave you here, Damon. What do you guys wanna do? Y'all decide. Stefan is working on his car in the shop back in Savannah. And then Ivy shows up. Yes, the dead girlfriend. She says Enzo made her drink his blood, and she's so thirsty. Okay, so episode 5 is actually such a good episode. I forgot. I love this episode. It's so good. It's homecoming weekend. The college is having a big giant corn maze. Elena invites the guy from her internship. His name is Liam. I don't think we've even talked about that. This guy's name is Liam. Stefan takes vampire girlfriend Ivy, who is not dead, to Caroline so that she can watch her for him because she's the only one that can keep her under control. Ivy confronts Caroline about how she clearly has a crush on Stefan, and Caroline's like, no, girl, I do not. And then Ivy breaks Caroline's neck and escapes to go to the corn maze because she wants to party. Stefan goes to Rick and is like, I want you to compel Ivy to forget about me and leave and start her life and like get her vampire instincts under control because I don't want to put up with her and I was trying to start over. So her coming back is actually like ruining things for me a little bit. And Rick is like, do you hear yourself? If you don't get out of my office, I'm going to compel you to become the guy that you used to be. And Stefan's like, knife to the heart, and he leaves. Ivy attacks a random guy on the street and tries to snatch, eat, erase him, but she doesn't know how to do the erase part yet, so she just sends the guy running away, but thankfully she doesn't kill him. Bonnie wants to see the spell that they're going to use to get out of the prison world before she agrees to like fully let Kai come with them and stuff. Kai refuses, so she calls his bluff and she's like, okay, take all my magic then, homie. Take it right now. Go ahead, take my magic. And he starts siphoning her magic off of her, and Damon is freaking out because he's like, Bonnie, he's gonna kill you. And she's like, no, actually he isn't. Are you, Kai? And then Kai stops because it turns out Kai doesn't actually know the spell, okay? He doesn't know the spell they need to do. So then Bonnie is like, great, wonderful, glad we got that sorted. And she freaking puts a pickaxe, like a giant, like a big one, just through Kai's chest and kills him. Let me just say once again, these two have such a natural amount of chemistry between them. It is so crazy and hot, and it's so uncalled for. Like every time they're on screen together, I'm like, and Damon's like constant. We can't, it's a lot. Joe and Rick meet up at the corn maze. Turns out that Elena kind of subtly tricked both of them so that they would meet up there. Tyler is coming to get Liv from the party because remember, Tyler and Liv have a thing going on, all right? They're not like official yet, but it's definitely getting more intense. It's gonna get even more intense because Tyler is driving. He looks down at his phone for a second. He looks back up, and then there is the guy that Ivy bit and like tried to erase, but it didn't work. He runs out in the middle of the road, and Tyler freaking hits him with his car. Not only does he hit him, but he like jerks and tries to get away from him and drives off, knocks himself out, and freaking drives through the corn maze. So the truck just plows right through the freaking party, okay? It's chaos. People are screaming. It's a nightmare. Tyler wakes up in the truck and he's like, what just happened? Where am I? Then he starts panicking because remember, if Tyler kills anybody, he will re-trigger the werewolf curse. Elena wakes up and she's still near Liam. He's already awake and trying to save a girl's life like a few feet from her. So there's blood everywhere. The girl is definitely dying, and Elena is like, I can take over from here, I can do this, and Liam is like, I don't think there's anything we can do, but she convinces him. He leaves her alone, and she sneakily gives the girl her blood, saving her life. Tyler calls Elena, still freaking out because the guy that he hit in the road is with him, like pinned under his car. And Elena is like, Tyler, I don't think you understand what happened. You drove through the cornfield. There's injured people everywhere. So now Tyler's even more freaked out. She tells him to just keep that guy awake because she's going to do her best to heal everybody else. And Rick and Joe are also in the cornfield, so hopefully they're doing it. It's gonna be fine, but everybody's panicking. Rick and Joe wake up. He gets like freaking stabbed in the abdomen, but he pulls out the shard of wood and it heals because he's a vampire. She got cut on her arm and he's like, ooh, let me take a look at that. And she's like, no, it's fine. She freaking tourniquets herself and she's like, we have to get going. We have to save these people, like doctor mode activated. And Rick is just like, this is the hottest thing I've ever seen, but also I will eat these children if I'm too close to their blood. And she's like, you're gonna have to get over being squeamish around blood, Rick, okay? There's people that are dying. You need to get it together and come with me. Stefan finds Caroline. She's still looking for Ivy. She's been calling him for hours and he's just been ignoring her calls. Turns out he was absolutely gonna skip town again. So he was halfway out of Mystic Falls when he turned around and drove back. That's what took him so long. She tells him to just get back in the car and leave because she doesn't want him here anymore. And he listens to her and leaves again. Then Ivy calls and she's like, okay, Ivy, just stay where you are. I'm coming for you. I'll be there in just a minute. Bonnie figures out that the Gemini Coven must have sealed the prison world with a Bennett spell, meaning that the Bennett spell could get them out, but that's why Kai could never do it himself, so he was always just gonna be stuck there, knowing the way out, but never having a Bennett witch. And that's why Grams put her there so that her magic would be enough to get them out. She's right, and the spell she figured out works. So they start freaking out and being all excited because they're gonna get to go home that day. Liv shows up first to Tyler and she gets the car off the guy that he hit. And so that guy is doing really, really not good. And Tyler's like, you have to help me. We have to save him. He cannot die. Rick is helping Joe and he is struggling, okay? He's trying to keep his vamp face from showing because there's so much blood everywhere he turns, but he's doing his best and he's helping his girlfriend. She's a badass, okay? So Joe's just saving people left and right, okay? She's doing a great job. Elena brings her phone over to Joe and she's like, please talk to Tyler. He's with somebody that's injured. It's not looking good. Joe talks Tyler and Liv through it and they answer some questions for her. And those questions end with her being like, okay, take his hand. It won't be long now. Oh no. Bonnie starts the spell and they have to hold hands again for it to work. So Damon's like, all right, let's get awkward. And they like hold each other's hand. It's literally just Bonnie holding the Ascendant and Damon putting his hand under her hand. But they gotta be weird about it, okay? They gotta make it awkward. He hits her with, I'm sure there's a million other people you'd rather be here with right now. And she smiles and goes, not exactly. And it's so sweet. And then Kai shoots her with a crossbow and ruins the spell. He's like, y'all really thought I would have tried to off myself? Because I did. Many times. It doesn't work. So Kai's alive. We go back to Tyler frantically doing like a heartbreaking round of CPR on this poor guy that he hit with the car. And it's not working. The guy is dying. And Liv is just like, Tyler, stop. Just give up. And he like gets off the guy and is like, what are we gonna do? He can't die. Like this can't happen. I can't have my curse back. What are we gonna do? So Liv freaking puts her hand over the guy's face and smothers him. I was shook the first time I saw this happen, and every time since, I'm like, girl, that's a choice. That is a choice. You just made a choice. The guy dies, and she goes, you didn't kill him, Tyler. I did. Iconic behavior from Liv. Like, y'all want to talk about Manic Pixie Dream Girl nonsense? That's her. That's all about her. Tyler's face here is so funny. He's just like staring at her and he's like, I don't know if I'm horrified, a little turned on, or both. Liam is helping one more lady who has a deviated windpipe and so she can't breathe properly. She's also gonna die because she's not getting enough air. Elena is like, okay, hold on. And she's trying to like sneakily figure out how to give the lady her blood. And then Liam busts out a pin and does the like, you know, pin through the trachea trick and it works. So he fixes it by hand, 100% the human doctor way. And Elena is like, that was so hot and sexy of you. Incredible work. So the lady lives and then they're getting in the car to go home finally. And Liam sees that girl that he was originally helping that Elena saved. And he's like, how did that happen? She was not supposed to be alive. Damon and Kai are fighting together in that cave still. Bonnie is dying from her arrow wound. She manages to get Damon free from Kai and then shoots the Ascendant into Damon's hand, and it sends him home in like a really funny, like he is like standing in a beam of the moonlight and he gets like yeeted up through the moonlight. So it's like he ascends. It's very funny. He's so upset to leave her. He's like, Bonnie, no, don't do this. But it's too late and it takes him anyway. And then Kai is just screaming in rage. He is so angry, and Bonnie passes out. Rick and Joe have a conversation once they're at the hospital safe and sound, and she's like, listen, I'm a grown woman and I know what I want. I think you're hot. I think for some reason we were supposed to know each other. Like it feels like we have like a weird spiritual connection. So do you like want to date me or not? I need you to make up your mind. Rick freaking fumbles the pass, y'all, okay? He says that he thinks she's amazing and so sexy and he would love to date her. But actually the date went terrible, and he starts compelling her, and he's like, you thought I was an alcoholic. You thought I was so boring and blah, blah, blah. You never want to see me again. And then Joe is like, you're a lot of things, Rick, but I don't think you're boring. And she kisses him and walks away. And Rick is just sitting there like, hello? Because the compulsion didn't work. Ivy is still waiting on Caroline to pick her up. She ends up getting snatched by Trip in his creepy vampire snatching van, and freaking Caroline has to watch as this happens and she can't do anything. Liam confronts Elena about the girl that was magically healed. She's like, I don't know, Liam, maybe it was a miracle. Sometimes these things happen and we just can't explain them. They just happen. I don't know what to tell you. And Liam is like, She's like, but I do know that today you were a hero. And that's my type, Liam. Because earlier in the episode, she straight up told him, like, you're not my type. I'm not attracted to you. Ouch. But then she's just like, no, but you're a hero now, so now I like you. And they kiss in the hallway, and I hate it, okay? He's like Walmart Stefan, all right? No. Liv is freaking out at work, okay? Because she smothered a guy with her bare hands. Tyler comes over to see her to talk to her about how she's doing, and she's like, I'm not doing great, Tyler. Okay. She wants to pretend it didn't happen, and he's like, okay, well, we can't do that because that's really not good for you. You need to know that there was nothing that could be done for that guy, okay? It was gonna happen no matter what. So you made a choice and you chose to save me. You saved me, Liv, and it's real sweet. He like holds her hands and they're like leaning into each other at the bar while she's crying. It's real sweet. He says he can never repay her for what she did, but he promises not to waste the chance that she's given him. Stefan goes to the crypt one more time to be sad and drink on his way out of town. He's crying and laughing to himself because he's in there talking to his dead family members. And he's like, I'm not talking to you though, Damon, because you're not here. I don't know where you are, but you're not here. He says that he wishes he could start over, but he can't because he's lost without Damon. And he throws the alcohol bottle across the room, and Damon catches the bottle, and he's like, what, a couple weeks without me? And you think you can just waste perfectly good bourbon like this? What's wrong with you? He says it's a hell of a long story, but he's back and he's real. Stefan is just standing there still crying, like gaping at him, so confused. And he reaches out and he like touches Damon on the shoulder. And Damon's just like, yeah, it's me. And Stefan's like, and just grabs him and they just hold each other. Oh, it's so sweet. And while Damon's hugging him, he just whispers, I'm back, Stefan. I'm back. It's precious. All right, so we open episode 7 with Trip driving the vampires and Ivy into town, so they all die. So Ivy's gone. Elena learns that Damon is back because Caroline calls her and is like, I have a surprise for you. So Elena goes to Rick and she's like, I still don't want my memories back though. Wild choice. Can't wait for her to explain that one. She basically just doesn't want to remember how she fell in love with a crazy killer, because what does that say about her? Girl, we are not the same. So Damon's pissed after Stefan tells him what's happened, and he's like, I'm gonna beat up Rick, and also I need to see Elena, because we have true love, Stefan, and the second we look at each other, all her memories are gonna come back, and the world's gonna be right again, and everything's gonna be fine. Let me see my girlfriend. Stefan knows the whole truth about what happened, but Damon doesn't want to make everybody even more upset again about Bonnie. So the lie is basically that Bonnie wasn't there with him in the world that he was in. So he got back you know, somehow, but Bonnie was never there. So she didn't sacrifice herself, she was just never there. Jeremy, as you can imagine, is not doing well after learning this information. Matt is helping to break Enzo down, which is just the stupidest thing I've ever heard, because remember, Enzo knows who all the vampires in town are, and he can just turn on them at any given moment. Matt ends up going to Caroline and Rick, though, and telling them that, like, hey, Tripp has Enzo. And Caroline's like, why didn't you tell us? He's been with Tripp this whole time. He's not dead. Oh my God, Matt. And Matt's like, sorry, I didn't know we liked him. Like, there are a lot of vampires, and I have a hard time keeping up on who's who, which is just a damn lie, okay, Matt? Don't pretend with me. Stefan shows up and is like, I'm back in town because Damon's here, so I don't have to run away anymore. Also, I turned in Enzo. My bad. Damon goes to see Elena at school, but she won't open the door, so they like talk through the dorm doorway. Oh, it's so intense and sweet. He says he knows what she did and he understands why she did it, and he's not mad at her, but she needs to get that she's just covering up the truth with this compulsion, okay? So she loves him, and if she would just get the memories back, she'd remember all of that and everything would be fine. She goes to open the door, but he gets all emo romantic too quick for her, because remember, she still thinks he's crazy in this timeline. So she doesn't have all the romantic memories of him. So he's on one side of the door and he's like, oh, I can hear you breathing. And she's like, and he's like, you have no idea how much I've longed to hear you breathe. Damon, be quiet. That was an inside thought. You didn't have to tell her that right now. She is stressed. So she can't open the door, even when he starts begging, because she's like, this is too much. This is too weird. I have to go. She finally unlocks it and then runs out the window. So he gets inside, but she's not there. Elena calls Stefan in a panic, and she's like, I don't know what to do, man. Your brother really likes me, and it's weird. And he's like, girl, you're in love with him, okay? You need to bite the bullet and get your memories back, because I don't know what to tell you other than go see him. He's different now, and he loves you. Sarah catches Matt in Tripp's office. He was looking up stuff about the vampires that Tripp is tracking, trying to just get more information on him, and she was trying to find information on her dead parents. So they basically agree to like not tell on each other, and they just keep looking together. When Rick gets to his office at the school, Damon is there, drinking. He's pretty pissed at Rick for what happened, but also they're besties, so like he can't stay mad at him. Rick makes him really angry though by being like, I'm actually not gonna remove the compulsion until she tells me she wants me to remove the compulsion. This scene is so ironic when you know more about that guy playing Rick. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Caroline is livid with Stefan for giving Enzo up, because remember, her and Enzo were getting a little, not really flirty, but like friendship flirty vibes. Like he was starting to like fill that place of like a friend that she needed. And so she's really mad at Stefan and really disappointed in him that he would do that. They've been tasked on going to the secret location that Matt found out about, where Tripp is keeping Enzo, because they're gonna save him. They're on like Enzo saving duty. When they break in though, Enzo is gone, so that's not good. Elena is at the hospital avoiding Damon by keeping tabs on Joe. She tries her coffee, but doesn't find vervain in it. Then she tries to touch her bracelet, but Joe's really cagey and is like, I don't know what my bracelet's made out of, Elena. Don't touch me. Finally, then Joe confronts her and is like, so Liam told me about this girl that you saved. You want to tell me how that happened? And Elena's like, beginner's luck, I guess. And Joe's like, shut up, you stupid little girl. I know what you are, and I know what Rick is. Stop stealing my blood bags. So yeah, Dr. Joe is pissed, especially about the fact that Rick's not a human, because she's like, why can't I ever just like have a crush on a normal guy? Why can't I just like a nice man? Why can't that man be wholesome and kind? Why do they always have to be crazy and evil? She's not gonna turn them in though, because like clearly they're good guys, and she watched Rick help and she watched Elena help. So as long as they stay out of her way, she'll stay out of theirs, no problem. So this is when Elena's like, oh, so you're a witch, because witches are the only creatures that are like impervious to compulsion without needing vervain. Jeremy finds Damon waiting for Elena in her dorm room, and he is there to basically just figure out why Bonnie didn't come back. And Damon just regurgitates the lie of like, no, she wasn't there. Like, I couldn't bring her back even if I wanted to because she wasn't with me. He slips up and gives away that he kind of loves Bonnie now and misses her deeply. And Jeremy's like, I don't know why you're worried about her at all. She freaking hated you. And Damon's like, yeah, that's right. She did. She did, in fact, hate me before. Matt and Sarah are digging through Tripp's office together still. Matt finds Ivy's phone, and Caroline is at the top of the most recent calls list, meaning that Tripp probably knows who Caroline is. Damon calls Bonnie's phone the same way Jeremy was doing so he can hear her voice. And remember, it's like a really short, like, "Hi, this is Bonnie. Leave a message." And he's like, "Wow, the one time I want to hear your voice, and that's how short the message is. Thanks, Bonnie." But it's a really sweet moment. He's like sitting on Elena's bed and he makes a joke. He's like, "I'm in your room." Not in like a weird way though, okay? Like in a totally normal, non-weird way. And it's just really sweet. He thanks her. He says he misses her. And he's really sorry that she wasn't able to come home with him. Then Elena calls and she's like, "So I think we should meet. Could you come by my dorm?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'll be here. I will be there. I will be there soon. I'll be there in just a minute." And then they get off the phone and he frantically has to like put back the picture frames and fix the bed so it doesn't look like he's been sitting on it all day. The door opens and he's like, "Wow, Elena, that was fast." But it's not Elena, it's Tripp, and Damon gets kidnapped. Elena gets to the dorm to find her door open and there's a big mess where the scuffle happened. She immediately goes into panic mode along with Caroline and Rick and the rest of the gang. So we cut to Rick leaving his office. Joe is there and she confronts him and she's like, "I know you're a vampire. Do you have anything to say for yourself?" And he's like, "I have so many things to say, okay, but right now my best friend who freaking went to the afterlife or somewhere else that we don't know about is back somehow. He's been kidnapped by a crazy vampire hunter and I need to go save him, okay? So get out of my way." And he like storms past her and she's just like, "Was that hot? Did I?" Damon is in Tripp's van with Enzo being driven back to Mystic Falls. The team breaks up into groups of 2, so Elena and Caroline are blocking one road, and Rick and Stefan are blocking the other road, and Liz has like worked with them, and she shut down the other road into town, so there's only 2 roads into town right now, so Tripp has to pick one of those entries. Elena picks this moment to decide that if Damon makes it out of this, she wants her memories back. Great. I'm so glad you didn't have that revelation like an hour before now. Tripp ends up getting stopped on the road that Rick and Stefan are on. Stefan's like blocking the road with his car, and then Rick goes to the door and is like talking to Tripp through the cracked windshield. When Rick tries to stop him, Tripp makes a run for it, and Rick is like holding on to the car, and so Tripp guns it anyway. They crash into the car that Stefan is in, and they all go across the border in this really big, long, drawn-out car crash. Stefan was on the phone with Elena when it happened. He managed to get out of the car, okay? So he didn't go across the border, but he's looking at the 4 of them spread out across the border, and he says to Elena, "They went across the border. I have to go." And then he hangs up the phone. So everybody starts dying, including Stefan, because when he steps across the line, remember, he gets shot in the stomach. So Joe shows up out of nowhere and she starts helping Rick frantically, and Rick is like, "What are you doing here?" And she's like, "I followed you like a crazy stalker." Damon, being Damon, forces Stefan to save Enzo first, but they all get out of the scary vampire catching van and start like dragging themselves to the border. Joe is saving Rick, but he's still technically across the border because she says if she moves him, he will actually die. Like, he cannot be moved or he will die. So y'all, Rick freaking dies again in Joe's arms, but then he wakes up and he's like, "What's going on? How am I alive? What happened? I'm not supposed to be alive." And she's like, "I don't know what happened to you the first time, but you didn't have me here. I sealed up everything. You're gonna be fine. We just need to get you to a hospital." So then Caroline has to explain to Elena that Rick was saved. And Elena's like, "That's amazing. They all lived. Oh my God, that's so great." And Caroline's like, "No, Elena, Rick was saved across the border. So Rick's a human again. All the magic got stripped away, which means you can't get your memories back." Matt brings Sarah to the Salvatore house and he's like, "This is your family. This is where you're from, but your weird uncle cousins are vampires, so you need to get out of town. You are not safe here." Jeremy's drunk again. He's still trying to cancel Bonnie's phone, but he can't figure it out. He has a whole meltdown this time that like Sarah and Matt have to like calm him down from, because he's getting violent with his outburst. Rick apologizes to Elena for not being able to give her memories back. She forgives him, which is good because it's her fault. And then he has a moment with Joe where he gets to thank her for giving him back his life, because Remember, him and Elena hate being vampires. Caroline gives Stefan a hard time again, and he kind of snaps on her and is like, listen, I know I screwed up, but like, what do I have to do to make you forgive me so we can go back to being friends? And she's like, that's the thing, Stefan. I don't think I want to be friends with you after all of this. Damon goes to see Elena again. This time the door is open between them and they're looking at each other and the music swells. And then we cut to black. Episode 7. Okay, remember that cliffhanger from last week? Elena and Damon are facing each other. They're back together, they're talking. But unfortunately, her memories do not come back. He makes a little Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind joke here. We love a man with taste. I want to be real. All things considered, he handles this relatively well. Like, he does not go on a killing spree. He doesn't snap any necks. He doesn't even yell and scream, okay? If anything, he just kind of cries. He just gets real sad and in his feelings. After the realization that Elena's memories are not just gonna like magically come back, Damon goes over to Rick and checks on him because remember, Rick is in the hospital. He gives him a hard time, but he's also his best friend, so he's checking on him. He also brings up a point of contention that drives me crazy. It's this like impossible loophole that they stumbled into with Rick turning into a human across the border, and it infuriates me every time I see it. I'm like, why did they write it that way? Because the compulsion on Elena for her memories to be gone, when Rick dies as a vampire, it should go away. Y'all remember when Rick died? Like, he died in Joe's arms and then he woke back up. He died. So why did it not work? Because he died a human? That doesn't make any sense to me. That just, I refuse. I don't like it. I think it's dumb. And so does Damon. Enzo, Stefan, and Matt, the dream team we did not know we needed, wake up Trip. Trip's tied up in a shed. And before they kill him, Enzo is like, we need to get information about his friends, okay? Because these hunters are crazy and we need to know more about them. So Stefan just goes cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs mode and starts torturing Trip to get him to talk. Caroline Forbes is having the time of her life encouraging Elena to not date Damon. Finally, she's like, I have everything I need. Don't date him. I'm not gonna date Stefan. You don't date Damon. No more Salvatore boys. She starts pushing Elena towards Liam, which is unfortunate because Liam can't let that girl from the party that was supposed to die but didn't go, and he's like looking into the labs and trying to get more information on what happened to her and the truth of the matter, and Elena's just like, oh my god, I really need you to stop doing that, but he doesn't listen. And then he kisses her and invites her to the hospital fundraiser. Back to the prison world. Bonnie wakes up in the prison world on the couch and she sits up. Her wound has been bandaged. There's no longer an arrow sticking out of her abdomen. And Kai is across the room trying to put the Ascendant back together because remember, she shattered it into a million pieces. He's kind of back on the whole can we work together train, and she's having none of it. So he grabs her and starts stealing her magic. She stabs him in the neck with a pin so he bleeds out, you know, just girly pop things. She takes the Ascendant pieces and runs away. We watched this man die so many times, like a comical amount of times, okay? They really said, we're gonna keep you. Not only are we gonna keep you, we're gonna bring you back repeatedly. But every time, my guy, you're gonna die. You're gonna die more than once, every time. Stefan goes to see Caroline because he's still trying to repent and be her friend again, but she's having none of it and she kicks him out. And right as he's being kicked out, Liz calls her and is like, hey Caroline, do you know where Trip is? And Caroline's like, no, why would I know where Trip is? And Liz is like, oh, because his men kidnapped me, and if you don't give Trip back to them, they're gonna kill me. So Stefan and Caroline get thrown together once again to go try to save Trip because he's being tortured and probably murdered by Enzo and Matt. Enzo finally answers her phone calls, and she's like, where have you been? Why weren't you answering me? Did you kill Trip yet? And he's like, no, I wasn't ignoring you on purpose. I'm so sorry. My hands were covered in blood, and I couldn't get the touchscreen to work. He agrees not to kill Trip until they get Liz back. The whole Liz being stolen situation pisses Matt Donovan off and like proves to him that Trip is the bad guy. Back to our girl Bonnie. She is running. She's in the hospital now looking for things to put on her wound. Then she starts frantically trying to put the Ascendant back together because time is ticking. Tyler is helping Liv out with work. She works at like the grill in the college town, and it's real cute. They're getting real flirty, now that she's getting over the murder that she committed. Damon crashes the hospital fundraiser with Joe and Rick, who went together because they're also getting cute and flirty. Damon sees Elena come in with Liam though, and so that's like a knife to the heart. So Damon being Damon, he can't let it go, and he like introduces himself to Liam, and then Liam is like, hold on, Damon isn't your boyfriend that died? You told me he died. Why is he here now? And Elena and Damon have to be like, she meant like an emotional, like the breakup was so bad, it felt like he died, but he's back now, Liam. So be threatened. Enzo and Caroline are reunited when they meet up to switch Trip and Liz, and we get another cute like hello gorgeous moment, because that's what he calls her, and it's, I live for her being flirted with by the villains. But because Enzo is the way he is, he gets a little jealous, and he uses this moment where Caroline's like snapping at Stefan to be like, are you a complete and total idiot? She's hard on you because she likes you, Stefan. Where have you been? And Stefan is like, she what? No. And Caroline's standing there like, so upset. And Enzo just leaves. He just drops that bomb on them and then is like, I'm needed elsewhere, and leaves. He's a menace to society. Damon and Elena are dancing now at that party, which is always a bad thing because you know our girl loves to dance, and Damon loves to dance with her. He reminds her about that first dance they had back in season 1 at the pageant, and how it was like the first moment they had together where like they realized they could be something more, and she is absolutely falling for him, but she's also struggling because she came to the party with Liam and she wants to be with Liam and she doesn't want to like be unfair to him. She also feels guilty because she knows that like Damon wants her to remember, but she can't, so he's in pain, and he goes a little too hard and is like, I would rather spend every moment in agony than forget being with you. Are you learning nothing, Damon? She's a little freaked out still. Joe, an absolute star, reminds Rick that compelling Elena was Elena's choice, and he needs to let go of the guilt he feels about not being able to give her memories back because that's on her. We're getting a little bit more of Joe's lore now, and so she tells Rick that she got away from her tragic family by giving up her magic, and that's why she's a witch, but she has no powers. Luke shows up at the party and tries to take Liv away with him because the coven is calling them home, but she refuses because she wants to stay with Tyler. Bonnie fixes the Ascendant, but she's missing the final piece. And then the lights in the hospital go out. So Kai shows up and he's got the missing piece, but she attacks him and runs away again. She runs to the parking lot, she gets in Damon's car, she's trying to get away, but the car won't start. And then somehow, Kai's in the car with her. So he grabs her and he's like holding her in place and she's freaking out. It's bad. It's really bad. There are people that ship Bonnie and Kai together. I don't for moments like this because it's too much. Like there's things he does, there's moments where I'm like, wow, they have such good chemistry and they are flirting and I'm here for it. And then there's moments like this where I'm like, Kai, you've got to learn how to talk to people, okay? So he grabs her in the car and he's like, we have an hour until the eclipse. It's time to go home. Remember when I said just like a minute ago that Elena wants to be respectful of Liam's feelings? Forget that, okay? Now she's ready to just remember everything with Damon and get her memories back. So her plan is to like rewind time and go through their memories together and see if they can trigger them. And Damon is all for it. He's like, yes, Liam who? I don't know him. This is one of those scenes. Remember when I said that there are scenes where I see why people ship Bonnie and Kai, and then there are scenes where I'm like, absolutely not. It's not good. This is one of those scenes, okay? In the cave to do the spell, and he brought her stuffed animal. This is the little bear that I don't think we've talked about. I might have mentioned it. It was something that when they first, like her and Damon first got there, she went to her old house and got it, and she said like, this was my stuffed animal. I had it when I was a kid. I lost it. I haven't seen it in years. Look, she's here. How cool is this? So she has her bear back, and Kai brings it to her. And he's like, I thought maybe you'd want to take her back with us. And she's like, thank you so much. But it's like, he goes from being, because he's manipulative, and he's very unhealthy. But he goes from being the worst to this, and I'm like, this is why I'm conflicted. This is what he conflicts me. He gives a little speech about how he knows that she thinks he's a monster, and she's like, well, you murdered your siblings, and he's like, technically I didn't murder all of them, like some of them I just like seriously maimed, but I hear your point, I hear you, and after, 18 years of self-reflection, I do agree that I probably could have handled my anger better. So he just wants to get his family back, and he would do anything to get them back. And he's also really nervous and scared about trying to figure out how to live in the world again, because remember, he's been stuck in 1994. And he hopes that Bonnie has been a good influence on him. And when he gets back, he wants to be more like her. And he holds the bear up and he makes it blow her a kiss. And he's like, what do you say, friends? We're gonna keep coming back to these feelings because we get Kai's story so slowly, and when you get to like a certain scene where he says this one thing, it's gonna be a while until we like fully get to that moment. But oh boy, I can't wait to tell you how he feels. Anyway though, do you remember when Klaus, the mass murderer, killed so many people, has done so many war crimes? Remember when he looked at Caroline and was like, what do you say, friends? I'm just saying, they set us up for something we do not get. Back to the gang in Mystic Falls, they trade Trip and Liz over the border. Liz gets taken away very quickly. Trip is like, I'm so sorry about this. I know it was... His throat gets slit and he dies because Enzo is an evil little British genius and he turned him into a vampire and didn't tell anybody. Bonnie starts the spell with Kai. He is just vibrating out of his skin. He's so excited to go home. But then her magic disappears. So he's holding her hands and his little siphon powers aren't working because there's nothing there. And he's like, where did it go, Bonnie? Well, where is it? Turns out Bonnie put her magic in the bear. And then she got rid of the bear, so the bear is gone. So Kai has a meltdown. He starts screaming. And she's like, remember when you said you wanted to be nicer? Remember when you said you wanted to work on your anger? And I'm like, girl, don't taunt the man with ASPD. Don't pick on him. Of all the things you could be doing, that's bottom of the list. So he's so angry, he just like rounds on her, he gets all up in her space, and he just whispers, where's the stupid bear? And then Bonnie, once again, with no sense of self-preservation, is like, oh, it's gone. I guess we're stuck here forever. Sorry. So Elena's memories aren't coming back, even with Damon trying to talk her through them. It's just not working. He says his favorite memory with her is actually from the summer before she went to college. They went to watch a meteor shower together and it started to rain. That scene, oh boy. Elena makes the crazy batshit decision to run across the border full speed before he can stop her. She starts drowning in place, but she gets these weird flashes of memory as the compulsion is like ripped away from her. Damon grabs her and pulls her back across the border and he's like, what's wrong with you? You can't do that. You will die. And she's like, I was trying to break the compulsion. It was the only thing I could think of. And Damon's like, no, absolutely not. I'm not risking your life. It's not worth it. We'll figure it out. Caroline takes Liz to the hospital to get her checked out after her stay with Trip's men, even though Liz swears she's okay, but she's not. She like might have a concussion and stuff. Stefan gets to talk to her a little bit, but she tells him that she's Caroline's mom and she can't help him get Caroline back, okay? He messed up. He's gonna have to just figure it out for himself. So Stefan goes to Caroline and is like, I'm just trying to understand. What do you mean, like, you had a thing for me? Like, why would you have a thing for me? I can't stand this scene, and neither can Caroline. She's like, what do you mean? You don't get why I had a thing for you. Stefan, have you met yourself? Have you looked in the mirror? Okay? The hero hair, all the good deeds. You're a good guy, Stefan. At least I thought you were. And you were my best friend. And I trusted you. So of course I fell for you a little bit. Are you blind? He says he's so sorry that he didn't see it at the time. And she's like, you mean you're sorry that you don't feel it back? And he's like, no, but I don't know what I feel. You know, I was so messed up during like that part of our friendship. Like, I'm not sure. And she's like, Stefan, I'm sure, okay? If you liked me even a little bit as much as I liked you, you wouldn't have treated me the way you did. So it's fine. We're done. Damon takes Elena home and she says, I remembered part of that night that you were telling me about. Can you tell me what happened after the rain started? And Damon is like, you know what, on second thought, I actually think you're better off without me. I think you should take this second chance and run free into the sunset and forget about me. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Whiplash. These two, it's constant. It's next episode, different, okay? For right now, I guess they're breaking up again. Joe and Rick go home together. Nothing happens, but she changes where he can like see her in the reflection of one of the mirrors, and she's got this big scar on her stomach, and he's like, what is that from? She's like, oh, don't worry about that. It doesn't hurt. I had an accident when I was younger. And by accident, I mean my brother tried to gut me with a hunting knife. I'm sorry, your brother did what with the hunting knife, Joe? Way too calm about it. They kiss on the couch and it's cute. She is my favorite of Rick's love interest. Like Joe supremacy, I adore her. Liam brings Elena those labs of that girl and she's in big trouble because somehow that girl had a chronic injury in her shoulder and it's healed because Elena gave her the vampire blood. So he's like, I want to know what you did because this is fishy and you're a liar. Damon gets drunk in the cemetery and we get to finally see the summer night kiss in the rain moment. This is that iconic scene where it's like him and Elena and they're all cuddled up on each other and she says like, promise me this is forever. And he's like, I promise. It's that scene. And then he finds the bear in the cemetery and he grabs it and he's hugging it and he's like, Bonnie, you're alive. She's a genius. So in the eclipse, she like drained all her magic into the bear and then sent the bear to Mystic Falls. Trigger warning. We're going to talk about some kids being unalived in this episode. Nothing is shown on screen, but we are going to talk about it. Warning you now, if you need to skip ahead to episode 9, I understand. I'm not gonna get crazy graphic, but just wanted to put that out there. All right, so we open in a house we haven't been in before with a young woman lying on the landing of some stairs with a knife in her stomach. Who could it be? Off screen, somewhere else in the house, we hear Kai Parker yelling, Joe? Josette? I know you can hear me. Where are they? Oh no. So young Joe pulls the knife out of her stomach and crawls down the hallway to a bedroom where 2 little blonde kids are hiding. Who do you think they are? She's like, do you guys want to play a game? We're playing a game. Nothing's wrong. Everything's fine. While she's bleeding out from her abdomen, she gets them in her arms and crawls under the bed with them. We cut to Kai strolling down the hallway, dragging a baseball bat through the trails of blood. He gets to the bedroom, he stalks around the room, and then hovers at the side of the bed while Joe is just holding the blonde kids, staring at his very bloody tennis shoes in complete horror. Then we cut to the prison world Kai, where he opens up the trunk of his car and Bonnie's inside and she's like, what's going on? And he's like, you have been asleep for a very long time. I actually flew a plane all by myself. We're in Portland now. Surprise. We learned that he's been alone for like roughly 7,000 days at this point, and if he's been keeping track correctly, it's his favorite day of the year, Thanksgiving. Bonnie's like, why did you bring me to Portland for Thanksgiving? And he's like, oh, we're at my family home. I'm cooking you dinner. He says dinner in his low register voice. I can't Do it. You can't keep getting away with this. Listen, this is another piece of the puzzle that is Kai Parker, because remember, his story spans not only seasons, but shows, so it takes forever to put all the little pieces together. But I could write essays on the fact that his favorite holiday is Thanksgiving. It is truly so painful to me, and it is like brushed over. It's just a detail that we know, and then they're like, forget about it. Don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain. It doesn't matter that he picked that day. It's just a day. But for me, I'm like, oh, you mean the severely mistreated and traumatized child loves the one day of the year when the family gathers together to share a meal. That's what you mean by that? You can say what you want. You can be like, he loves to snack. We see him eating all the time. Maybe he just likes food and that's why he picked Thanksgiving. You are choosing to ignore the implications of the fact that he just wants one night a year where he can sit at the table with everybody else. Argue with the wall. I am not a Kai Parker apologist, but I am a firm believer that if that boy had just been given love and attention, but also therapy, we'd have a different show. We'd have a different character on our hands. Anyway, Elena has decided, because she's super smart, she's just gonna tell Liam she's a vampire. She's just gonna tell him the truth. What could go wrong? Rick, Damon, and Stefan are also in Oregon to try to look for the Ascendant. They're gonna miss Friendsgiving because of this, but Stefan wasn't invited. Whoop. Damon wants Stefan to just go ahead and date Caroline already and just get it over with. Like, what's the big deal? Caroline is a wonderful girl. He should just date her. But Stefan swears up and down that he doesn't like her like that. They get to the home of the Gemini Coven, and it's just this big empty field. Where's the house? Back in the prison world, Kai strolls up to the same plot of land, and there is a house. Big old family house in the middle of a field. He has this moment of being like, I can almost hear the pitter-patter of little sibling feet and the witchy-woo chanting in the air. Mom and Dad calling me an abomination. She's like, why did we have to come here? And he's like, because I wanted to show somebody. I've been alone for 18 years. Welcome to my home. Please come inside. He explains that in the real world, it's hidden by the Coven's magic, thus why the men are standing there looking at an empty field. But here in the prison world, there's no one to do those spells, so the house is open and Bonnie can come inside. Damon uses the bear to tease Stefan about the fact that everybody, including the bear, knew that Caroline liked him, and Stefan's a big ol' freaking idiot. So Stefan takes the bear and like punts it into the field, and it springboards off the spell, blocking the house, and suddenly they can see the house. Tyler and Liv arrive at Thanksgiving. She meets Joe, and Joe's like, wow, you look so familiar. Have we met before? And Liv is like, no, I don't think we've met before. Because remember, Liv is a raging bitch. That's her thing. Luke is an escapist, Liv is a raging bitch. We're gonna learn why. But that's how they cope. Speaking of escapism, Luke is working on a fun time family video because Liv and Luke's birthday is coming up and they're turning 22 and he wanted to do something special for her. Liam tells Elena that he double-checked the charts, those medical records. Everything was normal. He's so sorry he yelled at her. Joe is like, I did that for you, bestie, because I'm dating your weird dad, uncle, brother figure guy, and we're gonna be family. At the witch house, Rick just goes inside the front door and heads up the stairs. And then we get a flash and we go to the prison world where the house is covered in blood. And Kai like strolls through the shot into the kitchen. He's making dinner for Bonnie. She finds his pager on the dinner table and starts like fiddling with it. Remember, he's a 90s boy, so pagers still a thing. He snatches it back from her and he's like, don't touch that. I don't want you to break it, which is such an older sibling thing to do. Bonnie is kind of tired of playing house and she's like, I want to be as far away from you as possible. So what's it gonna take for you to let me just leave and we can just live in this world separated? Okay, we don't have to be around each other. We don't have to hang out. Just let me go and you'll never have to deal with me again. And Kai is like, okay, fine. Can we please just have Thanksgiving dinner together? since I've been alone for 18 years. Friendsgiving, as you can imagine, with a group of Liv, Tyler, Luke, Caroline, Elena, Liam, Joe, and no one else, is very awkward. Caroline tries to get everybody to sit down and be quiet and start eating, and they're gonna go around the table and in 500 words or less say what they are thankful for. But then Luke is like, actually, do you guys want to see a family video of me and Liv? And he like busts out this clip and distracts everybody with it. Joe comes into the room and is like, what is that? And Elena's like, Joe, that kind of sounds like your voice. And Joe's like, that's because it is my voice. That was taken at a birthday party for the twins. Lucas and Olivia? They are the blonde little children that she was hiding under the bed with when Kai was trying to kill everybody. They're all one big, not so happy family, and now they're reunited, yay! Rick figures out the same exact thing. He comes out of the house with all these paper clippings and pictures of Joe, and there is this weird picture of Joe and Kai in Christmas sweaters, and Damon's like, that's Kai. Why is he in this picture? I don't know, Damon. It doesn't make sense given facts we learn later. Why are they in this picture together? I don't know, but there is a very cute picture of the two of them in Christmas sweaters together. It shouldn't exist, in my opinion, but it does. This guy shows up and he's like, who the fuck are you? Why are you on my property? How do you know my son? He shakes Damon's hand and then turns himself and Damon invisible so that Rick and Stefan are left standing in the yard like, where did the house go? Where is Damon? What history lesson from our bestie, Joe? Grams knew the Geminis, okay? It makes sense because she was like an elder in the Bennett Coven, and then the Geminis are very powerful, so it makes sense that they would have connections to each other. Joe actually went to Grams, which is kind of like why Joe is so close to Mystic Falls, because she's in the college town area. So she went to Grams when she left the coven, and Grams is the one that helped Joe like get on her feet and escape and start over. Grams is also the Bennett that helped trap Kai in the prison world, and I'm gonna be so real with you guys right now, that feels out of character for her to me. It just does, okay? Maybe younger, maybe like 1994 Grams was like, sure, whatever, that tracks, we can do it, but I just feel like the Grams we know and love would have had some questions and concerns. So their dad is the leader of the coven currently. Joe and Kai are the oldest twins, and Luke and Liv are the youngest. Those other four in the middle are no longer with us. Liam is still at Friendsgiving, not handling words like witchcraft and spells and coven very well, so Caroline sends him away. Joe says Kai killed those four siblings in the middle to make a point, but he was actually going after Luke and Liv. Everybody at the table is like, why? Why on earth would he do that? What happened? And she explains that Kai doesn't have his own magic, okay? He could only steal it from others. He isolated himself and he acted out, and the parents were like, that boy cannot be the leader of our coven. He is a problem. So they just kept having children until they had a second set of twins. That's why they have so many kids. It took him a while, but Kai figured out the plan and what was going on, and that's when he snapped. Damon wakes up on a couch inside the Parker family home, and Joshua, his name's Joshua, their awesome dad, and he wants to know how Damon got out, if Kai is still in there, and if Kai now knows how to get out. Damon just wants the ascendant. He's like, I will answer all of your questions if you will just give me that thing that I need so that I can go save my friend, because she's stuck in there with him, okay? And Joshua's like, ugh, I get it, you know, but as you seem to have figured out, my son is an unhinged murderer, and I can never let him be free again. We get back to Friendsgiving, where, as you can imagine, Caroline and Elena and Tyler have some questions, and they're like, what does twins have to do with him murdering, and why did he want to kill them? What do you mean, Joe? You didn't explain anything very well. This was not enough information. So it comes out in like broken pieces from Joe and Luke and Liv that their family has a fun, sick and twisted little tradition that they do where the leader of the coven has children, right? Twins, sets of twins are born to the family, and they grow up to age 22, and then they do this fun thing called the merge, where they blend their power together. The stronger one becomes the leader of the coven, and the weaker one dies. It doesn't even sound cool, okay? Why would you want to do that to your kids? There's no one making them do this. I want that to be very clear, okay? The Bennets don't do this. This is not a thing. They just decided this is how they were going to operate their coven and named themselves the Geminis, okay? The Gemini itself doesn't have anything to do with the Parkers. They are just a family that happened to be in this coven, and this is what happened to them. Y'all can make your own rules. In this world, there is nobody telling you what to do, and this is what you decide. This is your choice. What? So Liv runs off because it's obviously an upsetting topic of conversation, and Tyler goes after her. He's like, why didn't you tell me? And she's like, you want to hear about how awful and terrible my family is? Because Liv gets it, okay? Liv has reached the point that I have always been at, which is, why would anybody do this to their children? And Tyler is like, girl, I am one accidental murder away from being a dog, okay? I think I can handle your family being a little weird. This is when we find out that the reason why she pushed Tyler away so much and why she's like denied her feelings for him so often is because it's too hard. Because this whole time she's been approaching this deadline with Luke where one of them is going to die. Joshua tells Damon that if Kai gets out, the first thing he's going to do is go after Jo. He's going to force her to do the merge with him. He's going to win because his siphon powers, he'll overwhelm her and she won't be strong enough to beat him. So he'll win and become the new leader of the coven. And they can't let that happen because the Geminis cannot be led by a madman. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Damon is like, broski, I will just kill him. If he gets out somehow with me trying to get Bonnie out, I will just kill him for you. Right now, I don't care. Joshua is quite honestly maybe the worst father figure in this show. So he starts doing a spell that has something to do with Jo, and it can't be good. Elena has the very well-timed realization that she cannot tell Liam what she is because she doesn't trust him, and that means she also isn't in love with him. So a breakup is imminent. Rick calls Jo and is like, girl, I met your dad and then the house disappeared and he took Damon. What is going on? And she's like, what do you mean? You met my dad. Why are you in Oregon, you buffoon? She explains that if their dad gets a whiff of Kai getting out of the prison world, he will retaliate, so they are in danger. And also they're stupid because the Ascendant has been with her the whole time. That spell that her father is doing is a murder Jo spell, so she starts coughing up blood and passing out in the living room. They don't have a way back into the house, so Jo is like, okay, do you see the tree stump in the yard? Go over to it. Also, Stefan, you are allowed inside. Kai and Bonnie have a very, very slow, like 2.5 hour long dinner together because he is dragging it out. He doesn't want to be alone, and he wants to finish telling her his story. She's like, I know your story. Your coven sent you here after you murdered your siblings. What more is there to say? And he's like, no, my family sent me here, okay? My father treated me like crap for 22 years, and then he locked me in this freaking hellhole. We get the line of Kai being like, he never cared about his kids. It was always like coven first, family second to his dad. That's fairly easily confirmed when we go back to Joshua finishing the spell that is killing Jo. And he says, the coven comes before family. Sir, again, you are making your own choices. You guys, you can say no. You can say, we don't want to do it anymore. What on earth? Damon tries to jump him, but he uses the aneurysm spell and Damon goes down. Then in the tree stump, Rick and Stefan find the knife that Jo pulled out of her stomach, you know, the one Kai stabbed her with. That's where she put her magic. So it's like the teddy bear. Stefan throws it onto the porch so that he can see the house again and go inside. He gets in and saves Damon, but before they can attack and grab Joshua, he turns himself invisible. That's gonna be a fun hallmark of the Parkers. They all just love to be invisible and do things while they're invisible. The trio of boys are fine now in Oregon, but Jo is dying on the couch, and there's nothing Liam and Elena can do because it's a creepy witch death. So her eyes are like covered with like a red film, like it's bad. Her dad like nuked her from the inside out, and Elena knows they don't have any other options, so she quickly bites her wrist and gives Jo some of her blood, and Liam is like, what is going on? We didn't even cut the turkey. It works and Joe lives, but Liam freaks out. He does not handle the whole my girlfriend's a vampire very well at all. So Elena compels him and is like, I need you to forget our entire relationship. I'll see you in class on Monday. And he's like, I'll see you in class on Monday, Elena. And he leaves. Bye, Liam. Bye, Liam. Finally. It only took 7 episodes to get rid of him. We go back to the flashbacks from the beginning of the episode. We see Kai coming out of the house, looking for the twins still with the baseball bat, while Jo is in the yard hiding her knife into the tree stump. She stops him and she's like, I will do the merge with you if you will just leave everybody else alone. And he's like, absolutely. That's what I wanted this whole time. He's telling Bonnie, he's like, she even gathered the coven to help. Like, everybody showed up, we're doing the merge, everything's good. They start the merge spell, but nothing happens. And Kai, again, they're holding hands because they're merging. And he's like, where's your magic, Jo? What did you do? Coven is standing around them. They're in the woods. The coven's standing around them in this creepy circle and they're not saying anything. And this is when Kai starts to panic. He's like, what did you do, Jo? Why aren't they talking? Like, we're merging. This is a big deal. Why is no one saying anything? What is going on? The panic. And Joshua jumps out behind a tree and is like, surprise, children. And he attacks Kai. The coven just watches while Kai screams and cries and rolls around on the ground in pain and gets sent to the prison world. Back in the prison world, done with his story. Kai's taken Bonnie to the big tree stump in the yard. He digs out the knife. He figured out what we already know, which is that Jo hid her magic in there because of what Bonnie did with the teddy bear. So that's the whole reason they came to Portland. That is why they're here, okay? So he gets the knife and he's like, would you look at that? It's still full of magic. He holds it in his hand and siphons all the magic off and it like floats up and then he catches it again and he's like, well, there's no magic in it anymore. So now he's all juiced up and ready to go home. And Bonnie's like, you need a Bennett witch to get home? And he's like, no, actually, I've watched you do that spell twice now. So I think I know how to do it. And all I need is Bennett blood. And then he stabs Bonnie. So he stabs Bonnie and leaves her there in the yard. Y'all know that meme that's like, that's your man? That's yours? That's how I'm starting to feel. After being filled in by Damon on why the dad was upset and everything, Rick is like, okay, great. Well, we're not risking Joe's life, so we're gonna have to figure out another way to do this. And Damon is like, incredible, Rick, thank you. And then he compels him to steal the Ascendant from Joe anyway. Liv wakes up at Tyler's house in Mystic Falls. He says that he wants to keep her there because magic doesn't work inside the town, so the coven can't track her. Like, if they want to come for her, they're gonna have to come into town and like do it the like human way to get to her. She agrees and thinks it's really sweet, and she apologizes for ruining Thanksgiving, and he says, it's okay. You can make it up to me next year because you're not dying. Stefan goes to see Caroline again. He apologizes this time for pushing her away after Damon died. He says that he had to do it that way because she was such a good friend that he knew she would let him like grieve and cry and be upset, and he couldn't take that, so he had to push her away in order for him to like handle things. Elena goes to see Damon. She's pissed about the fact that he didn't tell her that Bonnie was still alive and also didn't take her to Oregon with him on Thanksgiving to go look for the things they needed to save Bonnie. He's like, I'm sorry, I didn't want to get your hopes up. Like, I'm getting my hopes up and I'm a little scared because I got so attached to Bonnie in the prison world and being her friend like meant a lot to me, and I just want her to be safe. She admits to breaking up with Liam because she still feels something for Damon. They make a plan to go get Bonnie together so that they can ask her for advice on what they should do for their relationship. It's so cute. Bonnie wakes up in the yard in Portland, so she can't die either. Grams did something, and now Bonnie and Kai, that prison world is like keyed to both of them, and so neither of them can die when they're there. The pager is going off, and the message is, I lied. She freaks out and goes running through the yard. Yeah, he took the car. So when she agreed to have dinner with him, he was like, absolutely, and I'll even give you my car so that you can leave when we're done. He's the worst. He's the worst. We open with Rick setting the mood at Joe's apartment with candles and Thai food and wine. There is a reoccurring theme between the two of them that in all the ways that Rick is basically an alcoholic, so is Joe, and I love that for them. Joe opens up and explains that her betraying Kai was her bargaining chip to get out of the family, so that's why they agreed to let her leave. And also she took the Ascendant with her so that she could keep it and she would know that no one could let him out. The next morning, Rick brings the stolen Ascendant to Damon, and then Damon compels him to forget all of that and go back to Joe and bring her coffee. Damon got coffee for them, and he's like, go back to her, go have a good morning, bye-bye. Jeremy's doing better and finally ready to move on with his sad little life. So of course, Elena chooses to tell him that Bonnie is actually still alive in the prison world and they think they can get her out. And Jeremy's like, amazing! I will believe it when I see it. Bye. And he just jogs off because he's back on his workout grind. Liv agrees to help Damon and Elena with the spell that they need to go back into the prison world and find Bonnie. Tyler's distraught because he doesn't want anything to happen to her, but he lets her go because he's trying to learn boundaries, and he promises that he's going to find a way to save her anyway. They have their first kiss. It has taken so many episodes to get here, but here we are. With Damon and Elena, Liv explains that they have about 8 hours to get to Bonnie and get out of the prison world. She gives them 3 vials of her blood so that she can find them inside and bring them back out. So they hop over into the prison world to start looking for Bonnie. And Damon's like, remember, there's a 22-year-old homicidal murderer wandering around. Be careful. Except there isn't a 22-year-old homicidal maniac running around in the prison world. No, he's in a taxi with a taxi driver driving him somewhere, meaning he got out. He gets dropped off in Whitmore. He can't pay the fee for the taxi. So what does he do? He strangles the taxi driver with a freaking headphone cord. Elena and Damon can't find Bonnie, so they assume the worst, that Kai has taken her. So Damon sends his number to the pager, and they're like, now we just have to wait for Kai to call us back and we can find out where they are and hopefully bargain with him. Matt takes our girl Sarah to meet with Stefan, but Enzo shows up to kick up a fuss because he wants to know what's going on. Stefan is floored when he realizes that Sarah is here and the family has a new token human. And then Bonnie calls. She's in Indiana, so she needs to just gun it all the way back to Mystic Falls, but she should make it to them with 30 minutes to spare. Liv is at work at the bar in the college town, and Kai comes in. She didn't recognize him, so he sits down at the bar and makes a fun little joke about how her name is Liv, and that's ironic. Joe confronts Rick about how he must have taken the Ascendant because it's missing, and she and him are the only two that know where it was. He's like, no, why would I ever do that to you? I would never do that. No, absolutely not. I have no memory of taking it. And she's like, no memory of taking it. But your best friend's a vampire. I need to take you to the border right now, and we need to see if the compulsion wears off. Rick is adamant. He's like, absolutely not. Damon would never do that to me. He's my friend. And she's like, get in the car. Get in the car. Damon makes Elena pancakes like he used to make for Bonnie, and she puts the little whipped cream fangs on the smiley face like he used to do. I love moments like that. It's so cute. Quickly ruined, though, by the fact that he has to own up to stealing the Ascendant because she's put it together that Joe would never have willingly given it up. So how did they end up with it? And he's like, yeah, I compelled Rick into stealing it. I'm sorry. This upsets her a lot, and she's like, you can't keep getting away with the behavior pattern of using things like Bonnie and saving her in this instance to make me fall in love with you again. It makes you do terrible things. At the little diner that they're meeting at, Stefan orders milkshakes to cover up the sound because Enzo is listening. So he's covering the sound of him telling Sarah, I know you're lying, and I know you're not Sarah Salvatore. So in just a minute, you're gonna stand up with me and you're gonna get in my car and we're gonna go on a little drive. Back at the bar, Kai is trying to trigger Liv into realizing who he is, but it's not working because raging bitch. She just thinks he's this annoying idiot that won't stop talking and leave her alone. He's also on Twitter, which makes so much sense for him. I also think he would really like Tumblr. They're alone in the bar now and he asks for a proper drink. He orders gin and she makes fun of him and is like, you're an old man, what's wrong with you? And he's like, yeah, check my ID. She does. And she's like, this says 1972. Nice try. You look 19. And he's like, oh yeah, check it again. Why don't you look at the name and the address? She is like, Malachi Parker, and panics. Before she can get away, he grabs her arm and starts stealing her magic from her. She stabs him in the arm, and instead of running for the front door, she goes up to the second story because the bar has like a weird balcony second level above the back of the bar. So she runs up there. So he chases her and he locks all the doors, which he probably would have done even if she had run for the front door. But like, girl, this is a horror movie. Why would you go upstairs? He tells her that he's more than a little sad that she doesn't recognize him, because it means that not only did their dad lock him in the prison world, but he must have erased Kai from existence within the family. And it's true, because Liv and Luke have no idea what he looks like. Before he can like fully attack Liv though, he's villain monologuing and Tyler tackles him off the balcony. Enzo tells Matt that he doesn't believe that Stefan and Sarah just wanted to go on a friendly little family drive. In fact, he knows that Stefan is lying and he wants to figure out what he's lying about. Sarah keeps trying to convince Stefan that she is Sarah Salvatore and she is not lying and she would never lie, and she has these pictures of Zach and her mom, Grace, like, what? This is me, I'm Sarah, I promise. And he's like, actually, the real Sarah Salvatore goes to school at Duke University, and I've been watching her since the day she got adopted, okay? So you are a con artist, Missy. She tries to run away, but he's a vampire, so he stops her, and she admits that her name is actually Monique. Elena has gone to her old house to sulk on the front porch. Damon comes over and he tells her that he's not saving Bonnie for Elena. He's saving Bonnie for Bonnie because he misses her and he wants to save her. She's his friend. She says that the porch swing used to creak, and he's like, oh yeah, it did. I fixed it. I kind of fixed everything that was even remotely wrong with the house in 1994 because I missed you so much. And Bonnie and I came here every day and talked about you. And Elena is like, oh my God. You know, Damon, I'm really sorry that I got rid of the memories because they were only half mine and I shouldn't have done it. Yeah, girl. Nice. I'm glad we're on the same page. All of a sudden, they get yeeted out of the prison world and they find Tyler and Liv standing there. Tyler's like, I'm sorry, we had to get you out. I have to take Liv back into Mystic Falls. Her brother's here. Monique tells Stefan that she met Sarah and they were friends, and she decided to take over her life when she found out that Sarah had no intention of going after her family, and Monique just desperately wanted a family. So she was like bouncing around through foster care and had a miserable upbringing, and she just wanted to find people. And since Sarah didn't want them, Monique took them. Stefan's like, I get it. That's very sad. Give me your Vervain bracelet. I'm compelling you. Forget everything. Leave. Bye-bye. But Enzo and Matt show up, and Matt is like, why doesn't she know who I am anymore? Did you compel her? What are you hiding, Stefan? Is Enzo right? Are you lying about something? Enzo is a nightmare, so he grabs Monique and is like, tell me what's going on, or I'll kill her, Stefan. Stefan insists that the baby is dead, and so this girl is not Sarah Salvatore, and that's as simple as it is. He was just getting rid of her. Enzo says, that's not the whole truth, and I know it. And because Stefan doesn't stop him, he kills Monique. Back in the cemetery, Damon assures Elena that they have the Ascendant. They can go back in to get Bonnie as many times as they need to. They will get her out. It will be okay. So of course, Kai shows up and smashes it against a tree. He also says he didn't think Bonnie Bennett was that great, which is a damn lie. Damon goes to kill him, but Kai took that magic from Liv, so he's strong right now. They get into a fight, and then he lights the Ascendant on fire while Elena is holding it, and it catches her arm on fire too. Then he starts using voiceless magic, which is not supposed to be easy to do. He's hiding from Damon, and Damon still manages to catch him and hit him, and he throws him over the town border. So his magic stops, and Elena is no longer on fire. And Kai's like, oh no, looks like there's a psycho running around Mystic Falls, and no vampires around to stop him. Whoops. He just walks into town. Holding Monique's dead body, Matt tells Stefan that he's actually a lot like Enzo because he's always been willing to let humans die if it means saving vampires. You remember just like an episode or so ago when Matt was like, Trip is the problem. Humans like this are what's wrong with the world. We should just work with the vampires. Forget that, okay? Forget all of that. Elena calls Jeremy and tells him exactly what he knew was gonna happen, which is that they didn't save Bonnie and she's still trapped in the prison world. Then Matt shows up and is like, I need you to channel all that rage and sadness you're feeling into becoming a hunter again, because we're gonna kill Enzo. Okay, Matt, where did that come from? Rick confronts Damon and punches him in the face as retaliation for the compulsion trick, and then he punches him again when he finds out that Kai did get out, and now Joe's in danger. Elena comes over to comfort him, and he says that he left Bonnie a note that said they were going to be on the front porch of Elena's house, and she should be getting there now, and they're not there, so she's all alone. Sure enough, we cut to Bonnie running through the street, running up onto the front porch, opening the door, and realizing she's all alone. It is heartbreaking. There's like music swelling, so we can't hear her crying, but she just like drops to her knees and like sinks into a puddle and just sobs. Tyler comes home and finds Kai drinking a bottle of gin in the living room. He tries to fight him, but Kai just breaks the bottle on the door jamb and puts it to Tyler's throat. And he's like, I'd rather not kill you, but I will. Tyler asks what he wants, and Kai's like, this is gonna sound crazy, but I actually want to save Liv's life. He lets him go and lowers the bottle and goes, feel like making a deal with the devil? I volunteer. So episode 10 opens with confirmation that Rick and Joe are aware they are dating. Thank God, we finally got there. Joe is at the hospital. She's helping these kids that have come in an accident. They're all covered in blood. One of the girls wakes up and she's asking questions, trying to figure out what happened, but the girl can't talk. And then behind Joe, it is such a scary, it's so scary. It's got no business being as spooky as it is. So Joe is trying to frantically figure out what is going on and why this girl is freaking out so badly, but the girl is so scared she can't talk. And then behind Joe's shoulder, we see Kai sit up on one of the beds, and he comes over to Joe, grabs her, and goes, I stabbed her, and then knocks Joe out. The gang's back in Mystic Falls for Christmas, and Bonnie has her long hair again. Just kidding, it's a flashback. Bonnie is alone in the prison world, setting up a Christmas tree in the parking lot because it's tree lighting day. Caroline isn't feeling like she wants to celebrate because she can't go home to be with her mom, so when she gets back to the dorm, Liz is there and she's planning on like decorating the dorm with Caroline. Stefan also shows up to help because Liz is an evil genius and she invited him. Elena and Damon are looking into info about the Ascendant and how they could help Bonnie, but they're not finding anything. She is, however, getting very flirty with Damon. Rick calls in a panic because Joe is missing. She disappeared from the hospital and nobody can find her. Damon's like, back to my original plan. We're just gonna kill Kai. But Tyler has joined the dark side and he is planning on ensuring that Kai stays alive so that Kai can force Joe to merge with him, ensuring that Liv and Luke stay safe. Matt and Jeremy lie and say, of course we'll help look for the crazy mass murderer and Rick's missing girlfriend, no problem. But really they're hunting Enzo for sport. So it turns out that the knife Joe hid her magic in is missing. Kai already went looking for it and couldn't find it. So he wants Liv and Luke to do a locator spell so that they can find it, and then he can force Joe to get her magic back and then merge with her. Luke is standing by the Gemini Coven. He's like, this is not what we're supposed to allow to happen. Okay, letting him become the leader is crazy nonsense behavior. We have to do our job, Liv. But Liv, as I mentioned before, is like, no, I don't see how it's fair for us, the younger siblings, to do anything when our older siblings were supposed to do it for us. Damon is like, joke's on everybody. I had the knife all along. I'm the one who took it from Portland. But when he opens up his little secret hiding spot, it's missing. Cut to a random like crypt location in the cemetery, and Kai is there with the knife, and Luke and Liv are there, and Joe is also there, but she's very much unconscious right now. Caroline wants to know why Stefan can't take the hint and leave her alone, because she keeps asking him to do that and he's just not listening. He insists that he's trying to make it up to her, and then Liz gets dizzy and almost passes out. back to the cemetery with the Parker siblings. This is the episode where Kai starts calling Jo sissy. As a big sister, I both love and hate it because this is what my little brother called me growing up. So part of me is like, ow, and then the other part of me is like, leave her alone. So Jo wakes up, and after some awkward hellos amongst the four of them, Kai whips out the knife again and stabs her in the arm with it because he's trying to like force the magic back into her. It doesn't work, so he stabs her a second time. Luke tries to stop him, but then Kai just turns the knife on him and he says something like, I tried to kill you when your brain was the size of an acorn. You think I won't do it again now? So Luke leaves because he refuses to watch Jo be hurt. Jo explains that it has to be her choice to take the magic back into herself because it was her choice to put it in the knife in the first place, and also now that he stabbed her, she's gonna bleed out in approximately 30 minutes, which wouldn't it be so funny and silly and goofy if he kills her on accident before she can even merge with him? This is very upsetting to Kai because remember, he doesn't think through his actions, so he shouldn't have stabbed her in the first place, and yet he did, and he stands up to Liv and he's like, I'm gonna go get a bandage. Figure out how to get the magic back into her before I get back, okay? Elena meets with Caroline at the hospital while Liz is getting examined, and the two of them bond over the fact that it's heartbreaking that Bonnie is alone on Christmas. Damon calls Tyler and he's like, listen, Wolf Boy, this has your particular brand of stupidity written all over it. You're working with Kai, aren't you? You're all trying to like pull one over on us and get rid of Jo. This is ridiculous and stupid. Tyler hangs up on him. And then Damon runs into Luke and tells Luke the same thing. He's like, are you insane? Like, you can't trust him. You can't work with him. What's wrong with you? And because Luke already felt that way, he agrees to help Damon. Stefan tells Elena that it turns out Liz has cancer. They actually found it when Liz got brought in after Tripp's men kind of hurt her and they thought maybe she had a concussion. No, she was dizzy because she has cancer. But she's been keeping it from Caroline because she didn't want to ruin Christmas. Matt tricks Enzo into meeting up with him, saying that he's going to give him information about Monique, but it's actually a blank file, and before Enzo can react, Jeremy jumps out and kidnaps him. Jeremy thought they were just gonna stake him and kill him quickly, but Matt Donovan is cracked out of his mind now, so he's ready to brutally torture Enzo and then drag him over the border and have him die in town. Jeremy refuses and says he won't be a part of it and leaves. Jo tries to comfort Liv and like play the big sister card, but like, Miss Ma'am, you abandoned them to your abusive father for 18 years. I don't think it's gonna work. Sure enough, Liv is like, yeah, no, I don't feel bad for you because this is your job. This is why you were born. We were replacements for your mistake. Like, you need to be strong enough to beat Kai because I'm not losing Luke for you. Jo at first refuses to believe that she could ever be strong enough to beat Kai because his siphon powers would overwhelm her. That's what they've always been told. But Liv is like, do you not understand how badass you are? Like, you built this entire life for yourself without magic. You did it completely the human way on your own. You can beat our brother. Kai shows up and snatches a little bit of Liv's magic and then starts torturing her with her own magic and like threatening to kill her because he still needs either Luke or Liv to be dead if Jo's not gonna merge with him. So then Jo grabs the knife and takes her magic back into herself. Rick and Damon are working together again, even though Rick is still deeply pissed about the whole compulsion situation. Kai holds Jo's face to double check that her magic is back, and then he makes fun of her for giving up so easily just to save Liv. Outside the crypt, Damon whistles, and because Kai is nothing if not an overconfident idiot, he just strolls outside. I think he's got a baseball bat or something. They get into a pretty rough fight because remember, Kai took some of Liv's magic, so he's still powerful in this moment. But then Rick jumps out and snatches Kai and like puts a gun to his head, and he is about to kill him. Damon is like, amazing, take the shot, it's time, we're done with you, stupid demon boy. And then Jo comes running out and she's like, no, 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 don't do that. If you do that, then Luke and Liv still have to merge. I'm strong enough, I can beat him. So Rick just like knocks him out instead, and Kai just like falls over. Tyler goes off on Luke to the point where Liv has to get in between them and stop them from killing each other. Luke has this iconic line of being like, if we don't stop him, he will win the merge, and then he will kill all of us, and then he'll start killing innocents because he's crazy and bored and homicidal. Stefan takes it upon himself to be the one to tell Caroline about her mom's cancer. He considers it punishment for having hurt her. Rick and Joe bond over how crazy batshit this whole merge situation is, and they have a real sweet moment together. They really, truly care about each other. This is why she's my favorite love interest for him. Damon ties Kai up on the anti-magic border because he's a fucking idiot. And then he starts pelting him with rocks and teasing him. Kai starts asking questions about how the border works and how weird it is that Mystic Falls just like can't have any magic in it anymore. And Damon, being an idiot, tells him that it was a spell done by like a bunch of travelers, and when they send Kai to hell, he can just ask them there. So Kai's like, wow, that must have been a really big spell. And then he sinks his sexy little ring-covered fingers into the ground and starts siphoning up the traveler magic spell. I want you to just think about how much magic that is. It covers the whole town. Bad idea. Do you think Damon notices? Not until it's too late. Why would he be paying attention? All alone, Bonnie puts up a Christmas tree in the parking lot. Don't forget she's by herself and sad. Remember how there's that flashback to like past Christmases in the beginning of the episode? The flashbacks have really just been centered on Liz and Caroline and like the last Christmas they had together before their lives went to shit. Stefan goes to Caroline and tells her the truth about what's happening to Liz, and she does not handle it well. Kai starts throwing a spooky witch tantrum and just making a giant storm because he now has the magic from a spell that covered an entire town. It's such a bad storm that it cuts out cell reception. Like, y'all remember when that happened when the traveler spell was activated? It's happening again. Remember how Matt was driving Enzo back into Mystic Falls? Yeah, well, Enzo wakes up in the back of the van. Damon finally realizes that Kai has stopped talking right around the time he realizes that Kai is chanting now and his chains are melting into the ground. Matt drives into town and parks right on the other side of the border, and Enzo starts dying in the back of the van. Kai finishes his chanting and starts to smile. That is never a good thing. Matt throws open the doors to the back of the van, and you guessed it, Enzo is alive and angrier than ever. He snatches Matt by the throat and goes, "Wow, it's a Christmas miracle." Damon calls Kai a freaky little magic sucker, which he's gotta know was gonna be triggering because then Kai starts throwing Damon and Rick around the cemetery like little rag dolls. And then he vanishes because remember, the Parkers like to be invisible. Enzo didn't kill Matt because our old boy is not as crazy as he would like you to think he is, and Matt's not his enemy. In fact, Enzo explains that as punishment for what he tried to do, Matt is now going to help Enzo in his quest to find out Stefan's secrets and ruin his life. Then after that, Enzo will decide if Matt can live or not. Elena calls Damon and says that she had a horrible day and she really wants to see him. And he's like, "Girl, come over to the house. I will make you dinner right now." Sad scene of Stefan talking to Caroline. She's freaking out. She's like, "I'll just give my mom some of her blood." And Stefan's like, "Caroline, sweetie, don't you think if vampire blood could cure cancer, we would know that by now? It doesn't work." We get a nice shot of Stefan sitting with Caroline and holding her when she starts to cry. The tumor is too aggressive and it's also like on her brainstem already, so there's no treatment options and Liz is dying. An equally heartbreaking scene, in the prison world, Bonnie is standing in front of the tree all by herself saying that she misses everybody, and Jeremy is the only one at the tree lighting ceremony in Mystic Falls saying he misses Bonnie. So they're in the same spot, just separated between the worlds. I don't want to be here anymore. Damon's getting ready for Elena to come over, and then he hears rumbling from outside. He goes out and his car is in the driveway. Turns out while Stefan was like hiding out working as a mechanic, he was fixing Damon's car for him. Once they go back inside, Stefan agrees that he is in fact going to stay in town with the gang. He definitely can't leave Caroline now, is what it boils down to. Elena knocks on the door to the house and Damon opens it to let her in. There's mistletoe hanging from the doorway, so she teases him about it. And she's like, "Was that a little trap for me?" But Damon goes, "Hello? Anybody there?" Yeah, he can't see her, y'all. It's almost like she's invisible. So Kai pops up behind her and he's like, "Hey, so sorry, that's actually my fault. I'm cloaking both of us right now. I'm getting pretty good at the cloaking spells, don't you think?" Then he knocks her out with like a crowbar or something, and we cut to black. He's got this awful, terrible habit of like cracking his neck evilly in moments like this. So like the last shot is him like, and then like smiling at the camera. I don't know if I've mentioned that before, but he does it a lot. So I need you all to suffer through that with me. Also, yes, it is getting really, really hard to explain my feelings about this fucking menace to you guys, okay? I'm doing my best. Yeah, so Kai kidnapped Elena. She comes to tied up in a chair at a table in the grill, and Kai is like across the table from her, just like chatting away while he eats dinner. He explains that he is quite literally just overflowing with this traveler magic to the point where his magic is like fairly uncontrollable. This scene where he explains that he accidentally killed the grill manager because he can't fully control himself and the guy wouldn't let him in because he had Elena unconscious over his shoulder is just like top tier entertainment, like no notes. So yeah, he basically needs to like drain off some of this excess magic, siphon it from himself, if you will, and he's decided that he is going to practice his spells on Elena because she's a vampire and it would be really, really hard to kill her, and also a little bit fun. The scene ends with him pulling a Voldemort and revealing a body on the table because once again, what do the Parkers love? Invisibility. So yeah, the grill manager is just dead on the table in front of Elena and he was cloaking him. Moving on, Stefan wakes up back at home because remember he's decided to stay at the house again, and Liv and Joe are downstairs in his living room practicing magic. He's like, why exactly is this happening here in the morning? And Joe is like, oh, Damon said we could be here. He said no one would mind. Damon's visiting Liz in the hospital because remember, that's his bestie. Rick, Enzo, Liz. Those are his best friends. He tells her about Elena standing him up because he thinks Elena just bailed. They haven't put together yet that Kai has Elena. And Liz puts out another all call hoping that the sheriff's department can help find Kai. Caroline then brings Liz home and gets her settled back at the house with Stefan's help. There's a really sad moment here where we realize that this is the first time Stefan has ever watched somebody die from like natural causes, because remember, he starts over every couple decades because people realize he's not aging, so he's never stayed close enough to a human to just watch them pass away. Caroline heads over to Duke University to get a second opinion from a doctor over there, and Stefan goes with her because remember, the real Sarah Salvatore goes to Duke. Elena wakes up a second time. Now she's chained to a ceiling in the high school. Kai tries to turn her blood into acid, but accidentally melts her ring instead. She is devastated because that daylight ring is like the last thing that Bonnie made for her, so she starts freaking out. He follows her into the science lab. She goes X Games mode and lights her own hand on fire and then like ignites a stream of gas, because remember they're in the science lab, and it makes an explosion that knocks him out. Damon comes home to find Joe still failing to learn her basic spells. Also, Liv is now wearing his shirt because Joe burned hers and they've taken over his house. His phone rings and he goes, "Magic Camp, how may I help you?" And it is my favorite Damon line, maybe ever. It's Elena, frantically telling him that she's trapped at the school with Kai. Kai catches her, so she has to hang up the phone and run away, but his magic is still acting up, so it takes him 3 times to successfully snap her neck and knock her unconscious, and then we get a moment of him being like, yes, I did it. Stefan and Caroline get to Duke, and she goes to meet with the doctor, and he goes to see Sarah's art exhibit, and freaking Enzo shows up! Caroline meets with the doctor and compels the lady to tell her the truth and do her best to like help Liz. The lady looks at her charts and says that there is no option medically that they could do. She actually has a patient in pretty similar condition to Liz, and they've just told him that like there's no more options left, and Caroline asks to see that guy. Elena wakes up a third and final time to see Kai wearing the Timberwolves shirt. It's one of my favorite looks on this dude. Being herself, Elena decides to try to reach out to him and see if she can connect and find out if there's really nobody he's ever cared about. He proceeds to tell her about one of his little brothers that he actually was kind of close to, and they like played video games together, and the little brother always won, and like one of Kai's favorite memories is like finally beating him at the game, followed closely by his second favorite memory, which was beating him to death. Kai, we were so close. He tells Elena not to waste her energy on him because he read somewhere that the most important thing is that you like yourself, and he likes himself, so it's not a big deal. Liv does a cloaking spell on Damon so he can sneak into the school and save Elena. But she vanishes. And then Luke shows up, apologizes, and also vanishes. So Joe steps in and agrees to do the cloaking spell, but she's not as strong as Liv and Luke and Kai, so she's gonna have to go inside the school with Damon and stay with him while she does the spell. Luke took Liv because their awesome dad of the year is freaking out and wants them to come home. Liv blows up at him and she's like, you don't even understand what you just did. You just cloaked me and I couldn't stop it, meaning that I am not as strong as you, and if we do the merge, you are confirmed going to kill me. This absolutely breaks Luke's heart because he's definitely been ignoring this truth about himself and the fact that he's the stronger twin for a while now, so now they're both devastated. Caroline goes to see the patient that's dying of the same cancer that Liz has. She realizes that he has no next of kin, and so fairly selfishly decides to give him her blood as a test to see if it will work. Kai starts drawing little Ks on Elena's cheek with his magic. I know. Damon and Joe get into the school to hunt for Kai, and they're bickering so intensely, like a bunch of idiots, that they don't hear him coming down the hallway. They're coming from this way, and he starts coming from this way, and they don't hear him until he is literally right in front of them. But the spell works, and he walks away. Back at that art show at Duke, Enzo threatens to introduce himself to Sarah if Stefan doesn't tell him what on earth is going on. So Stefan spills the beans and is like, look, I hid her from Damon because Damon is an unhinged murderer and I didn't trust him with the knowledge that she was alive. Caroline calls Stefan freaking out and begs him to come meet her, and Enzo backs off. Damon and Joe get to Elena and get her free, but Elena can't just go running off outside because her ring is gone and it's daytime. Also, Joe's starting to bleed from her nose because the spell is too much for her and she's starting to die. Liv tells Tyler the truth about how if they merge, Luke will definitely kill her, and she can't run because her family is insane and they will hunt her. He gets mad and is like, well then just go home then. If you refuse to run, why don't you just go home? And she gets all upset and she's like, this is why it was a mistake to be with you. I knew it was going to be too painful. Then they both get sad because they lash out when they're angry, and he hugs her while she cries. Luke shows up, also crying, and he's like, okay, so I called Dad and I stood up to him and I told him that I refused to do the merge if it means ever hurting my sister. And they're all just crying in the dorm. It's a moment. Joe collapses into Damon's arms. The spell breaks and Kai catches them. So the way this scene is happening, Kai is down here on one end of the hallway. Damon and Joe and Elena are here, okay? Elena is hurt. She is not in fighting shape. Damon is fighting shape, okay? Joe collapsed, about to die at any moment. Kai overflowing with magic still, okay? Absolutely. He could handle all three of them. What does he do? He lets Joe leave. Suddenly, Elena disappears and Damon's like, what? Where did she go? And Kai's like, are we not cloaking people anymore? I thought that's what we were doing. I thought that was our thing. So the boys get into a fight in the hallway and Damon stabs Kai with the end of a mop handle, except it's not Kai, it's Elena. Not only is our boy getting better and better at cloaking spells, he's also getting better at illusions. Elena starts to pass out and Kai barbecues Damon so that he can go after Joe. He catches her in the hallway. She's running away basically on her hands and knees, and he bends down and snatches her up and starts dragging her with him. But before they can get very far, Baby Gilbert shows up and shoots him with a crossbow. And then Rick jumps out and shoots him with a sedative, knocking Kai out so that Rick can then hold Joe, because remember, she is not doing well. The guy Caroline gave her blood to is up and running about and acting like his cancer is healed. She's thrilled to death, but Stefan is like, I'm a little concerned. It feels a little too easy. Damon digs out the wood from Elena's chest wound, and she's like, no, there's still a piece in there. I can feel it. If you have anything to say to me, Damon, you need to say it now. And he's like, what are you talking about? There's nothing else inside of you. I've gotten it out. I've gotten all the splinters out. She starts laughing because it was a joke. Earlier on in the episode, Kai called her a crazy pants. I would like to say that personally, I agree. Rick asks if she's okay, and she says she's never felt more alive. Which is cute, I guess. Enzo is back at the gallery, tormenting the poor art professor with his terrifying backstory and basically being like, yeah, I'm a mass murdering vampire who was tortured for so many years. Is that weird? Do you think that's weird? I don't think it's weird. I think I'm normal. And the lady's just like, okay, and well, what can I do for you, sir? And he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take my time on this revenge. I'd like to buy all of Sarah's paintings, please. What? So the gang has decided that the best course of action is to tie Kai up on the couch at Rick's apartment and just leave him there until the magic from the Traveler's Spell drains out of him. Elena invites Damon on another date. Things are getting real steamy between the two of them. Rick tries to bond with Damon about how cool and badass their girlfriends are, but Damon is like, Rick, you need to look me in the eyes and hear me when I say this. Joe cannot beat Kai. And Rick's like, what are you talking about? She's getting stronger every day. Of course she can do it. We have to believe in her. And Damon's like, okay, sure. Stefan tells Caroline the truth about Sarah and what was happening with Enzo, and Caroline is like, oh my god, that's so sweet that you look after her even if she doesn't know you're there. That's adorable and not stalkerish at all. Thank you for sharing this secret with me, Stefan. He holds her hand, all cute, as if he doesn't know that she still has a crush on him, you terrible boy. She tells her mom what she found out at Duke, and Liz kind of reluctantly agrees to try the vampire way since there's nothing they can do medically. But we cut back to that hospital patient. He's in his room alone, freaking out, very sick. Caroline gives her mom blood, and she drinks it. Caroline is sleeping in a chair in Liz's room so she can keep an eye on her. She hears somebody in the house and goes downstairs. When she opens the door, the cancer patient is there, and he's like, Caroline Forbes, what did you do to me? She calls Stefan, and he comes over hella concerned. They've got Colin, the guy's name is Colin, he's on the couch. Stefan pulls back the curtain, and Colin starts to burn, meaning he's a vampire. So that means that the blood didn't work, he died, and then came back as a vampire. Except he's still sick. We go back to Rick's living room. Kai has now been upgraded from the couch to a literal hospital bed in the middle of like the dining room. Damon has been brought in to babysit him, which I'm sure we can all agree is a wonderful idea, and I bet nothing will go wrong there. Liv and Tyler wake up together in bed. They're discussing where they should go for break while school's out. Then somebody starts knocking on the door. They frantically get up and start getting dressed. It's her dad. He's early to take her to dinner because it's her birthday. At the hospital, Joe tries to do a little spell to make a plant come back to life, except it doesn't work. So her magic is not getting any better, and it's certainly not getting better very quickly. Stefan comes stumbling into the hospital with Colin. After doing some tests, they find out that for some reason the vampire blood didn't stop the cancer. It instead made it grow quicker. So now he's a vampire in constant pain, unable to die, but dying at the same time. They're all there, and Damon is like, why do we even care what happens to him? And Liz is like, because Caroline gave me her blood last night, and if we don't figure it out, the same thing's gonna happen to me. Elena gives Stefan shit about letting Caroline give her mom the blood. I see now why everybody thought that she would blame Rick for her memories getting taken, because she stays putting the blame on the wrong people. Joe gets the idea to do a full blood transfusion with human blood to try to flush the vampire blood out of their systems. There's nothing she can do magically, so her witch powers are like null and void. They're just hoping for the best, but it doesn't work. Damon is deep in his feelings over Liz being sick. He is so upset. Caroline is beating herself up because she feels like Liz dying quicker is all her fault, which it is. But Stefan is like, no, you did what you thought was best, and you took a chance and it didn't work out. Luke and Liv meet up. They're both dressed up. Luke is like, you are definitely wearing too much makeup. You know he doesn't like when you do that. And Liv is like, yeah, well, you're in a full suit, so one of us went a little overkill, okay? They're not talking about going to birthday dinner with their dad that they love so much. No. They're talking about having a meeting with the all-powerful leader of the Gemini Coven and trying to convince him to not make them do the merge. And they are shitting bricks, okay? These children are terrified of their father. Colin starts freaking out and trying to hurt himself. It's so sad. He says he can hear his cancer growing, and he's losing his mind. He's begging them to help him die, so Damon rips his heart out. He turns to Caroline and says the quiet part out loud again, which is that she basically killed Liz. Stefan then finds Caroline hiding out at the florist, trying to pick an arrangement for Liz's funeral. Stefan drops a convenient little piece of lore, which is that when him and Damon were kids, their mom was also dying. She got really sick, and he sort of avoided that being a reality and would try to bring her food or her favorite books or flowers and not just spend time with her. And then when she got really sick, their dad sent her away and she died alone somewhere else, and he never got to say goodbye. He gently encourages her to come hang out with Liz and spend time with her while she's still alive, and they hold hands. Joshua Parker is nothing if not the scum of the freaking earth. So he's pissed at Luke and Liv for not wanting to do the merge, and he's basically like, oh, so you're refusing your duty to the family in the coven? You're just sentencing everybody in the coven to death when I die because you don't want to do your job? I didn't tell y'all this yet, but another batshit piece of being in the Gemini coven, not only do you have to do the freaky twin merge ritual thing, okay, but the leader, the said living twin at any given point, their life is tied to everybody else in the coven. So if anything happens to them, everyone dies. Tell me that's not unhinged behavior. Who decided that? Luke's like, but you're healthy and fine. And right now we've got Kai on ice and Joe's getting better every day. We don't have to rush. But again, Joshua is like, this is what you were born to do. This is your job. Do your job. He goes on and on about how the twin that dies doesn't really die, and instead their traits are like absorbed into the other twin, so they like live on together forever in like a weird symbiotic way. It just keeps getting worse. Like, that doesn't make me feel better about it, my guy. Luke is like, well, Dad, I'm gonna be the one that wins, and we all know it, okay? So I refuse because I'm not gonna hurt her. Damon comes home to find Tyler in Rick's house unhooking Kai from the hospital bed. Damon slaps him around a little bit and is like, no, bad dog, we don't let the freaky little magic siphon go whenever we... Hold on. Idea, I could kiss you, Tyler, you big stupid genius. Then he grabs the sedative out of Kai, puts it into Tyler, which is terrible. Do not share needles. And knocks Tyler out. You guys want to see Oliver real fast? He's watching me, and I'm gonna pick him up and show him to you because I don't think you guys have seen him in a while, and he is huge. Look at this. That's a fully grown cat right there, guys. He doesn't like the lights. He's 7 months old, and he's huge. You can't even really see him all the way. I know, it's very bright. I'm sorry. Damon uses Tyler's phone to call Liv and asks to talk to Papa Parker, which I hate that nickname for him. He wants to know if the current Mercury-Venus conjunction would be enough to hold the freaky merge ceremony. Joshua's like, yeah? Why are you asking? Damon's like, oh, well, I just conveniently woke up your oldest and he's about to be like on the loose hunting for your daughter. So I suggest you merge the blonde twins quickly if that's what you want to do. So Kai wakes up and he's immediately like, trying to get Damon, but his magic is gone from the Traveler spell. Damon explains that he knows where he can get more magic, and Kai's like, yeah, why not? They take Kai to Liz to suck out the vampire magic from her, hoping that that will slow down the cancer situation. He makes a silly little joke in this moment, and Liz is like, just get on with it, Kai. Listening to you talk makes me want to die, which is very dramatic, okay? But he loves it, and he laughs, and he's like, she is so funny. And then he grabs her and starts siphoning the magic out. This is one of those moments that proves that the siphon power doesn't have to hurt the person that it's being used on. I'm leaving you guys with that knowledge. Just tuck it away for now. You won't need it for many months, but keep it where you can think about it. Joe comes into the room and she's like, what in the fuck? Why is he here? So Damon has to quickly take her outside and explain his little plan. Except his little plan is terrible. Basically, in exchange for agreeing to get the magic out of Liz, Kai's decided he wants to merge with Joe that night. We go back into Kai finishing up with Liz, but she is too weak, so the drain of like the vampire magic being taken from her causes her to have a heart attack. In the chaos of that happening and Liz basically dying in front of Elena, Kai turns invisible, because of course he does, and he gets away. Joe is like, broski, I'm not ready to merge. Are you insane? And Damon's like, don't worry, it's all taken care of. And then Kai magically snaps his neck, Damon drops, and Kai snatches Joe. Joe says in this moment, I've spent my whole life running from you. I'm not running anymore. And Kai gives her this look like, okay. And I have to agree with him, because what is this? That doesn't look like running, Joe. Joshua starts walking the twins home, and he tells them that he's so proud of them and the lives that they've built and the friends that they've made. And he promises to think about and consider not making them do the merge because they're family. But then when they take his hands, he starts the spell because he's awful. So he's forcing the merge on them, and even though they're fighting it, Liv is getting sicker and sicker and draining so quickly because the dad's really strong. But then Tyler shows up and just freaking beats the shit out of Joshua. He just knocks him unconscious with his bare hands. Liv is freaking out, so is Luke. He starts to leave, and Liv is like, where are you going? We have to stay together. And he's like, do you trust me? I'll be right back. and he leaves. Kai takes Joe to a park that I assume is somewhere near the hospital so that they can be under those planets. Remember, Mercury-Venus conjunction, that's happening. He says, if you're tricking me again, I will take more than your spleen this time. She calls him a parasite, says he destroyed her life, and now she's gonna destroy his. They start the merge spell, which is basically them like cutting their palms and then like joining hands. They didn't do that the first time. So as they start chanting, magic starts swirling around, and then Joe passes out. Kai's like, excuse me? Luke runs up and he's like, oh, don't worry about it. I just gave my big sister a magical bump on the head. I'm gonna merge with you, buddy. Kai starts laughing and he's like, I don't know how to tell you this, little brother, but we're not twins and we're not the same age. And Luke's like, actually, I just turned 22. And because you were trapped in the prison world, you're still basically 22 and we're from the same bloodline. So I think it'll work and we should try it. Kai's like, no. Absolutely not. I'm not risking it on something that we don't know will work. Luke's like, oh, you think I can beat you? You're afraid to just play chicken against somebody that you think could win? And Kai is like, it's your funeral. And they start the spell again. I just want to say that the height difference between the two boys in this scene breaks my heart. It makes me so sad. Liz is flatlining. Elena is doing CPR. The merge spell with the boys gets real freaky. Their magic starts doing that thing where it like ripples through their veins and you can see it like moving through them and like on their faces. Their eyes open and they're like filmed over with white. Joe wakes up and starts freaking out trying to stop them, but it's too late. They finish chanting and they're holding hands and they both just like pass out. We go into Liz's mind and see her like having these like hallucination memories where she's packing up Caroline's things into a suitcase and then going downstairs and calling for Caroline, telling her that she's leaving and it's time for her to go. They freaking lose Liz, guys. She dies right before Caroline comes running into the room. This is so traumatizing. I cry every time. Caroline is begging her not to go and Elena is sobbing and Damon and Stefan are just standing there watching in horror. We go back into Liz's head. She sees Caroline now and she's like, sweetie, do you want to say goodbye? It's time for me to go. Caroline, do you hear me? And when she turns Caroline around, Caroline's like scary vampire daughter with like blood all over her face, and it scares Liz so badly that she wakes up in Caroline's arms. So Elena runs out of the room. We can all imagine that this would be especially very traumatizing for her. Damon follows her to check on her and she ends up kissing him and lights flash in the window behind them. And I'm just gonna say that I think that's when Luke and Kai finished the spell and the lights exploded. Liz wakes up fully to Caroline still sitting with her and she tells her that she really wants her to stop beating herself up because Liz doesn't blame her. Stefan's watching from the door. He brought Caroline a coffee and Liz wants one, so she asks Caroline to go get one for her. Once Caroline leaves, Liz makes Stefan promise that when she dies, he'll take care of Caroline and he won't leave her again. Stefan agrees, and then we see Caroline listening from the doorway. Joe is still holding Luke in the park, but our boy ain't waking up. Damon comes up and he's like, oh, good, you're still alive. That'll keep Rick from hating me. Except Joe is not okay. She's absolutely devastated and pissed that this happened at all because Luke was never supposed to come. And it's Damon's fault. Damon realizes how insensitive he's being and is immediately like, oh, okay, I'm so sorry. Let me give him some of my blood. But Joe's like, no, you idiot. That won't help him now, okay? It's up to them. Whoever wakes up is the winner. Luke takes a breath. We cut to Liv trying to call Luke, but he won't answer. Joshua freaking wakes up and realizes what's happened because he was the leader and he can like feel it because the coven's all connected. So in Joe's arms, Luke wakes up and opens his eyes and everything. We go back to Joshua and he's freaking out. He tells Liv that they have to leave immediately because Luke died and Kai won. Tyler refuses to let Liv go and Liv's like, yeah, no, Dad, I'm not going with you. I'm staying with him. Joshua runs off like the little rat man he is back to the coven. Liv breaks down sobbing in Tyler's arms. Heartbreaking. Joe is absolutely distraught, holding yet another dead sibling in her arms. I'm the oldest of 4. I hate this. Anyway, Kai wakes up and he's like, you win some, you lose some. Except for me. I always win. And then he vanishes. Why does he gotta look so good when he's being so damn evil? That's what I want to know. That's what I would like to know. Episode 13, we're getting a Bonnie update, all right? She's still in the prison world. It's now February. It's her birthday. She's starting to get really, really angry. That's the emotion settling in with her. Elena comes over to the Salvatore house to find Jeremy working out. She is insisting on throwing a birthday party for Bonnie, which Jeremy is like, that's kind of weird since like she can't come. Like that's super morbid and awkward. And Elena is like, no, Bonnie would want us to celebrate her and enjoy all her favorite things even though she's not here. And it's like, okay, bestie, I don't think we have to do it that way if we don't want to. We also find out here that Jeremy was planning on going to art school, but he threw his application away because he's flunking out of high school again, so he doesn't think he's gonna be able to go. And he doesn't want to leave town until they know for sure if Bonnie can come back or not. Caroline and Stefan are setting up for the party, and y'all know the bear, Mrs. Cuddles, like the stuffed teddy bear that Bonnie put her magic in and sent it back to Mr. Claus. Okay, Caroline's weird about the bear, and Stefan's like, it's just a teddy bear, Caroline. Like, why are you so freaked out by it? And she's like, because the original Mrs. Cuddles went missing because I stole her. Caroline Forbes, oh my God. So yeah, when they were kids, Caroline got mad at Bonnie. She took her bear and she buried her in the woods and then lost her. So remember, Liz is dying. Bonnie's missing on her birthday. Caroline's not handling any of that well, so she decides her best course of action is to go to the woods and try to find the bear. And Stefan's like, are you sure that's what you need to be doing right now? And she's like, yes, and if you don't want to help me, just be quiet. And so she leaves. Damon and Elena are sneaking cupcakes in the kitchen. They're flirting. They talk about the hospital kiss, and this is like the talk where they're officially back together again for like the third time. But now they're back together and they've both acknowledged it and they're happy, okay? But right as they start kissing, we hear the door open and somebody goes, hello? And Elena's like, that's not possible. That's so not possible right now. And Damon is like, you're right, because he's all packed and merged and on his way to Portland. And my boy, Kai, comes in the kitchen. So Kai walks in and he's like, whew, I forget how massive this house is. Yum, cupcakes. It's one of my favorite lines. That's one of my favorite lines. He's come to them for help because he wrote Joe a letter apologizing for everything, but he can't find her because she's hiding from him, so locator spells aren't working. Elena is like, why would we help you with this? And also, why do you want to talk to Joe? Like, what's going on? This is when he gives his iconic, in case you haven't figured it out by now, I'm a sociopath. I know, shocker. I like being a sociopath because I'm not burdened by things like guilt or love. Monologue. That's this moment. He explains that when he merged with Luke, he absorbed his ability to do magic. So like, nice, he's still a siphon, but he has his own magic now for the first time in his life. But also, he sort of accidentally absorbed parts of Luke's personality, like empathy. So he's a little bit nice now. He's so confused by the whole like feeling empathy and being sad that Luke is dead and he's ruined Liv's life and like taken her best friend from her, that he Googled how to deal with emotional pain because he'd never had to do it before. And Google told him that if you write it all down in a letter and then you burn the letter, you'll be healed. And he's like, so I did all of that. And then while I was writing the letter, I started like leaking from my eyeballs, like water just started coming out. And Elena's like, you mean you cried? And Damon's just sitting there like, oh, Jesus Christ, I can't do this. Kai's like, yes, I cried and it was weird, okay? And then I burned the letter and the feelings are still here. So I feel really strongly that I need to apologize to Joe for ruining our family. She needs to know how sorry I am. He then goes on to be like, Elena, you of all people should understand that despite the terrible, awful things I've done, there might be a little shred of decency still inside me. I mean, you did it with Damon. Like, Damon's like, all right, enough, you're done. Be quiet, magic sucker. And Elena is like, hold on though. What if there's something he could do for us in return? We cut to Enzo and Matt over at Duke keeping tabs on Sarah. So in case you want to try to understand what's going on in Enzo's brain, he's doing all of this because he's upset that Stefan is holding Sarah's death over Damon's head, even though she's not dead, so he didn't kill her, and that's not fair. Matt tries to bounce to get out of helping, so Enzo grabs him by the throat and threatens his mom, and then Matt ends up agreeing. So Elena and Damon gave Kai the broken ascendant to see if he could fix it, but remember, he shattered that thing, so it's like very much not working. But then Damon hits him with like, oh, well, you know, I just wish we could at least send Bonnie a message because it is her birthday and she's there all alone, and what if now she's been there for so long that the days just blur together? Is that what happens when you're in there for too long? Do you just forget what day it is. And Kai is just sitting there like, oh yeah, damn, that is what happens. Yeah, 18 years. It sucks. It's really bad. Yeah. And Elena is like, aha, good job, Damon, you little sneaky bitch. So Kai breaks and he's like, okay, well, maybe, yeah, like, I'm probably strong enough since I'm like the almighty powerful leader of the Gemini Coven now. I could probably like get a message to her. What do you guys want to say? And Damon is like, all we have to do is tell her where she can go to get more magic, and then she'll be able to get herself out. I would like everyone to know that not once, not one time do they consider just sending the teddy bear back. That's never brought up. Tyler goes over to Liv's room and finds her crying over a dress. She says it's what she was gonna wear to the merge ceremony, and it's the dress she would have died in. Tyler wants to run away with her to hide from Kai because everyone is still on the whole, he's insane and he'll kill all of us and innocent people if we're not careful and we don't stop him, even though like it's been several days and he hasn't done any of that, okay? Remember, Miss Liv is very headstrong, okay? So she's like, no, absolutely not. I'm not running from him. There's nowhere we could go that would be far enough away that he won't find us one day. She's an absolute and complete mess over Luke dying. I cannot stress that enough. Tyler is like, I will do whatever you want. Just tell me what you want to do and we will do it together. And she's like, okay, I want to kill Kai. Strong choice to come out of the gate with that one. Kai starts fiddling with the Ascendant again, trying to fix it. Damon and Elena have decided that Bonnie's best bet is to go after the headstone. Take your minds back to the Nova Scotia arc, okay? Remember creepy Professor Shane and Silas and Ketsia and Amara and the headstone and all of that nonsense? That headstone is loaded with magic, okay? So if they can just get Bonnie to go get that thing, she can get the magic out of it and then she'll have enough to get out. They get flirty again, even though this is not the time and they are not alone in the room. Kai's like, whoa, thank God. You two being together is still revolting to me. At least Luke didn't take me over completely. Don't forget about Caroline and Stefan. They are over in the woods hunting for Mrs. Cuddles, getting real cute and flirty. Jeremy walks in on Kai helping Elena and Damon and he's like, what are you guys thinking? People don't just change like that, okay? He's still evil. And Damon is like, listen, little Gilbert, people don't just merge with their siblings all the time, okay? So we're giving him a chance. Made me laugh so hard this time around because two of y'all literally commented that like a few weeks ago. That was something y'all were talking about in the comments. Kai says that Jeremy should just look at what's happened to him like Elena in reverse. And everybody's like, explain, Kai, that makes no sense. So he says, oh, well, you know, she was a human, Miss Goody Two-Shoes, dating the good Salvatore brother, and then she turned into a vampire. Her bloodthirstiness came out, and now she's dating the bad one. Just, I'm the opposite. I was evil. Now I'm good because I have my brother. You get it? Yeah. Liv does a spell that she created with Luke to cheat during hide and seek that allows her to look through Kai's eyes for a second, and she sees Damon and realizes he's at the Salvatore house. So she's like, nice, now I know where he is. I'm going. Tyler's freaking out because remember, the Geminis are all connected. So if anything happens to Kai, all of them will die. She's also like, yeah, well, he's gonna kill all of us and our friends and the guy at the drive-thru who does his order wrong, which again, none of that's happened yet, and it's been several days since Luke died. He tries to stop her from leaving and like begs her to reconsider, so she knocks him out and leaves him on the floor. Sarah is taking a picture of a bird's nest that has fallen out of a tree because she's a little freak. Matt is watching her, trying to be all cute and flirty to get to know her a little better for Enzo. She brushes him off and like turns him down and walks away, so Enzo shows up and he's like, great, now I have to compel her to forget about that and we have to try again. Why are you such a useless idiot? Give me your jacket, keys, and wallet. Kai fixed the Ascendant enough to send the group over to see Bonnie. But there's too many of them and the Ascendant is mostly still broken, so it's only strong enough to send them like in ghost form, so they'll be able to see Bonnie, but she won't be able to see them. He starts the spell and it works. They can see Bonnie eating birthday cake at the table alone in the dining room. She has a bottle of bourbon with her, and when Damon sees it, he's like, oh no. And he explains that it's the oldest bottle in the house and they made a pact that when they couldn't take living in the world anymore, they would kill the bottle of bourbon and then kill themselves. Then they all wake up all of a sudden in the house again, like in the real world, and they're like, what happened? Kai is bleeding 11 style out of his nose, and he's like, I guess that was too much magic. Like, I can't hold the connection, it broke. Weird, confusing loophole where I guess now Bonnie can die in the prison world, even though she got stabbed in the stomach and just woke up and moved on from that injury as if it never happened. So remember when she died on Thanksgiving? I thought she died on Thanksgiving in the yard, and then she woke up later. But I don't know. Now they're saying she can die. Damon is like, look, I already scribbled a note on the atlas that will lead her to Nova Scotia, okay? So all we have to do is get her to see that, and then she will know the plan and she can do it. Kai just has to up his witchy woo so that we can make physical contact. Kai's like, all while sending the three of you back over there? Sure, yeah. Hey, why don't I reanimate your dead parents for a tea party while I'm at it? Sorry? Insensitive. I can't with him, okay? Post-merge Kai is something else. Jeremy volunteers to go back over alone because they're hoping that if Kai just focuses on one of them, then that would be enough for that person to make physical contact. Kai's like, yeah, that could work. If it doesn't, though, you're risking me losing connection and Jeremy getting trapped over there forever. And Jeremy's like, that's fine. At least I'll be with Bonnie. Stefan is now drinking in the woods with Caroline, so he's getting all sassy and silly and goofy. She's still digging holes, but she can't find the bear anywhere. So he starts like egging her on and teasing her, trying to get her to like feel an emotion, because at this point she's using this as a distraction to keep from like processing anything. So he makes her angry. She ends up thwacking him with the shovel. They both end up on the ground, and then they start laughing and like giggling together. Kai starts the spell again, but my boy is struggling. Okay, he is so sweaty, so sick, not going well. Damon and Elena are too stressed that they might lose Jeremy, so they leave the room. Mistake number one. Listen, Duke University is like 2.5 hours from where I grew up, and I can tell you right now, it does not get cold enough to be in a Henley sweater shivering at the bus stop in February. It's just not that cold that close to the coast in North Carolina, but that's what Matt's doing. He's like, I'm so cold and I don't have my jacket anymore, and also I lost my wallet and my keys. So Sarah takes pity on him and like takes him to the bus and agrees to like buy him a coffee and get him a bus ticket home. Damon gets the same bottle that Bonnie's currently drinking and opens it up and starts drinking it with Elena. She picks this moment to ask Damon if Kai was right. Like, did she change completely when she turned into a vampire? Like, yes, girl. Where have you been? 100%. It gave you the freedom to be the real, morally ambiguous person that you are. Damon agrees with me, and he's like, yeah, actually, I don't think we'd be together if you were a human, because human you was on your way back to Stefan that night that you went over the bridge, and then when you woke up and you turned, suddenly I was back on the table, and like, that was an option again. But yeah, no, like, we'd totally not be together if you were a human. And she's like, and Damon's just like, I mean, you did ask though. Like, I just answered your question. She tries to leave the room, but she's stuck inside with a magical barrier. Jeremy and Kai find the atlas in the kitchen. Jeremy picks it up and flips to the right page, but then before he can set it down, he loses like the ability to hold it and it falls out of his hands. And he's like, Kai, do something. And when he looks up at Kai, Kai's like, and there's a big old like red splotch blooming on his stomach. Oh no, we cut to the real world where Liv is pulling like a fire poker out of Kai's stomach. Jeremy's livid. He tries to stop her, so she just throws both of them across the room. Kai gets up and he's like, dang sis, that was harsh. She starts to aneurysm him, and then he takes a fork because remember, the birthday party was happening. So they just crashed into the table with the cake and the party supplies. So there's a fork on the floor next to him. He throws it at her and stabs her in the throat. Then he takes a bottle of alcohol that he finds on the floor. He opens it, he douses her in it. And he goes, you know that charge that races through your bones at the prospect of watching someone burn to death? I really miss that feeling. Kai Parker, be quiet. So Liv is like crawling backwards away from him. And initially she's like, Kai, stop it, Kai. And it's like, girl, you quite literally started the fight. Like, you attacked him. Anyway, she starts to cry and she's like bleeding from the neck. She's covered in alcohol. She is like looking up at her big brother and she's like, go ahead, Kai, just do it. You already killed my best friend. Just do it. And he's above her holding a candle, like ready to throw it on her. And he starts to cry. So now they're both crying while they're looking at each other. This is such out of context. I sent this scene to my friend out of context and she was like, this feels like an SNL sketch. Like, it doesn't even feel real. And I'm like, it doesn't feel real when you're watching it. It's insanity for them both to start crying in this moment. My heart, I can't do it. So he's holding the candle and he's crying, looking down at her, and he's like, what's going on? I don't care about you. Why can't I kill her? And he switches into like third person and he's like, go ahead, Kai, do it, Kai. And he starts like hitting himself. It's so intense. The whole time Liv's just crying on the floor in front of him, okay? Like, it's bad. All around, it's bad. So she throws the fork at him and stabs him in the chest with it. And then Jeremy gets up off the floor, takes like a giant, like not a cake cutting knife, okay? It's way too big to have just been on the table. He grabs that, he throws it at Liv. So she's been stabbed now again, and she's on the ground, and he takes Kai to the kitchen. And he's like, dude, you have to send me back. I have to get back to Bonnie. And Kai's like, my brother in Christ, I am literally half dead right now. I don't know what you want me to do. I cannot help you. And Jeremy's like, please, I have to get to Bonnie. And Kai's like, okay, sure, fine. And he does the spell again, even though he's dying. The boys end up back in the dining room with Bonnie, where she has almost finished the bottle. Now she's kind of out of her angry phase. She's crying now, all right? She goes walking out of the house, and Jeremy's like, Kai, stay here, and he follows her. Stefan and Caroline get up to leave, because remember, they fell on the ground, and they were kind of way too close to each other, giggling like little teenagers. And as they're leaving, Stefan's like, is that an ear? And they find the bear, and when she picks it up, its head falls off, which is so funny. And then they start laughing, and it's adorable. And then they almost kiss, but then she starts crying, so he just holds her instead. In case it wasn't clear, Liv is the one that trapped Damon and Elena in the bedroom, all right? So she is now up again, running through the house looking for Kai. She ends up close to the fireplace, which is like technically connected to the one in Damon's room. So he kicks through the fireplace wall, drops the bottle of bourbon down. It explodes in the fire in the living room and knocks Liv unconscious. Pretty sick ass move on his part. It's nice. Trigger warning for the next little bit. We're gonna be talking about Bonnie self-harming. So Jeremy follows her out to the garage, where she turns the car on and sits down next to it to record a final video. He can't touch her, but he's like begging her to stop and like trying to get through to her, but it's not working. She records basically an apology to everybody and says that she tried to make it work, but she just can't take it anymore. She's way too lonely. She's too sad. She misses all of them too much. She just can't do it. Then she talks directly to Jeremy and tells him that she hopes that he's living his life and that he's moved on and that he's proud of himself and he never gives up on what he wants out of life. She tells him to always stay strong, and then that like does something to her, and she's like, that's what Graham's always said to me, that I need to stay strong. And she's been like full meltdown mode this whole time. Also, she's starting to cough because the car fumes are like filling up the garage, but she starts crawling towards the garage trying to get out, and she's like, I have to stay strong, I can do this, and like changes her mind in this moment. Jeremy is like, get up, Bonnie, get up, because she's gonna have to like stand up to get to the button on the wall that will open the garage. He's like frantically tapping it, but he's a ghost, so it's not working. And he's like, Bonnie, Bonnie, please, like, you have to get up, you have to get up, you have to get out of here, Bonnie, come on. And then all of a sudden it works, and he's able to hit the button. The garage door opens, the room like floods with sunlight. Bonnie can breathe, and she looks up and like sees Jeremy for half a second silhouetted by the sunlight. Oh my God. Oh, it's such a good scene. Elena and Damon find Jeremy and Kai passed out in the kitchen, but neither of them will wake up. Damon gives Kai blood, he wakes up, and then that saves both of them. So Jeremy wakes up and he's like, I saw Bonnie, she's gonna be okay. Elena and Jeremy clean up after the party, because remember, the table with the cake got exploded when the boys got thrown into it. She tells him that he needs to follow Bonnie's advice and save himself, and she really, really thinks that he should go and leave town and go to art school. Liv wakes back up in her dorm room with a very angry Tyler. She's like, what happened? And he's like, well, I woke up on the floor, and then I realized where you were. I went to go get you. You were unconscious in the living room, and I had to beg Elena to give you her blood because she was so mad at you, she almost wouldn't do it. And now that I know you're okay, I never want to see you again. She tries to apologize, but he refuses to calm down, and he's like, I would have done anything for you, but you chose death over me. Damn, we're coming in hot with the one-liners this episode. So they break up. Enzo explains to Matt that the whole lost puppy on the side of the road, help me get a bus ticket please, was a ploy to test how good of a person Sarah is. She passed it, so now Enzo's like, my plan is to weasel my way into her life and make her fall for me and make her do things she never thought she would do. And then she's gonna beg me to turn her into a vampire. Stefan thinks he can protect her. He can't. Okay, Enzo, or you could just go back to England. That's an option. You can just leave. Elena goes to Damon and says that since Jeremy's moving on with his life, she needs to too. Damon and all of us get spooked and are like, Are they about to break up again? But no, that's not where she's going with this. Instead, she gives him this whole speech about how no matter the circumstances, she always finds her way back to him, and that means something. So like, yes, they're back together. They fall into bed, making out. It's a whole thing. Jeremy applies to art school. Caroline stitches the head back on Bonnie's original bear with Stefan like hovering near her. Bonnie is drinking again, but she's like in her healed era, okay? She's no longer crying, she's no longer angry. She sees the dropped atlas on the floor, picks it up, and it is on the page for Nova Scotia. So she's like, Damon, you brilliant genius. And then she packs up and in the morning leaves. So our girl's gonna be okay, y'all. Buckle up. This is a very sad episode. Warning you now. We open with Liz back at work, but joke's on y'all. It's a flashback. This is the night Elena's parents died. Then we see Liz in the present picking up the file, and it says like, still open pending further investigation. Damon and Elena compel the principal at the high school to let Jeremy graduate early and then also compel him into art school so he can leave. While they're celebrating Jeremy's like last day in town, Enzo calls Matt and Jeremy sees the phone call and he's like, what's going on there? And Matt's like, absolutely nothing you need to worry about. It's okay, everything's fine. But no, nothing's fine, all right? Sarah is at the grill. Enzo set the whole thing up and he was just calling Matt to be like, make sure you make her feel welcome. Danger, red flags all around. Also, Damon brought Jeremy's secret pot from Joe. Okay. We were robbed of a Parker family smoke sesh, is all I'm gonna say about that. Caroline and Stefan are moving Liz's stuff into the cabin so that she can like be safe in a really comfortable environment for the last couple days that she has. His phone rings and Caroline has to like reach into his pocket because he can't possibly set down the boxes he's holding. So she like reaches into his pocket to get the phone out. It's her mom. She answers it and she's like, Mom, I know you're just calling to check up on me because I know you told Stefan to stay with me and keep an eye on me. And Liz is like, I'm sure that's not the only reason why he's there with you, Caroline. And she's like, yes, it is. And I will call you later. Okay, have a good day. Bye, Mommy. And she like hangs up. Damon goes to see Liz at her office while she's still looking over the Gilbert file. She is having a hard time leaving work, even though like she needs to be done. She doesn't want to leave the unfinished cases that she hasn't solved open. She really wants to handle all of them. So he goes through the files and he's like, yes, me again. Stefan, actually. No, wait. Me. It shouldn't be as funny as it is, all right? But it's a nice reminder that there are a lot of people in the current Mystic Falls gang that are mass murderers. So keep that in mind. She actually thought Damon was maybe involved in what happened to the Gilberts, and he's like, Liz, I can't believe you would think that of me. No, I promise I didn't do it. Like, my guy, you just said you did like 8 other ones. She's totally valid in thinking this could have been you. So she plays him a message that Miranda left her 2 hours before the car went over the bridge. And it's Miranda basically being like, Liz, I have something very serious to discuss with you. You need to call me back as quickly as you can. Elena catches Jeremy outside the grill with the secret Joe pot, and initially she takes it from him. And then they have this moment of being like, our life is so weird, right? So then she's like, can I have your lighter? And she agrees to smoke it with him because getting high with her little brother would be like the most normal thing they've done in a while. Stefan takes his jacket off to fix a light on the front porch, and Caroline has this moment of being like, arms, oh my god, I can't think, put them away. She tells him he can go if he needs to go, like he doesn't have to stay with her, and he's like, Caroline, there's nowhere else I'd rather be. Shut up, Stefan. Damon is now helping Liz. She gives him her secret bourbon stash and asks why exactly the boys were both in town the night that Elena's parents died. Damon is like, if you must know, our mother died around that same time of year, so I always come back to town when my emotions are on and leave flowers on her grave because I am a good son. He says she died of consumption, and Liz is like, I feel like you're leaving something out there. He is. We'll come back to it. Also, we find out that the car crash, like on paper, makes no sense because the Gilberts had luggage in the car with them when they went off the road. There were no skid marks on the road, which implies that Grayson just sort of drove off the bridge for funsies. And then why were they even on that road? Because remember, that's a way in and out of town, and there was a quicker way back to their house that they just didn't take. Elena and Jeremy are now giggling over a bunch of fries. Elena is giggling. Jeremy is fine because remember, he's our little stoner boy. She unloads all her big sister guilt on him about how she didn't take good enough care of him. And he's like, well, I wasn't expecting you to take care of me. Like, it was actually just kind of nice to know that you were also suffering. So we were like going through it together. And then when you got better, that's when I felt alone. But that's not your fault. Like, you were healing and I just wasn't ready yet. Damon calls and is like, I need you to come help me with Liz. And she's like, oh my God, I'm so buzzed right now. I don't think I can do that. And he's like, well, you need to sober up because this is important. The second he's alone, Enzo drops in on Jeremy and is like, surprise, I'm not dead. Enzo then calls Matt and is like, I need you to bring Sarah to a secret, dark, sketchy tunnel on the edge of town. Matt's like, why would I do that? She's a nice girl. I don't want to hurt her. Enzo's like, I didn't think threatening your mom was enough. So I'm actually standing on Jeremy's face right now. And if you don't do what I'm asking, I will kill him. He's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, y'all. I don't know what to tell you. Caroline's having a spiral now about what books to put next to Liz's bed because whatever she picks up will be like the last thing she reads. So Stefan is like, I've actually read all these books because I'm so much older than I look. I will pick for you. Let me have that responsibility, okay? You don't need to make that choice. Elena tells Liz and Damon that unfortunately she has no idea why they took that road home. She did not know there was luggage in the back of the car, and she was texting Bonnie when they went off the road, so she doesn't know like if there was something that her dad saw or like what happened. Liz feels bad for having not brought it up sooner and asking these questions before now, but Elena is like, Liz, oh my God, no, you were amazing after they died. Like, you stepped in while Jenna was figuring everything out. You took care of us. Like, you were basically our mom. Like, you just handled everything. Don't feel bad. Like, you didn't do anything wrong. Then Liz almost passes out and Damon has to like steady her and he is so sad. And I'm sad. It's just sad. Matt takes Sarah to the tunnel under the guise that she can take some creepy pictures of the graffiti since she's kind of dark and moody like that. She's like, yeah, whatever. And she like pulls out her camera and starts taking pictures. And then Enzo calls and Matt's like, where are you? And Enzo's like, I'm right here. Don't you see me? Take a few steps to the left. Matt takes a few steps to the left and Enzo runs him over with his car. Now Stefan is brooding on the porch of the cabin. He tells Caroline that it doesn't matter what book Liz reads last or what she's doing right when she dies. What matters is like the moments before and how she spends those final days and if she's happy or not. They hold hands and she says that she knows Liz asked him to look after her and she doesn't even mind because she doesn't think she could be doing this on her own anyway. He says he's not doing this for Liz, okay? He's doing this because Caroline is his best friend and he knows what it's like to lose a mother and he didn't want her to be alone. And also when she said she hated him, that was like the worst thing he'd heard in a while. She says, I think we both know I've never hated you, Stefan. And they kiss. Y'all, it is such a moment, okay? It's their kiss. It's like Pride and Prejudice level, all right? The sun is behind them, like bursting through the silhouette of their faces. It is a whole moment. Sarah calls 911 for Matt, all right? They're waiting on the ambulance, but Matt is dying. Enzo comes running up and he's like, oh my God, I was walking by. What happened? What's going on? He looks at Matt and he's like, yeah, I think he punctured a lung. Matt looks up at him and is like, you better fix it, because he's like choking to death on his own blood. Enzo's like, Sarah, I can fix this, but can you stay calm? I need you to promise me that you'll stay calm. And she's like, okay, what are you gonna do? And he's like, this. And he bites his wrist and gives Matt his blood. So Matt heals. And then Enzo's like, you're not staying calm, Sarah. And he runs away. Jeremy's got like a boot print mark bruise on his jaw. He's putting ice on it. Elena comes home. He's like, surprise, Enzo's still alive and he's still an asshole. Who would have thought? She wants to go after him, but he's like, no, it's fine. It's so not a big deal. I'm not worried about it. She asks him about the crash and if he remembers anything from that night. And he says, you know what? Actually, yeah, Mom caught me smoking in my room and she said she was gonna have me arrested. So she like called Liz and everything and like made a big deal out of it. So that was the phone call. So Damon has to tell Liz that the phone call was a joke and also that they had packed the day before because Grayson was planning on like a surprise family trip to their cabin that they have, but there was a storm, so they didn't end up going. And also the storm knocked down a power line on the quicker route that they didn't take. So that's why they were on Wickery Bridge. And because of the storm, the roads were slick. And that's why there were no skid marks when they went off the road. Liz is very sad about this and is like, I'm not up for whatever surprise Caroline has planned. Like, I just want to go home, and Damon agrees to take her. He leaves first, and we have this moment of Liz like putting her sheriff's badge on her desk and taking a final moment with her office and turning off the light and then leaving. These are my least favorite, and also they mean so much to me. Like when characters get this time to like say goodbye while we're saying goodbye, it's my favorite thing, but also it's so painful. Jeremy tries to stay since now they know that Liz is getting worse, but Rick and Elena insist that it's time for him to go and start his normal life again, because remember, he already did this one time and then Cole showed up and like ruined that. So this is his take 2. The siblings say goodbye to each other, and then Elena promises to send him her car because he's been begging for that the whole episode. Damon tucks Liz into bed once he gets her home, and he says she looks hot in her little matching PJ set, and she's like, I don't even have words to tell you how much that disturbs me. Be quiet, Damon. She is so upset that the Gilberts died in a terrible accident, and then that sort of leads her into a meltdown about what's happening to her and how she was a good person and she took care of her family and she did everything right, and she's still dying from this cancer that nobody saw coming. He says sometimes really terrible things happen to really good people. She says at least she's one of the only people in Mystic Falls that can say that she has an ordinary death, because she's an ordinary woman and that's all she really wants. But Caroline is extraordinary, and Liz wants to make sure that she knows that she is so proud of her and who she's become. And Damon's like, up. You can tell her that yourself, okay? You're gonna tell her that yourself. She thanks him for helping her that day and for being there with her. He says he never spent much time with his mom while she was dying, so this is kind of like his second chance too, and he just wants to make sure Liz is comfortable and happy. He also says that he was supposed to write the eulogy for his mom, but he couldn't, and then he didn't even go to the funeral. And Liz is like, well, do you want a second chance with that too? Write mine. She says he can't add anything dirty to it, and he's like, no promises. She asks for a drink. He gets up to get her one, and as he's leaving the room, he like hears her shut down, and he turns around and she's like unconscious on the bed. It's such a good moment because he's like leaving the room and we see him like register that something's happened because vampire. So he just all of a sudden is like, Liz, and turns around and she's like not awake anymore. So we cut to Caroline barreling into the hospital looking for Liz's room. Damon explains that it just happened, like all of a sudden she went into the coma and now all they can do is make her comfortable. Caroline is like, but I didn't get to say goodbye. Stefan calls Tyler to get his little wolf butt back to town because he went AWOL after breaking up with Liv and now nobody knows where he is. Liz has a DNR, so it's not gonna be long now, and Damon is not taking it well. He has to like go outside. Caroline's heartbroken that she left her alone for her last day and didn't even spend it with her. Rick takes Jeremy to the bus stop, not the airport, and he gives him a bag of vampire hunting supplies. Yeah, y'all thought you knew where this was going, didn't you? It's not. It's not going where you thought. So Jeremy's not going to art school. No, he's actually running off to go be a vampire hunter. All he has to do is keep up the lie with Elena that he's like happy and safe and in art school, and she'll believe it and he'll get away with it. I'm sure she won't find out. Rick's in on it, obviously, and he's planning on being like the tip line for Jeremy to send him around hunting vampires. As they say goodbye, Rick says he's super proud of him and the life he's making for himself. Hot take, but okay. And he also promises to call Jeremy immediately if Bonnie ever comes back to town. Back in the hospital room, Stefan reminds Caroline that vampire head dives are an option. Remember what Damon did for Rose when Rose was dying, and Catherine and Nadia? Yes. But it's a little different because Liz is at this point pretty much gone, so Caroline can't straight up talk to Liz, but she can like give her memories and like live in those last moments with her as Liz passes away. They go into this moment of Caroline learning how to ride her bike with her mom, and it's really sweet because it's like her mom being like, you can do it, Caroline, like I won't let go until you're ready, okay, you can do it. And then in the real world, obviously like Liz is dying, so it's like she's letting Caroline go into her life without her. It's a lot. It's very sweet. So Liz dies with a smile on her face, and the whole original gang minus Tyler and Bonnie are there with her, and it's really, really sweet. We open the next episode with that same memory, all right? We're back in it, only this time baby Caroline fell, and now she's on the ground, and Liz is like, helping get her cleaned up. Baby Caroline is like, am I gonna die? And Liz is like, no, honey, you scraped your knee. You're gonna be fine. Baby Caroline's like, are you gonna die? And Liz is like, okay, well, yeah, like everybody dies eventually, like that will happen. Baby Caroline is like, but mom, what if you die and I'm still here? Liz is like, honey, that means you'll be all grown up and you won't need me anymore. Baby Caroline's like, I'll always need you. And then Caroline wakes up, but she wakes up to the cutest thing ever. Found family is definitely my favorite of the tropes, all right? So Caroline wakes up on a couch in the Salvatore living room, and the whole gang, including Tyler, is there, just passed out in various places. Stefan's in a chair, Tyler's on the couch, Matt's on the floor. It's adorable, okay? They're all there with her so that she didn't have to sleep alone. Except Damon, who she finds in the kitchen, frantically trying to write the eulogy, but like not doing a good job. She shuts down his attempts to bond with her because she's like, this is the worst day of my life, and I just don't think I need to start it bonding with you, okay? So let me just drink my water and leave. He's like, yeah, fair enough. But also, Caroline, this isn't the worst day, okay? The next couple days, you're gonna be surrounded by your friends and family, okay? Nobody's gonna leave you alone. Nobody's gonna let you be too sad, all right? But a week from now, when you're by yourself for the first time and it's just quiet, that's gonna be the worst day of your life. She thanks him and then leaves, and it's so sad because that was him trying, all right? He wasn't being a jerk. He was trying. He was genuinely offering friendly advice, and it goes so wrong, but he was doing his best. Once it's morning time, Caroline makes a list, and she says that she doesn't want to drag out the funeral process, so they need to do everything that day. And since half of them are vampires, they can cheat and compel people, and it'll all work out. We cut to Bonnie coming back to the Salvatore house. She is back from Nova Scotia. She has the headstone with her. She juiced all the magic out of it, and she's ready to go home. We cut to Joe's apartment. She's back in this episode, and I think it's safe to assume that, like, at this point, they live together. Rick is always there. Right? She's never by herself. So she's throwing up in the bathroom. She got food poisoning from the previous date night with Rick. The doorbell rings and my bestie shows up. He's also sick as hell. He's begging to see his sister because she hung up on him when he called to tell her he was sick. He's also scruffy now, so he looks like this. I started using this picture too early, okay, but we went from like babyface Kai to this Kai. So we've officially entered peak Kai Parker era. Rick tries to shut the door in his face, but Joe's like, wait a second. What are you doing here? After throwing up blood into a vase, Kai explains that he thinks he's sick because they did the merge wrong, because remember they were like, oh, Luke and Kai are close enough to twins, it'll be fine, there'll be no repercussions, but he was supposed to merge with Joe. So they cheated the system, and now he's defective, and if they don't fix him, the whole coven will die. We cut to baby Damon and Stefan getting ready for their mother's funeral. It's really funny because they just aged down Ian, but then baby Stefan is played by a kid. Sweet moment though, where baby Stefan is like, Dad told me not to cry. And Damon is like, that's because father is incapable of feeling emotion, but you're 10. So if you need to cry, you cry. Stefan's like, I don't think I'm gonna cry though, because mommy's ghost came to see me last night and she told me everything was gonna be okay. Did she come to see you too? And Damon's like, no, missed that little moment. We cut to the present where the boys are getting ready for Liz's funeral, and Stefan comes to Damon for advice. He wants to know what he should do about the fact that he kissed Caroline the day her mom died and they haven't talked about it yet. Damon's like, buddy, you should pull the ripcord, because if you're not absolutely head over heels in love with her, you need to tell her immediately so that she can move on. And y'all, Stefan gets all funky and weird about it. He's like, oh man, you're right, Damon. I don't feel the same way I felt about Catherine and Elena, so surely I don't love Caroline that much. Oh, I'll have to tell her the truth. No, not today. Elena walks Caroline through how to deal with people talking to her and like offering condolences because it's super awkward and terrible. So many of them are part of the Dead Moms Club now. The Gilberts, the Michelsons, the Parkers, the Salvatores, Tyler, Caroline, and also so many other random people like Haley. Why does no one have a mother? Caroline tells Elena about how she kissed Stefan, and Elena's like, oh boy, we should wait to deal with that until after the funeral. And Caroline's like, no, actually, I want to know today because like I need to know. I need to know right now today. I need him to tell me the truth. We go to the hospital where Kai's up on a table and Joe's like running her little test on him. Listen, she teases him here. She's like, you got any joint pain? He says yes. You got any headaches? He says yes. Are you pregnant? He's like, don't make jokes. This episode alone, there are so many moments where it's like the potential these two had to reconcile. Oh my God, it eats me alive. He says he feels like he's being scrunched from the inside out, but she can't find anything medically wrong with him. And he's like, yeah, duh, that's because I'm magically diseased. And then he throws up more blood again. She holds the trash can for him and he like grabs her arm to keep from falling off the table because he like pitches forward and she like catches him a little bit and he accidentally starts siphoning magic from her. Rick is pissed and like yanks Joe away from him and Kai sits up on the table and is suddenly like better. So he realizes, okay, yes, confirmed, I just need your magic and then I will be fixed. Rick's like, yeah, 100% absolutely not. Think again, you little leech. Kai's like, okay, Rick, can I call you Rick? Listen, if I die, Joe dies, okay? And also the magic that powers the prison worlds comes from the almighty leader of the Gemini Coven, all right? So, and Rick is like, I'm sorry, did you just say prison worlds? Like, more than one? And Kai's like, oh, did I forget to mention that? Back to Bonnie, okay? She's in the cave waiting for the eclipse to be above her, and then boom, she's in the freaky snowing prison world because Kai is sick, and the magic's breaking down, and everything's disintegrating. Damon is still struggling to write the eulogy, even though the funeral is like in a few hours, okay? He's like, I'm not a nice person. I should not have to stand up in front of the town and pretend to be a nice person, okay? Liz did this just to pick on me. Elena is like, honey, calm down. You're nice. Ish. And besides, it doesn't matter, okay? This isn't about you. It's not even about Liz. This is about what Caroline needs to hear, okay? Remember that. We get another flashback of young Damon and Stefan at the funeral. Stefan is crying over the grave. Damon comes to get him and Stefan's like, you missed your speech. And Damon's like, I know, I'm sorry. I couldn't think about what to write. I didn't know what to say. And Stefan's like, you could have just said goodbye. So then back in the present, Damon starts writing. Joe and Rick are talking at the hospital and she says that she clearly doesn't have a choice and she's gonna have to give Kai her magic in order to save everybody. Rick says that he'll support her either way. So if she wants to fight and get her magic back, he will fight for that with her. If she just wants to give it up, then he loved her when she wasn't a witch. He's pretty sure he'll love her either way. You heard that right. You heard that right. He said the L word and he said it first. Okay, listen, we're gonna talk about a deleted scene now. If you don't want to take it as canon, that's fine, but personally, this scene means so much to me and I wish they'd included it. This is about where I think that they would have put it had they kept it in, so we're gonna talk about it now. So we've got Kai waiting in that hospital room to see if Joe is gonna give him her magic or not. She comes in and attacks him. Like, I'm talking throws him up against the wall and then does the aneurysm spell before he can fight back. She says she called their dad and Liv and no one's sick and she's feeling better right now, so what is he playing at? He fights back to stop her from hurting him and gets back up. He's like, I'm not playing a game at all, okay? As much as my suffering might bring you some sick form of joy or whatever, this is not the way to handle the situation. There is something wrong with him and they need to fix it. She asks if it's all just a ploy to get more magic and he's like, no, actually it's a ploy to keep us all alive. I'm so sorry if that seems selfish. She's like, I don't believe you because you're a liar and you're the worst type of liar because your lies sound so much like the truth that I can't tell the difference. He goes, you're right. I am a liar, all right? I'm the black sheep, the defective twin that nobody wanted. It must feel real nice for you to stand here surrounded by all the things you got out of life while I spent 18 years in isolation as the family reject. And let me tell you, every inch of me wants to kill you for that. Every part. But I can't because the only way that I can survive is if you help me. And I'd like to live frankly, because I didn't get to do a whole lot of that before everybody decided I wasn't worth it. My boy is emotional, okay? He's like on the verge of tears, and Joe is like, fine, I'll give you my magic under one condition. You leave and you never come back. And if I ever see you again, I will kill you. I'll take myself and everyone in the coven out with me because I don't want to spend another day afraid of my own brother. The look on his face when he agrees to this just like breaks something in me every time. It's just the worst. Caroline's at the funeral first, kind of finishing setup and everything. She's not doing great, but she's holding it together. Stefan comes over to her. She initiates the talk. He gives her a very sad look, and she's like, oh my God, right now you're gonna, okay, this was a mistake. He says he wants to talk to her about everything, but maybe they could just wait until they're alone at the end of the day and she's made it through everything. She starts to cry and apologizes, and he hugs her and says she doesn't have anything to be sorry for. Yeah, my guy, I know that. I'm glad you know that, Stefan. We also have to look at Liz in her coffin in her uniform, guys, while Caroline like cries over her. Like, let me breathe. I can't do this. And then she has the nerve to be like, I'm gonna be okay, Mom, I promise. Bonnie still has her camera, and she's like wandering through the woods like, obviously I've stumbled into some frozen tundra hell dimension. Where am I? She sees footprints in the snow, and then the northern lights break out above her. She goes into a house in the woods and finds a journal dated from 1903 talking about the northern lights and how they're this reoccurring celestial event. So she realizes that this is another prison world. Tyler shows up drunk to the funeral, so Matt is like, yeah, no, absolutely not. Keep that trash nonsense outside. You can't come in. Caroline deserves better than this. The whole town comes out for the funeral, and it's so sweet and sad and terrible. They even do a final call for Liz over the police radio and then put her radio out of commission. Absolutely not. Excuse you? Damon gets up to give his speech, and it's real precious. He's like, Liz Forbes was my friend, and in her final moments, she asked me to pass over a message to her daughter, and then he tells Caroline that like her mom was so proud of her, and she should be because she's this beautiful, strong, intelligent woman. He calls her a generous friend and says she's a bright light in a sea of dark. He says Liz was a hero to the town and to everyone gathered there and to him. And then he turns to the coffin and he goes, goodbye, Sheriff. You will be missed. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Also, let's just collectively forget Damon and Caroline from season 1, okay? Because she appreciates what he has to say here, and that's what matters. Also, Stefan takes this moment to be like, oh my God, do I love Caroline? Maybe. Then Caroline gets up and sings a song for Liz. Once again, Stefan is watching her like, am I attracted to this? Yeah, I think I am. At the grill after the funeral, Matt confronts Tyler again, but Tyler is sober now. Matt says that being at Liz's funeral made him realize that he wants to do something that matters because Liz mattered to the town and Matt wants to matter to the town, and he won't unless he joins the police force. And also he got Tyler an application, so I guess they're never leaving Mystic Falls. Caroline goes to leave early, and Elena tries to go with her because she doesn't want her to be alone. And Caroline's like, no, Elena, you don't understand. I'm gonna be fine. I just have to get through today. And she leaves, and Elena is standing there like, something's funky. Bonnie is still in the empty house exploring everything, and she finds a picture of Damon and Stefan like from when they were humans. We go back to Joe and Rick's house, where Joe is preparing to give Kai her magic. Rick again asks what the other prison worlds are, and Kai's like, a place filled with crappy people like me, I'm sure. Then Kai teases Joe. He like grabs her face, and he's like, oh, don't look so sad. You never liked being a witch anyway. She pulls away from him, but in like a, hey, don't be funny right now kind of way, not in like a don't touch me, oh my God kind of way. And then she tells him to shut up, which just knock it off with the sibling banter. If you don't want me to want more for you two, knock it off. Then she like reaches up and holds his face and starts giving her magic to him with a spell, and it like starts swirling all around the room with them. Back in the prison world, Bonnie is like, oh my God, and it starts like flickering in and out of like her prison world and the snowy prison world because everything's like righting itself. She decides to just start the spell anyway because it's either going to be the Northern Lights or the eclipse, and it should be powerful enough to get her home. While she's doing the spell in the snowy prison world, a woman walks up to her in the cave and is like, who are you? Bonnie is like, who are you? And then she yeets up through the beam of light back into Mystic Falls. Joe finishes the spell, so Kai is back to normal and very powerful. He's like, thank you, and congratulations. Then he leans in and whispers something in her ear. When he pulls back, he like brushes the hair back from her face gently and is like, have a good life, sissy. And then leaves. Like, I just told you both to knock it off. So Rick's standing there like, what did he say? Joe goes, the reason I was sick, it wasn't food poisoning. He said I'm pregnant. Oh my God. She starts panicking and she's like, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Oh my God. And Rick is just like, marry me. And she's like, no, are you insane? That's a pity proposal. You can't just throw a pity proposal at a woman who just told you she's pregnant. But then Rick pulls out a ring and she's like, what are you doing? What is that? Where did you get that? And he's like, I bought it the day after your brother died because I realized like life was too short, but then Liz got sick and so I was waiting for the right time and it was gonna be this morning, but then you started throwing up. So he says they can talk about what to do about the baby, but he would love to have a baby with her because he never thought he was gonna get the chance to have a family of his own and he loves her. So will she marry him? He gets on one knee and she's like, I can't believe this. Are you sure? And he's like, at least 92%. And she's like, yes. And she jumps on him and they start kissing in the living room and I want to die. It's so cute. Stefan and Damon are at the grill talking about how good Damon's speech was. Damon apologizes for having failed Stefan at their mom's funeral and he says he didn't want to fail anybody that day. Stefan says that he thinks Damon was wrong about him and Caroline. And even though it might not be this like crazy faded love that he had with Elena and Catherine, what he feels for Caroline, even though it's hard for him to like express in words, could be something even better than any of that. And Damon's like, well, damn, brother, I think you should go tell her. Caroline goes home to an empty house carrying Liz's flag. She walks around and finds a sweater that Liz wore and smells it, and oh my God. Elena comes over anyway and is like, I don't believe you that you're okay. I think you're lying. And also, I'm really smart. So I figured out that the reason why you crammed everything into one day and you're like pretending to be fine and you keep saying, I just need to make it through the day, is because you're not planning on making it through tomorrow. Initially, you're like, oh my God, is Caroline gonna do something really crazy, like hurt herself? No, almost worse. She's gonna turn off her humanity. Caroline's like, yeah, actually, I am planning on doing that because your boyfriend scared me and I can't handle worse than this, okay? So if grieving my mom is gonna hurt me more than it's hurting me right now, I can't do it, I don't want it, no. Elena tries to convince her that it's not a good idea and it won't do what she thinks it's gonna do. And Caroline is like, how come I'm expected to live through my grief and be perfect, but you got to turn your humanity off and then forget Damon, like compel away the memories. Stefan ran away to Atlanta. Damon's turned his humanity off. Like all of y'all have done it, okay? I can have my time. Elena's a little bitch and she's like, if Stefan had said the right thing earlier, would that have made a difference? And Caroline's like, maybe, but he didn't. So it doesn't matter. Caroline starts crying and saying how she can't handle worse than how she feels right now. She cannot do it. She will not do it. Elena is like, you're not alone though, Caroline, and we can help you through it. She hugs her and then Caroline snaps her neck and is like, I'm sorry, Elena, but it's not your decision to make. Damon calls Elena looking for her and then walks into the kitchen to see Bonnie standing in the real world. She runs into his arms and he catches her and he's like laughing while he's holding her and they're hugging and it's, oh my God, it's one of my favorite Damon and Bonnie moments. It's so sweet. Stefan goes over to try to find Caroline and then instead finds Elena alone, unconscious in the living room. Bonnie shows Damon the footage on her camera and he's like, okay, weird, you were in my house, that's so strange. When she shows him the video of the woman in the cave, Damon is like, hold on, what? That's my mother. All right, so we open right up with Miss Caroline Forbes emotionless at the bar, flirting with the bartender. And by flirting, I mean deeply, deeply bullying him. Just goth Barbie on steroids, okay? She's so scary. Liam shows up and he's like, Caroline Forbes, the girl from the bonfire. And she's like, Liam, the boy I totally forgot existed. Me too, girl. I thought we got rid of him on Thanksgiving, but no, he's back again. She tries to hook up with him, but he can tell something's off, so he kind of is like, not about it. Then he suddenly is about it. They end up making out outside. She flashes her vampire face at him. He's like, whoa, Caroline, what's going on with your eyeballs? And she's like, be quiet, Liam, and she attacks him. Elena finds the dorm room empty of all of Caroline's stuff, and she's like, Stefan, Caroline is gone. What's happened? Stefan, meanwhile, is in Mystic Falls looking at an empty Forbes household, and he's like, Elena, I don't know. We have to find her. He's being super, super bitchy because he blames himself for all of this, because of course he does. He's like, if I would have just found her before she made this decision, I could have fixed it. Like, okay, buddy, maybe, but it's not all about you. Bonnie shows up at the dorm to say hello to Elena. Hard cut to the Salvatore crypt. You're never gonna guess who's teamed up for this episode. Damon and Kai. And they are together while Damon is like opening up his mom's grave. They framed this shot with Kai standing at the door to the crypt, and there's like sunlight streaming in behind him, and it's like refracting, like there's just like light beams, and he's standing in them, and as he moves, they like hit his face. Did you not want us to love him? I have a lot of questions here. Why was this shot framed the way it was? I'm thankful, don't get me wrong, but what was the point? This is also the episode where he wears the long coat in this picture that I love so much. It's like a long black coat, and it's like fitted, and it's got a high collar on it. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to control myself? Like, the costume team conspired against me, the lighting team conspired against me, the camera people, they all wanted me to fall for him. It was a personal attack. I was unable to resist. So yeah, they're digging up the body. Damon is digging up the body. Kai is not helping. He's just looking cute over behind Damon, standing in the light beams, all right? Damon's digging up the body because he wants to open the coffin and make sure the body is there, and that will prove that his mother died in 1858, even though Kai is like, you're being kind of dumb because Bonnie saw her alive and well in the 1903 prison world, so we need to learn how to accept things, Damon. Damon's like, there's no way that she could look like that in 1903 and like she hasn't aged. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And Kai's like, buddy, are you suddenly stupid? Like, clearly she was probably a vampire. And Damon is like, no, she wasn't. There's no way. I know my own mother. And Kai's like, I touched a nerve. I'm so sorry. He opens up the coffin, and a big shocker to no one, it's empty. So Kai's like, congratulations. Everything you thought you knew about your mom was wrong. Enzo's over at the college bar letting Sarah be sneaky and take pictures of him. He's like showing her his like vamp eyes and stuff, and she's all like, oh my god, down below him, because remember the bar has a balcony on it, so he's like up above her, she's sitting down here like sneaking up on him as if it's not all planned. Bonnie is settling into the dorm room, but she's super jumpy. Like, Elena pops a bottle of champagne behind her and she jumps as if somebody's like attacked her. And it's definitely harder for her than anything we saw from Damon and Kai, okay? Because Kai, at the time, no emotions. So he was just kind of vibing, all right? Nothing mattered to him. Damon was so torn up about what was going on with Stefan and Elena that he didn't really have time to, like, worry about himself. And also, I think because he's older, he's been through stuff already. Like, we gotta remember the original Mystic Falls gang, they're basically still kids, okay? They are very young. I don't think any of them are even 20 yet, all right? So Bonnie's just not adjusting well to being back in the real world. She also doesn't want to tell Jeremy that she's back. She's kind of just decided to like let him go and like let him start over and have his life. And Elena's like, you really need to at least call him though. And Bonnie's like, I'll get around to it. I just don't want to worry him. I don't want to make him feel like he has to come back. Caroline comes steamrolling in with bags of stuff. She basically just threw all of her stuff away, bought everything new, and now she's like starting over. She's talking, not paying attention, and then suddenly she turns around and she's like, Bonnie, you're back. Wild. Wasn't expecting to see you here, but like could give two shits. Doesn't hug her, nothing, because she's emotionless right now. She tells them about how she nearly killed Liam, but she stopped herself, so he's still alive. She's basically come to this decision where she's like, I want a year. I want to be emotionless and live my life and do whatever I want to do in order to grieve, and as long as I promise not to kill anybody and hold myself to that, I need you guys to leave me alone and let me do what I want. If you don't, and you try anything to force me to turn my humanity back on, I'll become your worst nightmare. Stefan calls to update Damon, and then once again in the background of Damon's shots, Kai is just like at the house hanging out, and he's like knocking something over. I think he like knocks over a vase or a statue or something. That's gonna become a bit, funnily enough. It's just gonna be a thing he does. He's clumsy. Damon has decided not to tell Stefan right away about the fact that their mom might or might not be in a prison world alive, because if she's in a prison world, she's evil, and he doesn't want to drop that bomb on Stefan. Kai says he can send Damon in to see his mom and meet her and find out what the heck's going on, since he's the new leader of the Gemini Coven and everything, and he's got the Ascendant. But in exchange for helping him, Kai wants Damon to like orchestrate a meeting between him and Bonnie, because he desperately wants to apologize to her, and she is avoiding him like he is straight up the plague. Like, she wants nothing to do with him. Enzo and Sarah are now having drinks with each other at the bar, but so far he's only given her his name. She threatens to show off the pictures that she took of him if he doesn't tell her more about being a vampire and like what the whole point of it is. So he snatches the card, breaks it in half, and is like, I'm very fast and very strong. She has a little like, but what are you though moment, and Enzo's kind of like, girl, are you dumb? I'm a vampire. You blind? She is so truly unimpressed by this fact. Like, she literally is just like, oh, that's it? Like that? No, I just thought it would be cooler. I thought like maybe, I don't know, like a werewolf or something. Like, and Enzo was just like, rude. Caroline walks over to them and she's like, Enzo, what are you doing playing around with Stefan's relative? But before she can like tell Sarah anything, he sends Sarah away. So now he's just talking to Caroline. He realizes that her emotions are off and he's like, Blondie, why would you do that? That's a terrible choice. I hate this for you. She couldn't care less what he thinks about her decisions or seeing him in general, even though, remember, just a little while ago they were friends. That's sort of tapered off, but they still have like a decent relationship with each other, so she invites him to a party. Then we get a short little moment of Stefan checking on Liam to make sure he doesn't remember anything about Caroline, but her story was accurate. She fed on him, but she also took his memories, so he doesn't remember any of it, and he's fine, like no harm done. And then Liam also invites Stefan to the party. Bonnie and Elena go to the rave to look for Caroline. Remember when I said Bonnie jumped when she was like near the champagne bottle opening? I'm not sure why they thought a rave was a good place for her right now. It definitely wasn't. Elena finds Caroline first. She's dancing with this guy, having the time of her life, and when she sees Elena, she like threatens to bite the guy like with her vamp face, and Elena is like, but then Caroline goes, I'm fine. And Elena's like, okay, if you mean it, like I hope you're telling the truth. Like, she's fine, she's Caroline Forbes. If anybody can handle this, it's this bitch right here. Bonnie gets yanked onto the dance floor by this guy, and he's very pushy with her, even though she's like, let me go, I don't want to dance with you. He like grabs on her anyway, and she's like, dude, get off of me. And he's like, I'm sorry, I can't help it. You're just so hot. Then he like reaches for her again. She puts her hand on his arm and just like freaking molten lava burns his hand. And he's like, oh, what was that? What did you do? And she's like, I'm sorry, I can't help it. I'm so hot. Iconic move by Miss Bennett. I can't stress this enough. Stefan is emo over the fact that like this is his fault and he did this to Caroline, okay? So he's like groveling with her, trying to flirt and do anything to like get her to hang out with him so that he can stay close to her, so that hopefully maybe he can help fix it. Right after she's just burned this guy's hand, Damon calls Bonnie. She's so happy to hear from him. They get in this little cute bantery moment. Their friendship is very much like bullying each other, but like deep affection. Like they're kind of sibling-esque, at least right now. We'll come back to it, but like right now they're kind of like sibling vibes. He can tell something's wrong with her, and so he's like, are you okay? Like, what's going on? And she owns up about the fact that being back is like super hard for her. He agrees with her and is like, yeah, well, you know, when I came back, Elaine had forgotten she was in love with me. So that was a fun little time period, but you'll be fine. Like, we'll help you. You're gonna be okay. And then he's like, hey, so you know how you hate Kai Parker? Funnily enough, he merged with his sweet baby brother Luke, and now he went from being a sociopathic caterpillar to a slightly less evil butterfly. She interrupts him and she's like, anybody who believes that is an idiot. I never even want to hear his name again. And Damon is like, oh, got it. Never mind. We don't have to talk about him. Kai who? I don't know. He's gone. We go to a scene then of Damon explaining to Kai that Bonnie's not going to see him. Kai does not take that well. He's like, that sucks, man, because I had a super strong lead on the 1903 Ascendant, okay? Lily's story, your mom was wild. He says she was captured in 1903 on a dock in New York, and maybe she was like coming back for Damon since she'd been in Europe. Damon's like, where? What was she doing in Europe? And Kai just goes, sorry, my throat just got like really sore all of a sudden. Damon's like, oh my God, are you really not gonna tell me? And Kai's like, yeah, no, I'm gonna go get a lozenge, but maybe Bonnie will have changed her mind by the time I find one. As I said, Stefan's trying to get flirty with Caroline. He's like drinking shots with her, trying to bond, but she's on to him. And she knows he's only there because he feels guilty. He bulldozes on anyway and is like, no, actually, I do like you. I just got scared and I said the wrong thing and I made a mistake and I'm sorry. He begs her to let the emotions back in and says that he will be with her through it. And if she will just let him help her, he will do whatever she needs. She leans into his touch and then panics and is like, oh, you shouldn't have done that, and runs away. We follow her while she's running from Stefan. She finds Liam and she's like, Liam, how good are you at surgery? And he's like, I'm a second-year med student, not very good at all. And she's like, oh, wonderful. And she snatches him. Damon finds Bonnie at the rave. She is clearly unwell, okay? I think at this point she is still like crouched down in the little hallway trying to breathe because it's too loud. He sees her and goes, okay, listen, don't freak out. Then he sort of backs away and Kai walks into the end of the hallway. So not only is he in front of her all of a sudden, but he's in the intimidating black coat and he's blocking the exit. I don't know what Damon was thinking, okay? He wasn't. So Bonnie is standing there like, Damon, what is this? What is going on? And I'm gonna be so real with you. Kai looks like he's about to puke. Like he is literally just like stuttering and stumbling over his words. He can hardly look at her. Like he clearly feels absolutely terrible about everything that happened. So nervous, no thoughts, only anxiety. But again, she's ready to bolt and also maybe kill someone. So Kai starts stumbling through an apology for like anything he did that hurt her or caused her pain. And he's like all out of breath and shit. But then while he's talking, all Bonnie can think about is the arrow moment and the car snatching moment and the Thanksgiving stab moment in the yard. So her PTSD is just like raging right now. He finishes and he's like, Bonnie, did you hear what I said? Did you hear me? And she goes, and I quote, if I ever see your face again, I will melt it off, and then pushes past him and leaves. So that went well. Stefan finds Elena and he's like, girly pop, it worked. I am in fact Caroline's emotional trigger. I can get her back, bada bing, bada boom. We just need to find her again and I can do it. Elena is like, you let her go? Oh my God, Stefan, she warned us that if we tried anything, i.e. you flirting with her and figuring out that you're her emotional trigger, she would freaking start killing people. So then Caroline calls from Enzo's phone and she's like, you should be asking yourself several things. Why does Enzo have Sarah's number? Or maybe, where is Sarah? And ultimately, probably the most important, Caroline, what are you going to do to her? Sarah comes into the bar where Caroline is because she thought she was meeting Enzo, but it was a fake out. It's Caroline, surprise, not good. Before she hangs up, Caroline tells Stefan that she is going to kill her. Damon, idiot boy that he is, follows Bonnie back to the dorm room where she's just like bubbling over with like righteous rage and also magic. I don't think you should be anywhere near her right now, my guy. I think you should go somewhere else. Damon tries to explain himself, you know, like he should have probably done in the beginning. And so he's like, you don't understand, Bonnie. He knows about my mother and I just needed to do this one thing for him and then he was going to help me. And she's like, be quiet, Damon. Shut up. She then uses her magic to hurt Damon all the different ways Kai hurt her. So like the arrow through the stomach, the choking, the knife through the stomach, all of that. He did all of that to me and then he left me alone. And now he wants to be nice? No. Now listen, before I say what I'm about to say, I just want you guys to know that Bonnie Bennett is my favorite of the female characters. I think I've said that before, but like she is my top of the girls, okay? The unfortunate thing about being me is that this dude is my top of the boys, okay? So this whole situation gets very complicated. But I will say, just like writing standpoint, I don't love that she puts all of her energy into hating him when they were fighting each other. Because what she leaves out, and he never really brings up, is the fact that she killed him with the pickaxe first. Then he shot her with an arrow to stop them from leaving him behind. Then when she woke up and he had bandaged the arrow wound, she ran away from him again. And how'd she get away from him? She stabbed him in the neck with a pin. So she straight up killed him twice. And then we have the kidnapping moment and the stabbing her on Thanksgiving, okay? So I just don't love the way that it's pitched to us, because it's like they were actively fighting. And I guess I just maybe view it differently because they were doing things to each other. They're just actively fighting. They're on two different sides and they're both doing things to each other. And so she's completely valid for being as scarred as she is and all of that. But it becomes very much like he is the reason for everything. And I don't love that. There's also a moment here where she tells Damon, like, and then after everything he did, he left me alone. And I wish I could tell you how that feels. And that whole thing too feels like a weird writing choice, because Bonnie spent about 4 months in the prison world, okay? And I'm not saying that that's not terrible, awful, so bad, okay? I know it was traumatizing for her. I can't even fathom what that would feel like. But while she was there, she knew the entire time, my friends are gonna come get me out. Then she had confirmation multiple times that they were actively like trying to communicate with her or physically coming over and trying to get her out. So like she knew they were trying to get to her, okay? She knew she was loved. She knew she wasn't forgotten about. You know who had the exact opposite experience? My bestie right here. He spent 18 years knowing the exact opposite. So I just think for me, I'm always like, Bonnie, honey, perspective. Like you need an active outlet, and it doesn't need to be melting his face off. You need something more than that. Because also just like the year she had, like she didn't get any good storylines. It's just always sad. One thing after another for Bonnie Bennett, okay? So again, I guess it's just one of those moments where it's like, who do you think's the good guy? Who do you think's the bad guy? And we're probably gonna have opposing opinions on it. It's okay if you disagree with me. I want to be very clear. I understand where she's coming from, but she is like so broken up and destroyed by all of this that she ends up just like kicking Damon out and telling him to leave her alone. Elena and Stefan get to the bar to find Caroline making margaritas alone. She compelled Liam to take Sarah to the hospital, and she's having him perform surgery on her to practice his skills. Elena is like, Caroline, if you do this, you'll regret it forever. Trust me, I've done it. And Caroline's like, I love that you have this super special ability to make anything and everything about you. Caroline's master plan is to make Stefan turn off his emotions too, because while he has them, he can be her emotional trigger and get her back. Stefan says, no, I will not be doing that. So Caroline on the phone with Liam goes full Kai and is just like, okay, Liam, cut out her spleen. Then she turns to Elena and Stefan and she's like, relax, guys. She can live without her spleen. Why is this joke in here twice? What's going on? Liam starts cutting into Sarah. But since Stefan previously had compelled Liam to be honest with him, that compulsion is still under effect. So when Stefan asks where they are, Liam is able to tell him, and Elena goes running off to find the kids. Pissed off, Caroline tells Liam to forget the spleen and cut out her heart. Stefan attacks. These two get into a brutal fight, but we don't know what happens to Sarah because the phone gets like taken away from Caroline. Kai comes back over to see Damon and he's like, hey, so I love that you let me apologize to Bonnie. Thank you for that. It went terribly, but I did what I needed to do. I unfortunately cannot bring your mother back to you. We need to leave her in the 1903 prison world. He explains that there were only ever 2 prison worlds, his from 1994 and then Lily's from 1903. Damon slams Kai up against the wall and threatens to eat him if Kai doesn't tell him what he knows. So Kai is like, she's a ripper. Okay, I was trying to save you from that, but if you insist, your mother is a ripper. Turns out she did die in 1858, turned into a vampire, went a little nuts, and went over to Europe and just like killed a ton of people. This woman's got about like 3,000 deaths under her from like 50 years. That's a lot of people. So the Geminis, of course, were like, no, 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 no. We're not putting up with this. And they locked her in the prison world to stop her. Kai's actually being really gentle with Damon while he's telling him all of this, but Damon starts to have like a full-blown meltdown. And so Kai is like, ooh, I can see it would be better if I left the room. And so he just like quietly leaves. And once he's gone and the door shuts, Damon like collapses to the floor. Bonnie calls Jeremy. She tells him that she's back and she misses him, but also she kind of just needs to work on herself right now because she's going through it. And she's a little bit scared of like her magic and what she's capable of. So she's not really ready to see him, but at least she called. And then we have a moment of her like looking at her scars in the mirror. Elena gets to the hospital, but she can't find where Liam and Sarah are. Liam is like cutting off her shirt to get to her heart, and Sarah won't stop screaming, so then he stuffs the shirt in her mouth so he can't hear her because he's like, you're making it worse. Like, I don't have any control over this and you won't shut up. I can't do this if you're yelling at me. He starts to use this like giant bladed saw to cut into her chest. Absolutely not. It's so rough. We cut to Caroline standing over a still very hurt Stefan on the floor of the bar. Sarah stops screaming over the phone and Liam says she passed out. Caroline is like, okay, kill her and call me back when it's done. Stefan's phone rings. Caroline answers it. It's Elena. Elena calls and tells Stefan that she can't find Sarah. So Stefan is like, bring me back. And Elena's like, what are you talking about? Bring you back from where? And he's like, just remember to bring me back, Elena. So he turns off his humanity, y'all, while Caroline is standing there just like giddy and so excited, just demonic little Barbie doll. Elena finds Liam and Sarah. It's a shame she couldn't have done that 10 seconds sooner. She saves Sarah with her blood, but has to break both of Liam's wrists, like in front of us, in order to get him off of her because he won't stop. She calls Stefan back and is like, I saved her, I did it, she's safe. But at the bar, Stefan ain't got no humanity. And he is now drinking a margarita. Elena is like, Stefan, oh my God, tell me you didn't shut it off. Tell me you didn't do it. And Stefan goes, okay, I won't. And he hands the phone to Caroline and Caroline goes, he shut it off. A little fun fact about me. 17 is my favorite number, and it did not come to my attention in all my times of rewatching this show that this episode is episode 17. That just feels like a personal attack, honestly, given what I'm gonna have to get into with you guys right now. Caroline is cleaning up at the bar after her night with Stefan. They like broke stuff and made drinks, so she washed everything and swept the floor and like cleaned up so that nobody knows they were there. Enzo comes in and catches her and he's like, girl, you're not supposed to care about stuff like this. Caroline is like, I don't want people following me. I don't want to give people reason to ask questions about what I'm doing. She's also a drama major and it's time to audition for the musical and she doesn't want to get caught right now. That would be a real bummer and it would screw up the rest of her plans. She fills him in also on like what she did with Sarah and the fact that Stefan's also emotionless now and Enzo is just standing there like, oh no. Stefan comes home to a broody, sad Damon sitting in a chair like on the landing next to the door. So Stefan opens the door and Damon's just like sitting there like, hello, brother, I've been waiting for you. Stefan asks where they keep the weapons, all nonchalant. Damon flashes over to him and tries to inject him with vervain. So Stefan snaps his arm and again, we have to look at it. Like, enough with the bone snapping. Stefan says that it would be in his best interest to stay out of his way for the day and then leaves with a bag of weapons. Sarah wakes up in the hospital to Joe helping her. Bestie girl's back. She's here. They modified Sarah's memories so that she thinks that she got too drunk at a party and then passed out and then got brought in. They're keeping her hidden until Elena's blood's out of her system so that she can't be turned into a vampire. There's a cute moment here where Joe and Rick are talking and she's like, you know, I'm starting to think maybe we should just elope. What if we just leave? What if, Joe? What if you did that? But he assures her that Sarah will be back at Duke soon and it'll all be fine and they don't have anything to worry about. She's like, oh, Duke would be such a cute name for the baby. That's a dog's name, Joe. Absolutely not. He kind of has a moment of just like, oh, are we doing that? Are we keeping the baby? We're keeping the baby, yes. And he's so excited. He also suggests naming the baby Josette as a joke. I'm laughing so hard. We cut to Damon back in the living room at the Salvatore house, just like beating the stuffing out of a leather chair with a crowbar. I'm proud of him though, okay? He's doing whatever he can to keep from slipping into his usual bloodthirsty rage. Elena comes over, she's torn up because not only did they lose Stefan, which is terrible because Stefan is a ripper, they've also lost Caroline, and Caroline is Very scary right now. So the two of them together as like an evil little Barbie Ken power couple, nightmare. So he drops the prison world bomb on her and shows her the 1903 footage of Lily and is like, this is my mother, she's alive, also she's a ripper, everything's great, I'm having the best day ever. He then goes on a little rant about how it makes sense that Lily's a ripper because Stefan was such a mama's boy. They actually both were mama's boys. They loved her, she was their whole world. Elena is like, hold on, idea, what if we use her as Stefan's emotional trigger? So Damon goes right to Bonnie and is like, I need your help because we need more than one witch, so you're gonna have to work with Kai to go into the 1903 prison world. We'll get my mom out, and then that way we can ultimately save Stefan and Caroline. She agrees to give him her blood if it will get him to leave her alone, and then they can do the spell with Kai and figure it out on their own. But Damon is like, you know what, Bonnie, I really think you should come with us because I think I might have the answer to all your prayers. We hard cut to Kai having lunch while Bonnie sits with him. He explains that getting the Ascendant to the 1903 world would be super, super hard, and he would have to go through all these ancient texts and decipher all these riddles and blah, blah, blah. Oh my God, would you look at that? It's in his pocket. How nice. So he actually started looking when Damon first told him that it happened, so he's got the Ascendant, and because he is so strong and the leader of the Coven, he doesn't even need a celestial event to make it happen. He can just take them whenever. But he will only go if Bonnie will go with him. She says, I would rather die of cholera than spend an afternoon with you. Again with the parallels. You guys remember when Klaus was like, stay for a drink? And Caroline was like, I'd rather die of thirst, but thanks. So this hurts Kai's feelings, and he does what he does best, which is lash out. And he's like, you know, you're much more likely to die from Caroline's hands. I bet it'll be something stupid, like she doesn't do her laundry, you get mad at her, she cuts your tongue out. So Bonnie's like, okay, I get it. We have to save Caroline and Stefan. Fine, we can go together, whatever. We get to see Caroline's audition for the musical. Just another reminder that Candace King can sing. She finishes singing, and the director doesn't say anything though. And she's like, hello, I know I did really good. Did you not hear me? Were you not paying attention? Then his head rolls off, and we see Stefan clapping behind him. He starts making fun of her for being so careful and perfect even when she has her humanity flipped off. She's like, I'm sorry, but your switch is also off, so you shouldn't care about what I'm doing. He says that because he can't control himself the way that she can, he's decided to make it his mission to like ruin her perfect little plan. And he's basically like, I'm gonna be your nightmare because you did this to me and I'm pissed. He just wants to make sure that when they flip their switches back on, they are both equally upset because at this point he's gonna be distraught since he can't stop himself from doing anything, and she's being Little Miss Perfect in control of her actions, so she's not gonna have anything to even feel guilty about, and that's not fair. Kai and Bonnie are packing to go to the 1903 prison world. She's got this fuck off huge knife. Absolutely ridiculous. Why do you need that, Bonnie? I have questions. You know who doesn't have questions? Kai. He just has jokes. He looks her dead in the eyes and goes, damn, Crocodile Dundee called. He wants his knife back. Like, baby, run. You are not safe. She says his jokes are stupid and then puts her blood on the Ascendant so that they can leave. Damon and Elena are also going. Damon was pretty adamant he didn't want her to come, but she insisted and she gets what she wants. So they're all going. So Kai does the spell. They pop over into the 1903 snowing world. Damon and Elena go off to find Lily while Bonnie and Kai have to go look for the Ascendant in 1903 because it can't jump worlds. So they have to find the one in the prison world in order to get out. Elena doesn't want to leave Bonnie alone with Kai, but Bonnie is like, no, don't worry, I'll be fine, okay? He's nice now, remember? Sirens, alarm bells, everything going off in my head. Not in Kai's though. He's behind them, just catching snowflakes on his tongue. No thoughts in that stupid little pretty head of his. Kai turns around from his little snowflake catching moment and he's like, oh my God, Bonnie, you finally believe me? Like, that's such good news. And she's like, shut up. I was lying because Damon and Elena need to go find his mom on their own. We need to go. And she just like storms off and he follows her. Stefan goes to hop on his motorcycle and it falls apart beneath him. Caroline comes out laughing at him, but he turns on her and is like, this is the best you got. I ripped off your directing teacher's head. You unbolted my bike. I can just put it back together. This is the best you've got. So then she punches a hole in the gas tank. Rick calls Joe with more ideas on baby names, and she tells him that on second thought, anybody named Alaric shouldn't be allowed to name another human. Again with the Alaric slander, I like his name. It's that just me? Do I just read too much fantasy? I like it. Enzo comes in to see Rick and asks if he has enough for Vane to get Caroline and Stefan safely to the Salvatore cellar. Rick is initially like, my buddy, my pal, I have a pregnant fiance, okay? I'm a simple human now. I will no longer be getting involved with the vampire hunting escapades. And Enzo is like, oh, so you're boring. You got your girl pregnant, now you're lame. Okay. And Rick gives in because he is but a man. Elena is shook to her core to be wandering around the 1903 house, which is the one that Damon grew up in with Stefan. They look at baby pictures, which is kind of cute because like Lily still had them up in her home. She didn't put them away or anything, but it's clearly kind of painful for Damon. He's really worried about bringing her home and he doesn't want to get attached to her because he's like, she left us. Like she was alive from 1858 to 1903 and she never came back for us. Lily shows up and Damon turns around and sees her and he goes, hello, mother, in the hello, brother voice. That was good writing. That was they saw that opportunity and they snatched it up. So Lily's been in the prison world for over a century. Bonnie's having panic attacks at 4 months and we know what happened to Kai after 18 years. So I'm nervous, but Damon is just like, sorry I didn't visit sooner, Mom. I thought you were dead. She says she did die in 1858, but then a nurse in the TB ward had given her blood to heal her, so she turned. It's also Halloween in her world, y'all. Love that for her. All she can remember is arriving at New York Harbor, seeing the Northern Lights, and then getting snickety-snatched by the coven when she stepped off the boat. She has like collected all the blood that she can possibly collect from the area, and she's having 2 drops a week just to like stay awake. But also she seems really at peace and like super settled and chill, which is very unnerving. Caroline is doing homework at the dorm. Stefan comes over to bug her again. This time he brings like a grenade. It's like a Molotov cocktail grenade situation and he blows it up in the dorm. He also starts attacking her and it gets weirdly sexual very quickly. Y'all need to get it together. We cut back to Bonnie and Kai. He is now giving her his blood so that she can do a locator spell. And he's like putting it into her hands and he's looking at her hands and he goes, you have really nice palms. And she's like, don't talk to me. So she closes her eyes and starts doing the spell and he can't be quiet to save his life. So he starts rambling and he's like, do you know why I'm here? Because my guilt keeps me up at night. I don't expect you to believe me, but I need you to give me one more chance. She ignores him completely and continues doing the spell. So he snaps a little bit and snatches her hand and is like, Bonnie, listen to me. She looks up at him and she's like, you grabbed my arm. What's wrong with you? And he immediately, he's already let go of her when the camera like pans down to where their arms are. And he's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I take it back. And she's like, but you did do it. Because even if you're telling the truth now, the old you is still inside you. Then she stalks off to get the ascendant and just leaves him standing there, like sick to his stomach. Damon tells his mom that they only came for her because they need to bring her back so that she can save Stefan because he's a ripper too and his emotions are off and they need her to help with that. And she's like, absolutely no problem. I have no issues with doing that. Let me alert my traveling companions. And Damon is like, you're traveling what now? Ooh, y'all are not prepared. As much as I hate this episode, I'm all for this right here. So Lily takes Damon and Elena into like a little storage room under the house where she's got 6 desiccated vampires sitting around a table. She goes, everyone, meet my son Damon. He's here to take us home. Sorry, what? Dumb and Dumber, also known as Enzo and Rick, have gotten weapons from Rick's apartment and now they're going after Stefan and Caroline. Also, Enzo is helping because he feels bad about hurting Stefan while Stefan doesn't have his emotions on. He says that the revenge is only fun if Stefan cares. While dragging Stefan's unconscious body out of the dorm, Caroline gets caught by another student who's home because she's an athlete. Accurate depiction of being at college. But Stefan gets up and attacks the girl before Caroline can send her to her room. She starts to yell at him and they get into another fight, but then all of a sudden Stefan is like, quiet, The idiot duo comes strolling into the dorm. What do you know? Stefan left another bomb. It explodes, and all we see is Enzo like grabbing Rick and like running to the side. But we don't know if they got away. Back to Lily with her creepy little vampire dollhouse. She explains that she's always traveled with these vampires and they saved her from being a ripper. They sacrificed their rations for her, so she learned how to control her bloodlust, because if she didn't, she would have blown through all the blood and she wouldn't have enough to undesiccate them when it was time to leave. Damon is like horrified by this whole situation, and Elena is like, I think it's kind of cute. She feels responsible for them and she doesn't want to leave them behind. Then Elena finds the Ascendant on the table with the 6 vampires. And she's like, if this is here, why isn't Bonnie here? The locator spell should have let them here. And Damon goes, because Bonnie isn't looking for the Ascendant, Elena. Yay! I love that information. Thanks for confirming it, Damon. We go back to Kai and Bonnie. They are now just in the middle of the woods. He's so dumb. Like, first rule, my guy, you never let them take you to a secondary location. Do you know nothing? So Bonnie's just walking along and she's like, the Ascendant's right up here. Like, we should be on top of it any second now. And Kai is just like, seems a little sus, but whatever. Also, Bonnie, if you don't think I'm capable of change, why'd you agree to spend a whole day with me? Like, why did you come all the way out into the middle of the woods with me? I could just gut you all over again and your friends would never even hear you scream. Stop talking. But Bonnie is like, maybe it's because you're right. And deep down, there's a part of me that believes that there's still a sliver of good in you. Kai starts to laugh and he's like, oh, well, then you'd be right. I've been trying to tell you. And then his idiot ass turns his back on her and keeps walking into the woods. So she pulls out that giant red flag of a knife and stabs him in the back with it. And then when he falls over on the ground, she stabs him in the back of the thigh so that he can't run. He rolls over and he's like, Bonnie, what are you doing? She goes, gaining your trust and then stabbing you in the back? It hurts, doesn't it? He begs her to stop and she's like, what? You don't want me to leave you here all alone? I almost killed myself because of you. He goes, Bonnie, please, believe me, I've changed. She says, I know. But so have I. And then she just brings the knife up over her head and goes to just stab him in the chest. But he's a Parker, so my boy turns invisible and gets away. Like, I remember vividly where I was the first time I saw this scene. And again, remember, favorite. I was distraught. I had to pause and take a break. I was like, I don't think I can handle this. So Enzo and Rick are still alive. The Molotov cocktail did not kill them. However, Stefan does want to go ahead and just kill them to send a message to Damon. But Caroline stops him because, again, she's still a little rational and decent. So Stefan snatches that poor girl back from her dorm room where she's been hiding, and he again gets weirdly sexual and convinces Caroline to eat her with him. And then they bang! So good for them, I guess. Damon tells Lily that since Kai can no longer go back with them, they're gonna have to leave her friends behind because there's only so many people that one witch can bring over at one time. Gets a little funky there because the whole point in Elena and Damon going was that Kai and Bonnie were going. So one witch could bring one, and now suddenly Bonnie can bring Damon, Elena, and Lily. I'm not gonna question it if you're not, but it seems sus to me. Bonnie shows up to the house and she's like, homies, let's go, we gotta run. But Lily disappears and Damon rushes after her to find her giving blood to one of the little vampires. She says she won't leave without them, even though he promised that they would come back. And he's like, girl, we gotta go now. And she's like, you don't understand. These people are my family now. I will not leave them, which that hurts our boy. He says if she doesn't want to come and help Stefan, he will leave her behind and let her rot. Bonnie starts the spell with Elena, and here comes Damon and Lily. They run in so that they can all leave together. We see Kai stumbling through the woods because remember, she stabbed him in the thigh. He calls out to Bonnie. She turns around and sees him. They make eye contact, and she leaves. So he collapses, crying, all alone in the snow, except, guys, he's not alone. Okay, I'd like you to remember who's underneath the house. And what's he doing right now? Bleeding in the woods. This episode is my Vampire Diaries villain origin story. And ironically, it is also his. Hard cut from all of that sadness to Enzo visiting Sarah at the hospital. He tells her that it was a mistake to ever bring her into his life. He's kind of hung up on something Rick said to him earlier, which is that he's lonely and sad and bored, and he should quit playing with humans like they're toys. So that's resonated with him, and he's working on it. But he also tells her that her real name is Sarah Salvatore with a little smirk. So that's a bit worrying. Joe is fixing Rick, and she's like, listen to me, my guy, you need to behave for at least the next 18 years, and then you can go back to being a vampire hunter, all right? But I need you to raise this child with me, okay? And he agrees. He's like, 100%, I got you, you got me, we're done, we're in this together, everything's gonna be fine. Back at the Salvatore house in present day, Lily explains to Damon that she really did come back to them the night of her funeral, or the night before her funeral, or how Stefan saw her, and he was like, Mommy's ghost came to me and told me she was gonna be okay and everything would be fine. That was actually Lily. But the unfortunate thing was when she went to hug Stefan goodbye, she almost like rippered him. So she ran away, and that's why she stayed away for so long, because she didn't want to hurt the boys. She also says though that she doesn't think she can like be her new self and like be safe to be around unless they bring her family back to her. And Damon is like, I know, Mom, and I promise you we're gonna get them out. We just can't do it yet. We cut back to my boy wandering around the cellar under the house looking for food, because of course he is. But instead, he finds the desiccated vampire tea party. 6 people at that table, and he gets too close to the one vampire that Lily gave a little bit of blood to, and he's like, who are you? And then the guy grabs him by the throat. Kai screams, drops his lantern, we go into darkness. So it's a good day to be me. I'm having a great time. Elena and Damon get cute in the kitchen. She says it's amazing that she got to meet his mom, and that was a whole version of him that she like never even thought she would know. And he's still on the whole like, she's not my mom, I'm not getting attached. She's just how we're gonna get Stefan back. Post hookup, Caroline and Stefan are curled up in front of the fire in her dorm room. This is bad for everyone. Back to the kitchen. This is maybe my favorite kissing scene for Damon and Elena, because all of a sudden, like mid-makeout, he looks over and he goes, oh, hey, Bon Bon. And Bonnie is standing there and she's like, I could have gone my whole life without seeing all of that. Elena runs off to look into the Steph and Caroline situation, so that'll be fun for her when she gets home. Bonnie thanks Damon for helping her find closure. He says that they have to be careful because his mom desperately wants to get her friends out of the prison world, but obviously they left Kai there and they didn't flat out kill him, so he could just live in the 1903 prison world for all they know, and they have to leave him there and not let him back out. She says she has a gift for him from 1994. It's the freaking vampire cure from Nova Scotia. Was anybody prepared for that? Cute though, because this is why those notes in the atlas were there to begin with. While they were in the 1994 world, Damon was planning on going and getting the cure for Elena the whole time. But now, in present day, he's like, what if I don't want to give it to her anymore? And Bonnie, in a shocking turn of events, is like, that's up to you. Like, whether you want to give it to her or not, I got it for you, and now it's your decision. It's not a very Bonnie Bennett thing to say or do, but we're in Dark Bonnie era. So she's a little scary right now. She's a little unhinged. She's a little morally dubious. And it looks good on her. We open episode 18 with a bartender at the college bar getting messed with, clearly by vampires. He thinks that it's his friend who also works there, and then the friend's dead body gets thrown down onto a table and he freaks out. Stefan steps out of the shadows and is like, that was so lame. What did you think that was gonna do? Turns out Caroline and Stefan made a bet that Caroline could scare the guy to death, okay? So she compels him into having a heart attack. And while he's like having a heart attack, she's like, oh my God, now you can't breathe. Oh no, now there are spiders crawling all over you. Like, do you feel them? Are you so scared? And so he dies. And she's like, haha, loophole, I won. You know what that means, don't you? And Stefan's like, unfortunately I do. Karaoke. Put these two in a prison world. What is going on? Enzo brings Sarah to the Salvatore house because he is planning on just dropping her off with the boys and then finally leaving. But when they get there, Lily opens the door and Enzo is like, I'm so sorry, I got the wrong house. I'm gonna go, bye. And he just runs. Oh, I mean, sprints. He is terrified. In the car, he's like, I met that woman in 1903. I thought she was gone. She's the one that turned me into a vampire. The plot thickens. Damon and Elena are getting ready for the day together. She's begging him to give his mom a chance. She's like, you have to at least let her try to get to know you again. He's still insisting that he's not going to get close to her or let her in. She goes looking in one of his drawers for a shirt and he stops her and he's like, here, take this one. So she walks away, and it's because he had the vampire cure hidden in his freaking t-shirt drawer. Lily, Damon, and Elena eat breakfast together, and it's super hella awkward. Lily asks if Elena ever misses being a human, and Elena's like, I mean, sometimes, but there's nothing that we can do about it. So, like, there's no point in dwelling on that. And Lily's like, and if there was something that could be done about it? And Damon's like, shut up, what's wrong with you? Lily changes course and is like, so question, the upcoming full moon, is that enough of a celestial event to go back and get my friends? Before Damon has to answer, Joe calls Elena and is like, girl, people are getting attacked at Whitmore. We have a problem. Enzo tells Sarah all about her vampire family, which basically boils down to, so your good uncle hid you from your bad uncle, but now your good uncle is bad and your bad uncle is kind of good. So I was hoping to leave you with him, but now that lady is there and we're absolutely not going back to that house. Never again. We get a nice fun flashback of Enzo from 1903. He was trying to leave Europe and go to America, but remember he died of consumption. So he's sick and they won't let him on the boat. But then Lily showed up and she killed the guy that kicked him off the boat and then snuck him on with her. And he is a sweet little human man, okay? Sweet boy. He thought she was an angel. So he trusted her and thought she was gonna help him, but then instead, Lily killed everybody on the boat and left him behind. He leans over to compel Sarah into forgetting everything because he thinks it'll be easier and safer, but she's like, joke's on you, idiot boy, and she shoots him up with vervain. Another little side note, y'all remember when Enzo couldn't be taken out with one shot of vervain? This time he can be. I don't know why, and neither do you. Caroline is singing Hit Me With Your Best Shot at the karaoke bar, but it's not a karaoke bar, it's just the same bar in Whitmore, and they've compelled all the people to pay attention and listen. Matt and Tyler come in. Don't forget, these two are training to be police officers. They try to leave, but Stefan forces them to stay. Lily and Damon are heading over to find Stefan. She admits that she accidentally listened in when Bonnie was telling Damon about the cure. She apologizes and she's like, I'm just not used to hearing other people's voices. So like, of course I listened. I didn't mean to. She points out what he already knows, which is that like, if he gives it to her, what if Elena doesn't love him anymore once she's a human? She's also super hung up on getting her little vampire friends back. Joe and Elena are at the hospital trying to cover up Caroline and Stefan's attacks, but it's getting really hard because the bodies just keep piling up. Elena's like, I know this is horrible, Joe. I'm so sorry we're putting you through this. I really hope that Damon and his mom can get this figured out soon. And Joe is like, oh, rewind. His mom? Elena tells her about the 1903 prison world and how they took Lily out and left Kai behind. And Joe was like, oh my God, incredible news. Thank you so much for doing that. This is when she tells Elena she's pregnant. Elena is like so happy, but also clearly deeply wounded by this news. Enzo wakes up tied up in Sarah's dorm room. She went through his phone, so now she knows about the whole Enzo-Matt situation. So she's just pissed that she ever trusted him at all because he's been lying to her the whole time. He says he's sorry and that he remembers what it was like to be so naive. Go back to another Enzo flashback. He's now with a doctor, with Lily on the boat. She's paying for everything. There is nothing the doctor can do. There's no cure. So Enzo's dying. So she tells Enzo about how she also died of consumption. And so he just is like, oh my God, you're an angel. Stefan and Caroline empty out the bar. And then Caroline starts playing Caroline trivia with Matt and Tyler since they both dated her. Tyler gets her birthday right, October 10th. So she's a Libra. That makes perfect sense to me. Matt gets her favorite color correct, which is that she doesn't have a favorite color, trick question. The tiebreaker is, what was my mom's final memory before she died? But obviously, Tyler and Matt don't know the answer to that. So they're like, girl, what? Stefan waltzes in and was like, oh my God, the English department needs a new TA. Also, it was your mom teaching you how to ride a bike, bestie. Which means, unfortunately, that Tyler and Matt lost the game and now they can both be killed because those were the rules. Back to Joe and Elena, they have another moment where they're just looking at all the victims, and it's like very horrifying. It looks like a wildcat just went through the town. Elena says that she's not even surprised that they've done all of this because she remembers what it was like being emotionless. And now there's always a part of her that's kind of freaking out that at any moment she could do this again. Joe is like, yeah, girl, and also you freaked out when I told you that I was pregnant, so you should really talk about these like vampire fears with your boyfriend. Elena says that Damon knows exactly how she feels, but there's no way of changing anything, so what can they do? Sarah and Enzo are still bonding in her dorm room. She opens up to him about how she's always been fascinated by death. Another flashback of Lily taking care of Enzo while he's dying. He says that nobody ever took care of him. He was abandoned at 4 years old, and he's just been alone on his own ever since. She says she knows all about being alone because her husband sent her away to a sanitarium so she could die and he wouldn't have to watch. She explains vampirism, but in like a, I got better and now I have this perfect life and this lovely family, and if you also want to be better, I could help you and then you could be part of our family and you'd never be alone again. She gives him her blood, but he is dying, okay? So he doesn't really give full consent. He doesn't understand what he's saying yes to. Lily and Damon are looking for Stefan, but they haven't found him yet. She's starting to get really nervous, and she's like, what if it's not enough and I'm not able to bring him back, and then you won't help me get my friends? Damon's just kind of tired of her, and he's like, look, just channel whatever it was you were feeling when you came back for us in 1903. And Lily is like, awkward. I wasn't coming back for you. That's not what I was doing in America. I'm so sorry. She says she's so sorry that she hurt both of them, but she was so burdened by the fact that she missed them and the fear of like what she would do if she went back for them, that she sort of just had to let it all go and like start over with that new group of vampires, and they became her family. And then somewhere along the way she forgot how to like love and care for the boys because she just had to let that part of herself go. Damon is understandably very upset by this. Caroline flips a coin to see if she should kill Tyler or Matt first, but Tyler slaps the coin out of her hand before she can see what it says. Then Tyler snaps and like starts breaking chair legs and trying to attack them. Matt is trying to get him to calm down, and Stefan is like, I love that you're so stupid, you dumb little wolf boy. Like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna fight both of us? Bring it on. Tyler attacks Caroline, but she grabs Matt, so Tyler just ends up stabbing Matt in the stomach. Damon and Elena talk, and she is horrified that his mom was basically like, I don't love you anymore. And Damon's like, it's not even like it matters because we're not gonna help her get her friends anyway, so who cares? Lily tries to leave because she's like, I can't do this, I'm gonna screw it up. Damon convinces her and lies again about going to get her friends, but he does also give her the ascendant as like a sign of good faith. Sarah's confused on why Enzo would ever have gotten mad at Lily and like not been happy that she gave him immortality, but he explains that he woke up alone on the ship and she never warned him about the hunger. So once he turned completely, he was just abandoned, and this life that she'd promised him and this new family was just gone. Obviously, we know it's because the Geminis snatched her and her friends and sent them away, but Enzo doesn't know that. He just thinks she left. Back in the present in his dorm room, Enzo snaps out of his little restraints because what were they gonna do? It was like zip ties, okay? It was nothing for him. So he was just humoring her. He tells her that he's gonna compel her anyway into forgetting everything. They just have to wait for the vervain to leave her system. Tyler is freaking out at the grill because if Matt dies, his werewolf curse gets triggered. Thought we were done with that. We're not. Damon and Lily walk in unexpectedly, and Stefan just turns around and is like, Damon sends Tyler and Matt away so that they can get Matt help. Caroline stabs Stefan and then runs away so that they can't capture her to make him turn her emotions back on once his get turned back on. Tyler gets Matt to the hospital so that Elena can heal him, but Matt refuses Elena's blood and says he only wants Joe and Joe can fix him or he dies. Lily pulls out the stake from Stefan's back. He obviously knows she's a vampire since she hasn't aged a day since the last time he saw her, but she tells him, I'm also a ripper. So he inherited the gene, so she immediately takes some of his guilt away because she's like, this thing that's wrong with you didn't come from you, I gave it to you, you got it from me. She explains that she left to keep herself from hurting him, but she really did go back and say goodbye, and that's that memory he has of her, and it was real. Then we hear Damon talking. So he freaking coached her, okay, guys? Everything she's saying is what Damon told her to say. She says that she wished she could have been there to see Stefan grow into a young man. She wished she'd protected him from his father's temper. She says she was too ashamed by her actions, and then by the time she was ready to come back and get them, the Gemini showed up and sent her to the prison world. But the one thing that got her through it was the hope that one day she'd see her boys again. She ends it by being like, there are no words to make up for what happened to us, but at least we have all of eternity to try. Your angel has returned to you, and she will never leave you again. Stefan's crying, I'm crying, we're all crying. So he turns his emotions back on and hugs his mom. But then over his shoulder, we see Damon like watching Lily being like, yes, I'm a good brother. I knew exactly what to do. I'm the smartest man alive. So Stefan's big boy sad now, just brooding over everything that happened. Damon is like, you get one night to go be moody and do what you need to do, and then you have to go after Caroline. And Stefan's like, I don't need a night. I'll go get her right now. And he runs off. Matt is alive thanks to Joe, but Elena is like, I want to know why you didn't want my blood. Why didn't you let me help you? He says that he's almost died too many times and he didn't want to risk becoming a vampire. He basically feels like he can't hate vampires and say that about himself and want to fight them, but then use them when it's to his advantage. Like he can't have both. It's a pretty fair take for him, honestly, but it sucks for her. Enzo checks Sarah for Vervain and then prepares to compel everything away from her, but she stops him and is basically like, if I promise not to go after the Salvatores, will you please let me keep my memories? And he agrees. Damon walks up to Elena and is like, Matt's alive, Stefan's handling Caroline, and I just showed Mom how to use an Uber. And she goes, I want to throw Joe a baby shower. Elena goes on and on about how Joe and Rick having a baby is like the best news they've had in a really long time. She reacted with jealousy initially, but she wants to make sure that they know how happy she is for them. So she's struggling with the guilt of being jealous and also the deep sadness of never having like a traditional family unit, but also she gets a life with Damon, so she's pretty happy. He's like, what if things were different? She says they're not and they can't be, so it doesn't matter. They say I love you and go to kiss, but then the phone rings. Joe meets them at the hospital. She says she called her dad to be like, hey dad, guess who's gone again? But instead of being excited, he was like, the 1903 prison world? Oh, where's the Ascendant? It must be destroyed. That's tough because Damon was an idiot and he already gave it to Lily. While Joe explains everything, we see Lily back in the Salvatore house messing with the Ascendant. So Joe explains that before the 1900s, Lily got hooked up with a group of witches that were outcasted from the Gemini coven. They called themselves heretics, okay? They are siphons like Kai, but they're vampires also. They're my favorite creatures in the Vampire Diaries universe. Top tier, my favorites. So because of the way the siphon power works, they can just siphon from themselves because being a vampire is a magical thing and they just have a constant source of power. How sick and twisted is that? I love it. Like genius, big brain move on Lily's part to turn all of them. Like she was thinking, she was on to something. So in 1903, they were not coming back to get Damon and Stefan. They were coming back to destroy the Gemini coven. Joe goes, imagine Kai with the bloodlust of a vampire. Now imagine 6 of them. Show me. When do I get to see it? Let me tell you, 2018 me heard absolutely nothing but we're giving Kai fangs. Vampire Kai is coming. And I was frothing at the mouth. I was like, where is he? When? Give him over. Let me look at him. What? Oh my God. Are you, what? 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. The emotional whiplash is so real. Like I went from so distraught in episode 17, okay, dealing with all of that, to the hypest I've ever been in my life. Vampire Kai. So we open with Stefan and Caroline coming into a hotel together. And remember, his humanity is back on and he went looking for her because her humanity is still off. So he's basically told her that Lily tried to get him to flip his switch, but it didn't work because she was lying and he could tell, and he didn't believe her. So he's pretending to still be crazy Stefan. The big plan that Damon and Elena and Stefan came up with is that they've basically vampire-proofed this Airbnb that Stefan and Caroline are now at, and they're gonna capture Caroline and then torture her until she turns her humanity back on. So Stefan says that he called for extra towels, and when the person comes up to give them to him, they can just eat them together and that'll be dinner. The door rings, Caroline goes to answer it, it's Damon with a crossbow. He goes, "Towels?" and then shoots her and knocks her out. Stefan is like, "Go ahead, make it look real," so Damon shoots him too. Damon then goes to see Bonnie. He's still kind of trying to make things up to her. She hasn't forgiven him completely yet. And now all of a sudden, Bonnie is like, "Why haven't you told Elena about the cure? I thought you would have done that by now." Even though when she gave it to him, she was like, "You don't have to tell her if you don't want to. That's up to you." You're giving me mixed signals, Bonnie. He also has to tell her that he gave Lily the ascendant before he knew that he shouldn't do that. And so now Lily's going to be looking for her so that Bonnie can help her get her friends out, which obviously Bonnie doesn't want to do because that would risk freeing Kai. So now she's mad at Damon all over again. Joe and Rick are at the Airbnb on Stefan and Caroline watch, waiting for them to wake up, and they're being all cute about the wedding. By that, I mean she's being cute and he's being an ass, which is bad writing on everybody's part because he is the one that was so excited about getting married. Okay, so what they should have done is have Rick be the one that's like picking out flowers and making decisions about the tables and where they should go. He should have been the planner, and Joe should have been off at the hospital working because she's a strong, independent woman, and they should have let him do this for her. Caroline wakes up and she is pissed. She doesn't care that this is some big plan to get her emotions back on. She's just pitching a fit. Elena comes over to watch them and brings a letter that Liz wrote and left for Caroline. Like she had it delivered late so that after her death, Caroline could have something from her. Elena brings that letter over. Caroline has a moment where she nearly breaks and she says she remembers her mom teaching her how to write her name in cursive, and she gets kind of teary-eyed. And then she turns to Stefan and she goes, "Burn it." And Stefan goes, "What?" And she goes, "Did I say stand there and look stupid? No, I said burn it." So Stefan, not wanting to give away that his emotions are secretly turned on, burns the letter. And y'all, it was the real letter. Like, imagine being stupid enough to not take the letter out of the envelope and just give Caroline the envelope to see how she reacts. What was Elena thinking? She wasn't. Lily goes to the grill to have lunch with Bonnie, but actually Bonnie agreed to meet with her so that Bonnie could sneak into the Salvatore house and steal the Ascendant. Matt is supposed to be stalling Lily, but then Enzo shows up, so Matt's like, "Okay, good, you're gonna watch her, excellent news." Lily's super excited to see Enzo. She's like, "Oh my god, I can't believe we found each other, this is amazing, please come sit with me, I want to know all about you." And Enzo is still pretty freaked out and like a little flighty because remember, he thinks she abandoned him. Elena is having a meltdown over the fact that she let the letter get burned, which, yeah, girl, you should be upset about that. Damon shows up and he's like, "Look, honey, the fact that you suck at torturing people is not a bad thing. It's why you have me." At least he knows their places in the relationship. He is still going back and forth about the cure and what to do with it, so he asks her to like plan out the next 5 years of their life if they were humans. Like, what would she be doing? She very quickly is like, "Well, you'd probably own a bar and we'd live above it, and I'd be in my residency program learning how to become a doctor. We'd probably have like at least 2 kids, or like we'd be planning to have 2 kids. And of course, we'd still be crazy in love with each other." This freaks him out because he's like, "Why do you just like have that in your back pocket? Why is that just like a thing that you like already know you would want immediately?" And she's like, "Well, you asked me a question, Damon. I was just answering. It's no big deal." But he is not able to like see anything 5 years in front of them except for being with her. We cut to Caroline and Stefan listening in to their conversation because this is happening at the Airbnb still. Caroline says she wants a distraction and she leans over and starts kissing on Stefan. He does not reciprocate like perfectly, so she pulls back and it's very clear that she can like tell that something's off. But then Damon shows up quickly and brings the crime scene photos. He's only focusing in on Caroline, which is so dumb, and she's so smart. Like, I don't know how they didn't think she would figure this out, but once again, she's like, why are you only picking on me? Stefan also has his humanity turned off. Like, you should be making him feel bad too. She gets really mean to Elena here and says it's so stupid to want to be human and waste her time on those dreams because it's never gonna happen and it's pathetic. And then she like turns to Damon and she's like, how does it feel to know you'll never be able to give her what she wants? Lily and Enzo have lunch. She explains to him that she's been in the prison world for over 100 years, and he's like, the prison what? Huh? She's so truly gentle with him because she realizes that he thought this whole time she'd abandoned him. She's really drawn to Enzo, and so she ends up opening up and saying again how she feels terrible that she can't love her sons anymore, but she has these 6 friends that she just adores, and they're her family, and that's who she wants Enzo to get to know. Then she tells him that Bonnie is helping her get her friends back, and Enzo's like, is she now? I see you don't understand how this town works. And then Matt comes out of the bathroom. It took him ages to change because he's still dealing with that wound on his stomach, and Lily and Enzo are gone. We cut back to Bonnie still looking through the house when Enzo and Lily come home. They are both vampires, and yet they do not hear Bonnie in the house. Bonnie finds the Ascendant in a drawer right as Lily comes into the room, so she snatches it. Lily gets really upset, and Enzo's like, I'm so sorry. I thought you knew that your son was a liar. I was just proving that fact to you. You need to chill. She's not calming down, and she's basically like, you don't understand. Without my 6 friends, I don't know how to control myself, and I'm a ripper. And she finally starts showing like some aggression and like really being scary, which is kind of what we expected when we found her in the prison world, but instead she was like this nice, sweet, classy lady. That's gone. Okay, now she's feral. Damon and Elena get into yet another fight about how he thinks she won't ever be really happy unless she's a human, and she insists that she will be happy as long as she is with him. Lily calls him and asks if he has the Ascendant and did he take it. He swears that he did not, and she's like, if you don't bring it to me, I will destroy the vampire cure. Caroline tries to get Stefan to hook up with her again, but he's still acting weird because he doesn't want to do anything while she's not completely herself. So she figures out that his humanity is turned back on, and boy is she upset. She snaps his neck to knock him out and then kicks the door down and escapes. Back in the dorm room, Bonnie is alone doing a special little spell to destroy the Ascendant. Damon shows up begging for the Ascendant, and he promises her that they will not let Kai back out, like no matter what. And Bonnie is like, it's not even about him anymore. We can't let those other 6 people get out, okay? There are 7 monsters over there. None of them need to be let go. He tells her that Lily has the cure and she's gonna destroy it if they don't give the Ascendant back, and Bonnie's like, I don't care, and she starts the spell anyway. So he attacks her. She fights back, thankfully, and gets him off of her and says that he doesn't even really want the cure. If he wanted to give it to Elena, he would have done it by now. She says that they're friends now, so she knows him, and he is more scared right now in this moment about losing Elena than he ever was in the 1994 prison world. And then she snatches up the Ascendant and offers it to him. And she says that if he wants to free a bunch of crazy people that want to kill her and then watch Elena get old and die, be her guest. He can go do that. But he doesn't take it. Escaping town, Caroline's driving really fast. She gets pulled over, but that was her plan all along because she's hungry. However, the cop is her mom? Yeah, so Liz arrests her for all the Ripper murders, and Caroline is like, Mom, you don't understand. It's me, it's me. And Liz is like, you're not my daughter. My daughter is good and kind, and she doesn't do stuff like this. I don't know who you are anymore. And then Caroline realizes that this can't be real because Liz is dead, so it must be Stefan messing with her, and she's correct. He comes out of her head and quits messing with her, so now they're like in the room actually talking to each other, and he begs her to let her emotions back in. He says he will be with her and he will help her through it and they can handle it together, but she just has to turn the switch back on. She says the only thing she wants from him is for him to die, and then stabs him. So he gives her another vision of the day that they found Bonnie's bear in the woods. Remember how its body fell off and they had to like re-sew the head back on? Well, he went to Liz to get the needle and thread for that. Liz told him that day that he was a really good friend to Caroline, but she hoped that one day there'd be more between them. He says that he doesn't want to start anything in the middle of all the grief, and Liz is like, if you're waiting for the perfect time, you're gonna be waiting forever. This is life. Like, things are always gonna be happening. She was still working on the stupid letter that day, and she says that she wanted it to be perfect because Caroline deserved that. So Caroline in the memory starts crying and like begging Liz to stay with her, and she says like, come back, talk to me, I want to read your letter, please, I'm so sorry. In the memory, she starts like begging Stefan to bring her mom back and let her see her again so they can talk, and he says that he can't do that. And then in the real world, she starts crying over the letter. He pushes her by being like, how does it feel to know you'll never read what she said? Like, you're never gonna know what she wanted to tell you. How does that feel, Caroline? Tell me how it feels. And she like completely breaks down and turns her humanity back on. That's when she starts like panicking and apologizing, and she tells Stefan that she's so sorry that she ruined everything. Damon goes home to Lily without the Ascendant, so she burns the cure. But then we see Elena come into the kitchen, and on the dining table is like all these candles and rose petals, and there's a little silver platter with a black velvet box on it. Lily tells Damon that making Elena his forever by burning the cure is exactly what he really wanted. And that's not much of a punishment, is it? Elena comes into the room holding the little box that had the cure in it. And Lily's like, oh, yeah, sweetie, I'm glad you found it. I left it out for you since Damon was never going to give it to you himself. Rick and Joe bring Stefan and Caroline blood now that everybody's safe to be around. Stefan wants to leave because he's sure that Caroline is not going to want anything to do with him. Joe says that he should let Caroline make her own decisions, so he goes and talks to her. Caroline is like clearly struggling to come to terms with everything she did, and specifically like everything she made Stefan do, and like what that did to their relationship, because they were friends and then they were falling for each other and then this happened. So it's just like very complicated and messy, but she clearly still cares about him and wants to be with him. She's just struggling too much and she ends up like leaving the room. He's distraught by this, and it's gonna lead to this whole big swath of miscommunication time that annoys me so much, because they clearly just need to talk to each other. Like, it's so obvious. It's worse than any Delina fight ever, because you're just like, oh my god, you idiots. Open your mouth. You love each other. You love each other and you hurt each other, and it's move forward. Oh my god. Lily calls Enzo for help, and when he gets to her, she's crying and covered in blood because she accidentally went full Ripper mode and like tore this poor man that she walked by on the street to shreds. She starts crying, he starts crying, he holds her and tells her that everything's gonna be okay and they will figure it out. He's such a sweet man. I love him so much. Elena and Damon talk. He admits that yes, he panicked when he heard her talking about her human life and everything she wanted, because he knows he can't give that to her. So he was gonna let Lily destroy the cure, but he wants Elena to be human if that's what she wants to do. Like, he wants her to have whatever she wants to have. He's just so terrified of losing her, and also he's selfish and he's still working on that. She says that the cure is just too complicated and she doesn't want it, so they're just gonna have to give it to somebody else. But he pulls an Uno reverse card and he goes, no, Elena, you're gonna take the cure. And I'm gonna take it with you. All right, 20, here we go. We open with Rick grading papers in the dark in his classroom. Joe calls him and she's like, hi, I just realized it's my last shift at the hospital as a single woman. Someone is in Rick's classroom running about in the shadows. He gets off the phone with Joe and goes out into the hallway looking for them and gets snatched. Like, somebody straight up puts a bag over his head and snatches him out of frame. At the hospital, Joe gets approached by a cop, and the cop is like, hi, are you dating Alaric Saltzman? And she's like, oh my god, is he okay? And the cop is like, we need to talk about this somewhere private. So they go into a different room. Don't worry though, it's actually just a stripper cop. And then Bonnie and Elena jump out and are like, happy bachelorette! Y'all, there was definitely a less traumatic way of doing that to Joe. Do y'all understand what this woman has been through? We cut to Rick in a chair getting the blindfold ripped off of him, and it's actually Damon, Stefan, and Matt. They're throwing him a bachelor party that is just like a giant raging kegger at the Salvatore house. We cut back to the girls. They're being cute. They're at a diner eating burgers and shakes. When Joe steps away from the table, Bonnie is like, so Elena, are you just not going to tell me about the cure? Because Damon called me and told me everything you guys talked about, and you walked away from him without saying, yes, Damon, let's take the cure together. What are you thinking? So yeah, we learned that Elena just never gave him an answer. She just left the room. We go back to Damon now telling Rick about his plan to take the cure. Rick thinks it's absolutely crazy for Damon to even consider trying to be a human, but Damon is dead set on being with Elena forever. Also, Damon hasn't told Stefan about the cure at all, so that'll be fun. Matt and Tyler run into each other at the bachelor party. Matt is drinking a lot and just being like a major asshole. Enzo shows up because Damon invited him. He's looking for Stefan. Stefan is up in his little attic room calling Caroline, trying to talk to her, but she's still avoiding his calls. Enzo goes to him and is like, you have to come with me because your mom is losing it and I need you to help me get her under control. We cut to Lily back at the grill, seconds away from eating the poor bartender, like she is hunting him through the street. But before she can attack, Stefan shows up and stops her. She's pretending all is well and she's fine and completely under control. And he's like, yeah, Mom, you're not though. And I would know because I'm also a Ripper. So just let me help you. But she's super resistant to that idea. Back to Dumb and Dumber, turns out that Matt is mad at Tyler because Tyler left the police academy. Why did Tyler leave, you might be wondering? It's because he realized that being a police officer maybe wasn't a good career for him, since if he kills anybody, he will turn into a werewolf. I don't know how we didn't think of that sooner. You probably shouldn't have a profession where you carry weapons. Matt gets weird and is just like, I think you should know how to control yourself better, Tyler. You should have your anger under control more. And like tries to pick a fight with him and is encouraging Tyler to like attack and hurt him. And Tyler is just like, you're not worth it. And he stands up for himself and walks away, which is like one of the only times we ever see Tyler do that. I was so proud of him in this moment. Enzo and Damon talk about the cure now. Enzo believes that there's no way Damon will ever actually take the cure, even though he said he would, because he's never wanted to be a human and you can't change, even for a girl. We go back to Bachelorette. The girls are now talking about the Damon cure situation. Joe also tells us in this moment that she hasn't asked Liv to be her maid of honor because Liv won't return her phone calls. And I'm like, girl, what did you think was gonna like, did you think you were gonna be besties? You and your siblings suffered a trauma and then you dipped out of the family and left the two youngest babies alone with the abusive dad for 18 years. When you got reunited, you had one job, and that was to merge with your twin, and now he's gone. Of course she is mad at you. What did you expect? None of this, but especially the leaving them for 18 years with the crazy dad that you knew was crazy, was very big sister of you. I don't understand, Joe. I don't understand. Bonnie brings up the fact that Elena doesn't want the cure because she's afraid that once she's a vampire, she won't love Damon anymore. And Joe is like, that's ridiculous. Being supernatural doesn't change how you feel. Like, I used to be a witch. Rick used to be a vampire. We liked each other then. We like each other now. Like, it's not how that works. Stefan and Lily are now drinking together at the grill. He's teaching her how to cope with being a Ripper by being an alcoholic. He tells her he thinks the relationship that they have with each other is worth trying to save. She freaks out and runs away, so he chases her, begging her to listen to him. She explains that the woman that raised him, that he loves so much, is dead, and she died in 1858. And now the new powerful Lily can't look at him without being reminded of that old person that she used to be. So he asks to just start over and try again and get to know the people that they are now. He is secretly hiding a needle of vervain under the table, and she clocks this and goes, you never could look me in the eye when you were lying, and then stabs him, attacks somebody, and runs away so that he's left to like clean up the mess in the bar. Damon and Elena are now up on the clock tower talking. She asks him if he meant it when he said he would take the cure with her, and he's like, up, hold on, there's one more thing I want to show you. And then they jump off the clock tower together holding hands. Very iconic behavior from the two of them. Matt is now drinking more with Rick this time. He's still being a dick. He's like, I think it's crazy that you want to settle down and have children in Mystic Falls. Like, this town is cursed and you need to run away. It's not that he doesn't have a point. I just need him to relax. Stefan has to one by one compel all the people in the bar to forget what happened and then clean up the mess. Enzo shows up and he's like, where have you been? I needed your help. Enzo is like, well, I was looking for Damon, but he's run off with Elena, so I guess it's just the two of us trying to help Lily. Also, remember when I said that Enzo's very jealous of the relationship that Stefan and Damon have, so he's trying to pretend like he's the favorite brother in this little trio situation, and he tells Stefan about the cure and is like, if Damon really cares about you, why did he keep this a secret? Because he told me. Even though he didn't tell him, Lily told him. Joe and Bonnie are leaving Bachelorette. Lily shows up. She is pissed off, and instead of de-escalating the situation at all, Bonnie is just like, yeah, I did what I did to stop Kai, and I don't care about your friends. They mean nothing to me. Even if I could help you, I wouldn't. Lily rushes them with her vamp speed, but then Bonnie uses the aneurysm spell on her and tells her to get out. And then Lily is like, I don't think so, and stabs Bonnie in the neck right before she rippers Joe. Joe goes, I'm pregnant. And so Lily pulls back like immediately and listens to the heartbeat, except it's not just one heartbeat, it's two heartbeats. Ooh, she goes, oh, you're having twins. Joe was like, I sure hope not. Lily goes, good luck to you, and then runs away. Girly pop, you've got no idea the luck she needs. Still panicking, Joe rushes over to help Bonnie. Damon and Elena are walking down the street now. He asks her what her favorite thing about being a vampire is. She says probably healing people. He's like, girl, said no one ever. I like all of it. I like the speed. I like the strength. I like being able to do whatever I want at any time. Being a vampire is the coolest, most amazing thing in the entire universe. He also says he likes the fact that he's able to get into people's heads, and then he shows her the Gilbert house like put back together. They walk through it together, and she says, you know, this is amazing, but it's not real. Like, so much about being a vampire is like pretend. It's just not, it's fantasy. He tells her that he would give up all the epic things about being a vampire if it means that he gets one lifetime with her. She admits that she wants to be human no matter what. She always has. She hates being a vampire. He says that he's madly in love with her, and being a human won't change that. So the cure doesn't matter. It shouldn't affect their relationship. Elena tells him that she loves him. He says, till death do us part, bottoms up, and she drinks the cure. She gets dizzy and passes out in his arms, and then all of her freaking memories start coming back. Then she pricks her finger to make sure that it's not gonna heal, and it worked. She is now a human. She gets all excited and she grabs him and starts kissing him. But Stefan calls in a panic and is like, brother, I've lost mom. She's insane. Do not take the cure. Before Damon can warn Elena properly, Lily shows up behind him and snaps his neck. Lily goes to attack Elena, but she's still holding that pin that she pricked her finger with, so she stabs Lily in the eye with it. Elena goes running away into the grill, but she's still getting memory flashes coming back, and they're really intense, and they're making her stumble, and she's super slow. She manages to lock herself into the storage room, and then she pops the grate and like gets down into the tunnels. Back to Joe, who's helping Bonnie after she got stabbed in the throat. They're both super freaked about the fact that Lily was like, you're having twins, because now 100% Joe's at the top of Kai's hit list if he ever gets out. Bonnie promises once again that there's absolutely no way for that to happen, and they rush off to the hospital. Stefan shows up to get Damon. Elena did in fact make it out through the tunnels, so she's fine. Stefan's super upset that Damon didn't tell him about the cure, and also he thinks it's super dumb that Damon would ever even consider wanting to be a human, because that's absolutely not something he can handle. Damon says that the fact that Stefan is so upset is exactly why he didn't tell him, because he couldn't come to terms with the fact that once he takes the cure, it'll mean they lose each other forever. They go into the grill together to talk to Lily. She is spiraling because all she can think is that now she's a monster again and she's all alone. She looks at Stefan and she's like, what do I have to look forward to? Being more like you, alone and sad and waiting until the moment where I fall off the edge and start hurting people again? And Stefan's like, damn, mom, accurate, but hurtful. Trigger warning for self-harm. I'm gonna be saying this a lot in the next couple episodes. Things are gonna keep happening, okay? In this moment, Lily breaks off a piece of like the wooden banister and like threatens to stake herself. He starts crying and begs her to stay alive for her sons because they still love her and want to save her. She says, "You're looking into my eyes. You've always had such lovely eyes." And then Damon jumps out and snatches her before she can hurt herself. Joe and Rick reunite after the doomed parties, and she's like, "Rick, sweetie, turns out we're not having one baby." He's actually super excited about that. He's like, "Oh, okay, there's 2 of them. That's amazing." But she explains that even if Kai never gets out, the family will still come after her children because a new Gemini merge is the only thing that can strip Kai of his power. Isn't this family just delightful? What on earth? Rick's having absolutely none of that, and he's like, "After the wedding, we're just gonna run away. We're gonna go somewhere that your family can never find us, and I'm gonna keep you safe. That's my job, is to protect you and our children, and I promise to do it." Okay. Damon comes home to Elena and says that everybody's safe and alive and accounted for, and also they kidnapped Lily so they can help her. Elena remembers everything. She got all of her missing memories back, so she feels like she's freshly in love with him at this point. Unfortunately, though, she also remembers that conversation they had on the island during the Nova Scotia arc, where she asks him to take the cure with her, and he said that he used to want to be a human, but now there's nothing more miserable that he can think of happening to him. So that's not good. So now she's spiraling and she's like, "You haven't thought this through enough. Like, you need to let every single person in your life, including you, make you understand that being a human is probably a terrible idea, and then we need to see how you feel after all of that." I mean, sure, bestie, why not? Lily wakes up in the Salvatore cellar. Enzo is there. He wanted to make sure she was safe. Stefan comes over immediately and forces Enzo to leave, but Enzo is like, "Don't worry, Lily, I'll come back and visit, I promise." When Stefan walks up to the door, Lily immediately like pulls away from him. He tells her that he understands that she's super upset about the fact that she lost her friends, but he truly believes that he can help her, and then one day they can figure out how to be mother and son again. She tells him that he has no idea what devastation feels like, but one day he will, because she's gonna figure out a way to get her people back. We hard cut to a little cast iron pot of cornbread cooking over an open fire. Someone's whistling. They reach in to test the bread, and we see that their arm is just covered in bite marks, okay? Also, they're wearing rings and a little leather bracelet. Yes, it's my boy. He's been a little butler blood bag for the heretics, but it's fine, he's alive. So Kai's setting the table because my boy can cook. He's also still limping because 6 vampires and no one's offered him blood to heal him yet. Okay. He goes to the door and rings a little bell, calling all the heretics back to the house for a big breakfast for a big day. They come up onto the porch, walking into the house around him, and he's just sort of staring off frame, like disassociating, just deeply not present in the moment. And he goes, "It's time we got the hell out of this place." And then he just starts laughing, like just staring into space, chuckling to himself. It's bad, besties. It's really bad. This is when I knew we'd lost him, y'all. I was like, oof, there is no coming back from whatever that disassociation laugh moment was. He's gone. He is somewhere else. Whatever he does next, I'm probably not gonna like it, but he's my man and I've chosen to stand beside him, so it's fine, I guess. We should all be scared. We should just all be scared. Open this next episode with Bonnie having a nightmare. She wakes up and sees Lily in her room. Lily says that she found a loophole that will let her save her friends. Bonnie is like, "I'm not gonna help you though, so it doesn't matter." Lily is like, "Oh, I didn't come here to ask for your help. And then she attacks her. Bonnie tries to do a spell, but her magic doesn't work, so she stabs Lily instead and then runs out of the room straight into Kai, who's standing in the hallway waiting for her. He catches her and is just like, wow, you are really bad at running. She tries to use magic on him and it doesn't work, so he goes, ooh, yeah, that's actually my fault. I was spooning you earlier and I think I might have sleep siphoned you. Keep trying though, it's adorable. You look like you're having a little seizure. She asks how he's back, and he's like, did you really think you could keep screwing people over and there wouldn't be consequences? Lily comes out of the room behind her and is just like, now, where were we? And then she bites Bonnie. Right as that's happening, Bonnie wakes up and Elena is there and she's like, come on, we've got to go get Joe. And Bonnie's like, what's wrong with Joe? And Elena's like, it's her wedding day. We have to go help her get ready. Let's go. Ooh, oh no. We cut to Joe panicking about her missing shoes and her wrinkled dress, and Elena and Bonnie are trying to keep her calm. Listen, I had a great team for my wedding. I didn't feel a single moment of stress, but if Elena Gilbert was my maid of honor, I can tell you I'd be nervous. Right on time, Elena gets a phone call and she's like, oh, really? Okay. And gets off the phone. And Joe was like, that does not sound like a good okay. What's wrong? Turns out the wedding coordinator has the flu. But then here comes Miss Caroline Forbes. She is back in business and ready to throw the wedding of a lifetime. We cut to Matt, Rick, and Tyler, who have actually done an incredible job keeping everything together, and they're bonding and being bros. It's really sweet. Tyler does tell us, though, that it's a full moon, so he's feeling a little jittery. I just want to talk to Joe about why this date was chosen. Just like a little chat. I should have questions. Caroline's having a really hard time dealing with the fact that Elena is now a delicate little human. She's super worried about her and like micromanaging everything, even though Elena assures her that she's fine. Caroline also apologizes for all the nasty things she said when her humanity was off. Elena opens up to her and says that Damon and Stefan are off together for the day because Stefan has chosen the day of the wedding to try to convince Damon not to take the cure. We cut to the boys in the car. Also, Damon is Rick's best man, so he absolutely should be with Rick today, but no, he's wasting time with Stefan. Stefan takes him to a house that he used to live in when he was starting over one of his times because he doesn't think that Damon has really thought through the reality of like small town human life. Enzo comes over to visit Lily and Bonnie is like, absolutely not. You cannot come in. He calls her Little Witch for the first time here, which I just think is so cute. He brought an iPod for Lily because he wanted her to have music from the era that she remembers. Bonnie takes it from him, saying that she'll give it to her. So Bonnie goes down to the cell and she hears Lily talking to someone. And she's like, bestie, what's going on? She looks in the cell, gets too close, and Lily grabs her and like slams her into the door several times. So Bonnie runs away. Elena tries to comfort Bonnie about this attack by being like, it's not personal, it's just because Lily's drying out and so she's hallucinating, that's why she was talking to herself. She's struggling, but once they can get her to be a little bit more rational, then they can offer her help and they can sort everything out and be a family again. Bonnie's starting to get a little nervous that maybe there really was a loophole, even though she burned the Ascendant. Joe comes into the room being like, I think I'm ready to get into my wedding dress. And the girls are like, yes, absolutely, nothing is wrong. And they just lie. Tyler is helping Caroline with the flowers at the wedding venue and she apologizes to him. He swears that he forgives her. Like, it was a little awkward, especially because it was like Caroline and Stefan attacking him, but it's okay and they can move on. Freaking Liv comes in and she's got short hair now. I love this for her. Tyler and Liv have an awkward little conversation. She's not really willing to take responsibility over the fact that she lied to him and like tried to kill herself without telling him that's what her plan was. And he's still so angry about everything that it's hard for him to like listen and hear her side where she was just grieving. And yes, she made a mistake, but she didn't mean to hurt him. It's just bad all around. She ends up just getting annoyed with him and being like, look, I'm just gonna wait outside because I don't know if you noticed, but a big Gemini wedding means a huge family reunion is like on its way. Matt and Bonnie broke off to get the centerpieces for the reception deception, and now she's telling him about the nightmares that she's been having and her concerns that maybe leaving Lily with the boys is not the best idea. Matt is like, okay, then we need to go get rid of Lily. Back in that random house, Stefan takes Damon into the kitchen and like shows him the gross freezer food. And he's like, since you don't cook and Elena doesn't cook, this is gonna be your reality, which is just a lie because Damon has cooked multiple times. Elena can't cook. Both of the brothers can. That was a whole thing. Stefan, are you an idiot? Stefan also points out that he won't be able to help them at all, whether that's like with money or resources. Once they're humans, they will have to like isolate themselves and run away and hide, because if any of the vampires find out where they are and want the cure, they can go and take it out of them, and then that would kill Damon in this situation, because Elena can give the cure to Damon and then he will also be cured, but then if the cure is taken from Damon entirely, it will kill him. This is really honestly his only good point, because it would suck to have like a whole vampire family network and never be able to see any of them again. So the boys will be separated forever. They will not be able to have contact. Damon just laughs him off though, and he's like, I love that you brought me to this random house when I've already picked out a house for us, okay? She said she wanted me to live over a bar. Boom. I found us an apartment over a bar. I've already got it handled. I'm not going to tell you where it is though, since you clearly don't want to know. So Damon goes upstairs and Stefan calls Elena and he's like, so you know how we thought he didn't think this through? Bestie, turns out he did think it through, okay? He's got everything figured out. But she goes, he hasn't thought it through enough though, Stefan. Push him harder. Really torture him and make him see the dangers of becoming a human. Girl, calm down. Joe catches Elena drinking way too much champagne for a human. She's spiraling, wondering if she made the right choice taking the cure. Joe is like, yes, you did, and everything's gonna be fine. Don't freak out on my wedding day. Oh my God. She walks away with the champagne glass, gets dizzy, drops it, and then smacks her head on the piano as she falls to the ground. We cut to the hospital. Joe and the babies are fine. Turns out she just had a panic attack and passed out. She doesn't want to tell Rick what happened, and Elena agrees. Except, LOL, no. We cut immediately to the parking lot where Elena is talking to Rick because of course she already called him and he already knows, and he's panicking and wants to see Joe. He thinks that Joe doesn't want to get married to him and that's why she panicked, and Elena is like, no, it has nothing to do with that. She loves you. It's everything else going on. There's just a lot happening right now. The two of them have a bonding moment about how nice it is to be humans again and how much happier they are, and also they say that like they feel so much more alive being human than they ever did when they were vampires. I'm a person who, if you offered me immortality right now, I would take it, okay? Because I'm tired and I need some time to rest, and there's too much I want to do and I don't have time for all of it, all right? Every time the humans in this show are like, being a vampire is overrated, I'm like, I don't understand you. We are not the same. I don't get it. Caroline comes back into the venue with drinks for Tyler and Liv, except Liv is gone. And she's like, Tyler, what did you do? He says that nothing's changed, and even if Liv is back now with a cute new haircut, it doesn't change the fact that she hurt him, and he doesn't know how to talk to her about it. Caroline encourages him and is like, I just want you to remember that at least when you were with her, you were trying to be better. Like, she made you want to be more than just this angry boy who's afraid of turning into a dog. Stefan calls her and Caroline ignores it, which just makes Tyler angrier because he's like, you need to get your own relationship in order before you start offering me advice on mine. Damon tries to head to the wedding, but Stefan is being insistent now, and he brings up like the concept of breakups and how 4 years ago he thought he was Elena's soulmate and they still broke up. So who's to say that won't happen to Damon? Damon is like, it's a risk I'm willing to take, brother. Watch it. And then Stefan head dives him and gives him this like horrible little vision of like a slow burn breakup between Damon and Elena, where they're like fighting and losing interest in each other and they're definitely not in love anymore. It just leads to Damon getting pissed off and being like, this isn't even about me and her. This is about you and me and how you're afraid of losing me and you don't want to be alone. Then Stefan shows Damon his life if something happened to Elena and he's just left alone as a sad human, and it's rough. buddy, it's real rough. This one does really upset Damon, and he's like, I don't know why you're being so harsh. Stefan says that Elena told him to be harsh. Damon's like, of course, the two people I care about most would be the most sadistic people in my life. What's wrong with the two of you? Stefan just says that they want to make sure he completely understands what he's agreeing to. Finally, Damon breaks, and he's like, okay, brother, then what do you think I should do? And Stefan's like, no, that's our point. I can't make this decision for you. She can't make this decision for you. You can't make this choice for her. You have to make it for yourself. The only way it's gonna work is if you want to be a human for you. It's time for the wedding. Caroline is running about being a perfect coordinator, also still avoiding Stefan. Stefan and Elena end up talking about the situation with Damon. He doesn't want Damon to take the cure, and he explains to Elena that she never knew Damon as a human, but he was aimless and sweet and earnest to a fault, and he was never strong, which is why when he turned into a vampire and he suddenly had all this power and he could do whatever he wanted, that's why he like thrived and was like the best version of himself, or the worst, depending on how you want to look at it. Bonnie and Matt are on their way to kidnap Lily because they're actually the two stupidest people I've ever seen in my entire life. Then they get to the cell and realize that it's open, so Bonnie's like, oh my god, Enzo must have let her out. And then something, or someone, starts choking Matt, and he can't breathe all of a sudden. Before Bonnie can help him, the same thing starts happening to her, so they both collapse to the ground and pass out. We cut to Enzo finding Lily at the grill. So he wasn't the one that let her out. So who let her out, besties? Who could it have been? Enzo was like, Lily, should I be worried about a Ripper binge? And she's like, no, the only reason I was out of control before is because I didn't have my family. But today, I'm getting them back. Jo is getting ready and she looks so pretty. Rick calls and pretends that he hasn't done his vows. She asks if he's seen her dad. And he rightfully is like, no, I have not. Also, it's really big of you that you invited your attempted murderer to the wedding. And she goes, well, he gives really good gifts. I'll see you soon. And then they get off the phone. Eldest daughter to eldest daughter, I think we have a similar issue going on. And I'm really worried about how you're handling this because your father should not be at your wedding, okay? That never should have happened. So yeah, they get off the phone. And Joshua's just behind her and he's like, so should I just leave my gift and go? Yes. She turns around though and she's crying and she's like, what are you doing back here? And he's like, you're my daughter. I don't expect you to say yes, but I'd never be able to live with myself if I didn't at least ask to walk you down the aisle. No, absolutely not. Absolutely. You should not be here. Go back to Portland. Caroline and Stefan finally talk because he forces her to sit down with him and discuss what's going on and what happened. She doesn't even know how to apologize for the fact that she forced him to turn his humanity off. He promises that he doesn't hate her. He just hates how she handled things. She makes one of her little iconic lists about all the things that went wrong after she realized she liked him. And then she tells him that the whole reason she turned her humanity off was because she desperately wanted him to like her. He says that he forgives her and it's okay, and she says that the old her wouldn't forgive her. He says that she's only acting this way because she's such a control freak, and when you fall for somebody, you lose control. And it is scary, but he feels that way too, so they can deal with it together. But she is like, Stefan, I'm too overwhelmed with grief and loss and fear to let go of control right now. It's the only thing I have going for me. I have to hold on to it. So she gets up and walks away from him. Elena is standing looking up at the altar and Damon comes up behind her so that they can talk too. And we get a little flashback of him standing in the yard of that random house that Stefan took him to, and the neighbors came home. They're this sweet older couple and they're like bickering and picking on each other, but then when the wife walks in front of the husband, he like grabs her on the butt and she turns around, and then they get all like flirty and they start giggling and they give each other a kiss, and that's all it takes. Damon is like, yeah, that's what I want. Absolutely. So he tells Elena that he's been a vampire for a long time. And yeah, it's been a blast, but he would give it all up for a chance to be her husband, her partner, the father of her kids. I'm sick. She doesn't want him to take it for her, and he's like, no, you guys aren't listening. I'm taking it for us. Because even if it goes wrong, a chance at a mortal life with her is enough for him. They kiss, it's adorable. We abruptly cut to Caroline calling Elena, being like, where are you? It's time for the wedding to start and you're not here. Also, Bonnie and Matt are still missing, so Caroline's freaking out. Joe is laughing because at this point it's funny. She's like, this is all ridiculous. Of course my wedding's falling apart right as it's supposed to begin. Stefan comes running into the room. He's like, Caroline, I don't want to tell you how to run your wedding. And she's like, shut up, Stefan. Tell them to start the music. We cut to Damon and Elena in the barn. I don't know where they got a sheet from, but they have a sheet with them and they're wrapped up in it and they're making out. It's ridiculous. He hears the music start and he's like, hold on a second, I think it started. Elena is like, no, what time is it? She gets her phone. She's got like 10 missed calls from Caroline. She starts panicking. They frantically start getting dressed and they go running back inside. Bonnie and Matt wake up in the cellar. Okay, so they're still alive. Matt is able to talk and he's like, Bonnie, it's okay. Just hold on. I'm gonna help you. Bonnie's still struggling to find her voice and she goes, it was Damon and Elena go running into place and they're on the wrong side when they start walking down the aisle, so they have to like frantically switch. It's so cute. Once they get to the altar, Rick asks Damon how it went and Damon is like, looks like we're both joining the human squad. And Rick is like, I'm proud of you, buddy. And Damon's like, I'm proud of you. Here comes Jo, giving old Hollywood glamour. She looks gorgeous. And then that rat man they call dad is walking with her, which it just makes me so angry. The ceremony starts. The officiant says it's gonna be a magical evening. Everybody looks gorgeous. Oh my God. Enzo takes Lily to the spot where her friends are supposed to be waiting, but there's no one there. It's like a storage unit facility and they can't find her friends. He's like, okay, well maybe they just gave you the wrong address. And she says, they're not the ones who gave me the address. Back at the wedding, Rick starts his vows. He says that they've spent their lives dodging fate and beating the odds, and because of everything that they've struggled and suffered through, they were able to find each other. He calls her the most beautiful, intelligent, intimidating woman he's ever known. He says she showed him that he could find happiness in his life. He promises to be with her and love her and dodge fate with her for the rest of their lives. While he's talking, Damon and Elena are behind them, like making little eyes at each other. Everybody's a little teary-eyed. Jo takes a breath. She's like, oh God, that's a tough act to follow. Here goes. Alaric Saltzman, you are. And then we hear this very unpleasant sound. Jo takes a gasping breath and looks down. Rick goes, Jo, what is it? We hear the sound again and the camera pans down and Jo's got this big red splotch like blooming on her stomach. She screams and collapses into Rick's arms. Yikes, y'all, my invisible boy pops up in between Jo and Elena holding a bloody knife. And he goes, I was gonna wait for the till death do us part bit, but it seemed a little on the nose. Absolute chaos ensues. Elena stumbles away because remember, he just showed up in front of her and she's a human now, so she backs up. Rick is holding Jo and freaking out. The rest of the wedding guests are starting to yell and try to run. Do you think a single vampire gathered in attendance here today offers Jo some blood? The answer is no. So Kai turns to the rest of the room and goes, am I right? And then he aneurysms all of them, like the whole room. He goes, miss me? No? Oh well. And then just explodes everything, like the windows, the chandelier, the lights, the whole room just explode. We see human Elena get thrown to the floor unconscious, and we cut to black. Strange opening. After what we just went through, Damon is laying in the middle of the road in his wedding tux. Elena walks up in her bridesmaid's dress and she's like, Damon, what's going on? What are we doing? He says he was waiting for her and he was just feeling a little symbolic, and then they kiss. He looks upset and she goes, it's bad, isn't it? Without answering, he says, you still owe me a dance. And then we cut back to the wedding where everyone is screaming, crying, throwing up. Damon is frantically trying to wake Elena up, but she won't drink his blood. Rick is covered in Jo's blood. I cannot stress this enough. It's all over him. Where did it all come from? Because when we saw her a second ago, it was not that bad. Like, she was hurt and she was dying, but it was not everywhere on him. Like, what happened? So we can assume at this point that she is dead. And yes, I'm still so stupidly upset about this that I can't even put it into words. It infuriates me. But it's about to get worse. Joshua's crawling around in the wreckage, screaming for Kai. Stefan and Caroline make it over to Damon and Elena, and Damon is like, I don't understand what's wrong with her, she won't wake up. Stefan tells him to just go and get her to the hospital, so Damon takes Elena and runs away. Caroline is like, Stefan, what if she doesn't? And then their necks snap, and it's Kai, and he goes, sorry, guys, nothing personal, it's a family matter now. Because remember, nearly every wedding guest is a Gemini Coven member. We need to quickly sidebar so that I can tell you guys that Kai Parker went from looking like this to looking like this. I think that what happened is that the next show Chris Wood was gonna film, he's playing a cop, so he was like super buff in it and everything. And so he was just getting ready for that early, but it's so funny because as far as the Vampire Diaries universe goes, he just shows up to the wedding looking ridiculously strong and extra gorgeous for no apparent reason, and no one can comment on it. I was talking to one of you guys in the comments last week and you said like, why does he have to show up looking so scrumptious? I was like, bestie, I understand. I know. I love him both ways, to be clear. So Joshua and a handful of the other Geminis like stand up and start a spell. And Kai is like, let me guess, you're gonna put me in another prison world? Okay. You can't kill me because if you die, I die. Then he walks over to where Rick is like holding Joe and he bends down and he's like, I'm sorry about your twinsies. He says he just didn't want to compete over leadership in the future, so they had to go. He also just completely disregards the fact that he kills Joe, but he also won't look at her. And we're gonna find out later that he didn't actually intend to kill her. And I'm like, babes, what did you think was gonna happen? Like, you put a knife through her spinal column. Best case scenario there, you were paralyzing her. What was the plan? I don't think we were thinking. I don't think we were using our brain. He then says to Rick, when your family decides that you're an irredeemable piece of trash, I guess the best thing to do is prove them right, right? Then he stands up, holding a shard of window glass, turns to Joshua and goes, this ought to do it, and then stabs himself in the neck, effectively killing the entire coven. Joshua screams no, and Kai laughs, gurgling on his own blood, and collapses to the floor. They give us this disgustingly upsetting shot of Kai and Joe on the ground, both dead. They're back to back, like mirroring each other. I need to leave. I can't be here anymore. I can't do this. It's actually truly one of my like favorite final shots from the whole show. Like it makes me feel things. This is also one of those moments that makes me so sure that if Joe had just like attempted to forgive him or like something had started there, things would have gone down differently. Like when he says the when your family thinks you're trash line, he looks at Joe, and that's like one of the only times he looks at her in the whole scene. And it's always made me think that like her opinion is the one that he's worried about. So when she gave up on him, he gave up on himself because he was like, there's no point. I don't care anymore. After all of that, we get a hard cut over to Elena and Rick. They're in like the woods training together. He says that he can't do it and there's no point. She begs him not to give up. And he says, why not? I don't have anything to fight for anymore. We cut to Elena in a hospital bed. Damon calls Bonnie to update her and she's like, Kai got out. He drained me of my blood, but that's it. He left me alive. Damon's like, yeah, no, actually, that's not it. He came to the wedding. Joe is dead, and Elena is in some weird magical coma that I don't understand. Stefan and Caroline wake up in the back of Enzo's car with Enzo driving them away. He explains that Elena's in the hospital and Kai killed himself, so now all the Geminis are gonna die, but he took them with him because they have a bigger problem. We go back to Lily at the storage unit place, frantically searching for her friends. She explains to Stefan that she knows they're there somewhere, she just needs to find them because Kai promised her that's where they would be. Stefan's like, Mom, he's lying. You made a deal with a sociopath and now tons of people are dead. This is a waste of time. Back at the wedding, Joshua's now crawling around on the floor dying with all the other Geminis, but now he's calling out for Liv. We go to her and Tyler in another room. Tyler has this giant shard of glass sticking out of his stomach, and she's dying because of the Gemini connection curse bullshit. She is so scared, and they hold hands, and he tells her that he loves her. She is like, no, absolutely not. I refuse to let you die after everything we've been through. And then she realizes It's a full moon, which means that if he triggers his werewolf curse, he will heal and survive. She whispers, "You have to." And he's like, "No, absolutely not." She reminds him that he once told her that she gave him a second chance and he wouldn't waste it. Then she says, "I love you. Please let me do this for you." So he yanks the glass out of his stomach and rolls over and they kiss. She takes his hand and whispers, "Don't waste it," and then puts his hand over her mouth and nose so he can smother her. In case you were confused, he's crying, she's crying, I'm crying. He whispers, "I love you," and then puts both hands over her mouth and kills her. This poor man has never known a moment of peace, okay? Ever since he reformed, life has been hell for him. Maybe he should have just stayed trash and then this wouldn't have happened. So yeah, Tyler has an absolute breakdown and is just sitting there with her screaming no and like sobbing. Tyler frantically calls Matt. He's like mid-transition, so all his bones are breaking. And he's like, "I don't know if I'm gonna be able to control it now that it's happening again. You have to warn the vampires that they have to stay away from me because my bite will kill them." Stefan and Lily are still looking for her people. He is asking her to stop calling them her family, and she's like, "Dude, I was with them for over a century. I love them more than I love myself. What do you want me to call them?" He tells her that if she doesn't come with him, he will leave her forever and she will never see him again. So she walks away to keep looking. Like, I don't know why the boys don't just give up. I get that it's your mom, but she's not really your mom anymore. We should move on. Then he just like slams her into the wall and she's like, "I thought you were leaving." "Me too, Stefan, that is what you just said." But now he's like, "What did you give Kai? What did you do to get him to agree to help you?" And she says, "I gave him my blood." So we go back to the wedding. Kai wakes up. He pulls the shard of glass out of his neck and sits up. And then he pulls Joshua's body over to him. He flips him over, says, "Here's to being different, Dad." Swipes his finger through the blood on Joshua's face and then uses his dad's blood to finish his transition. My boy's officially a heretic now. Look, I'm gonna say what we're all thinking here. He should have gone full Ripper on Joshua. He should have. All things considered, Joshua had an easy peasy lemon squeezy death, and I think it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I wanted it to be worse for him, personally. We go outside, where Rick is putting Joe's body into the car. He's not doing well, as you can imagine. Another trigger warning, but before he can do anything with it, he sees Kai walking over to the car. Once they're facing each other, Kai goes, "Is this a bad time?" And Rick just straight up fires 5 shots into his chest. But Kai just picks out the bullets and is like, "Yeah, freaky, right?" Yeah, so I turned myself into one of Lily's heretics, and now I have this like unlimited supply of magic. It's incredible. It's an actual crime that when he looks up at Rick and says freaky, right, we don't get to see his vampire face. Who edited this episode? We need to have words, okay? I'm disappointed in your work. So then Rick turns the gun on himself and smiles at Kai and fires, but he's out of bullets. Kai goes, "Oof. Looks like somebody's having a very bad day." And then Tyler comes out of left field and jumps on Kai. They get into a little fight. Tyler bites him, and then Kai throws him off with magic, and Tyler runs away. Hard cut to Elena and Matt on the Wickery Bridge. She throws a flower into the water and says, "Here lies Elena Gilbert, a fun girlfriend and an amazing friend." He says he can't find humor in what's happening, and she says she has to, because the alternative means it's time to say goodbye, and she's not ready for that yet. We cut back to Matt getting Bonnie to take her to the hospital, but Bonnie has a camera with a little sticky note on it that says, "Watch me," with a smiley face. There's a message on it from Kai. We learn that he used the same rock that had all the Bennett blood on it to get out. He says he's sure that she's still wondering why he would have let her live, and he says it's because he's decided to make sure she really suffers. At the hospital, Damon gets the warning message from Rick telling him that Tyler's now a werewolf and Kai is now a vampire, and then Kai slams into the window behind him, asking what's wrong and trying to figure out why he's sick all of a sudden. Damon explains that the werewolf bite is gonna kill him, but there's a cure in New Orleans that he is no problem going to get, but Kai needs to tell him what the heck he did to Elena first. Kai refuses, so Damon goes out into the hallway with him and is just like, "Listen, buddy, I'm feeling really volatile right now, and I'm gonna start beheading people that I don't like, starting with you, unless you tell me how to wake her up." Kai's like, okay, it is a spell. And don't worry, Elena's gonna be totally fine. She's gonna stay exactly as she is until the moment she wakes up. We go back to Bonnie and Matt listening to the message. The other, more unfortunate part of the spell is that he linked Bonnie and Elena together. So as long as Bonnie's alive, Elena will be asleep. And once Bonnie dies, Elena will wake up and finish the rest of her life. Evil boy. It's such a good idea though. Like, it's completely sick and twisted, but they needed to write Nina off the show, and it works. This is revenge at its finest because it screws over Elena, Damon, and Bonnie all in one fell swoop. Also, he rigged the spell so that if Bonnie tries to figure out a magical way around it, both of the girls will just die instantly. Then he finishes the message by being like, basically what I'm trying to say is your betrayal really hurt me, Bonnie. So I guess this is kind of all your fault. I'm sure she won't internalize that. Once Matt knows the truth, he's like, whoa, okay, Bonnie, we have to get you out of town immediately. You gotta run because Damon is only sane because of Elena and there's no way he's gonna choose to live without her. But Bonnie refuses to run away and let Kai win. At the hospital, Kai reminds Damon that now, every day, he gets to wake up and think about the fact that he wants to kill Bonnie. But if he does kill her, then Elena will never forgive him. Before Damon can snatch and kill him, Kai vamps away and runs off. We cut to Stefan and Elena on the 5-mile hike that they went on around the quarry in the episode where she told him that she wanted to be a human above all else. She says that he already knew that about her before he'd even actually asked the question because he's always known her better than anyone else. That's why he must know how hard it is for her to try to say goodbye to him. He says, yeah, I can't do this. Not now, not ever. And the moment ends. In Elena's hospital room, Stefan and Caroline are talking. We find out that Damon and Bonnie went after Kai together. That is important. Remember it. Caroline asks if he'll be okay if Elena doesn't wake up, and they both agree that, like, no, of course not, they will not be. But Caroline is like, well, when she wakes up, I'll still be here because I'm a vampire and she'll still be my best friend and I'll still get to live her life with her. But you were her soulmate, Stefan. Like, how are you gonna handle losing her like this? Stefan is like, yeah, Caroline, I loved her, and she was my soulmate, but she was also the only person I've ever met that believed my brother was worth loving. And her faith in Damon is what brought us back together. And in the end, I actually needed Damon more than I needed her. Help me. He asks if the only reason why she's afraid to be with him is because she thinks that he's still interested in Elena, and he's like, because that's not true. She says, no, Stefan, it's actually because... and then she runs off again. Everybody that I've called stupid in this episode, I take it back. The dumbest boy in school is Kai freaking Parker because he goes back to the wedding trying to see if someone's still alive because he needs to feed. Don't leave town or anything, honey. You've just pissed off like an entire group of supernatural creatures that love each other more than anything. But why don't you just hang around? Bonnie shows up and is like, I think you need more than blood for what's wrong with you. Like, maybe you need ointment or something. Like, what's going on there? That's gross. He turns around and he's like, do your friends think you're funny? I sure hope they do, because maybe then that means they'll pick you and let Elena stay in her little box. She says, no, I'm not the funny one. I'm just the one who does magic. And then she does the aneurysm spell on him. But I can't stress to you enough how strong he is now. He not only stays on his feet, but he just sort of like touches his head for a second and then puts his hands down and starts talking through the pain as if it's not happening. She tells him to undo the spell, and he says he can't. What's done is done. So she breaks his arm, and then when that still doesn't knock him down, she breaks his leg, and then he finally collapses to the floor. But he's like rolling around and laughing through the pain. He says he can't undo the spell because his death when he turned into a heretic made the spell permanent, which is kind of like what we ran into when all the travelers died and the spell on the town didn't go away. Sort of explains that now too. She's like, fine, then I'll just wait for the werewolf bite to kill you. He goes, you know, it's funny. I never believed in werewolves until I got bit by one. She rips off a chair leg to use as a stake and like sneaks up behind him, but he's having one of his epiphanies, and so my boy starts siphoning the magic out of the bite. Look me in the eyes and tell me that heretics aren't the coolest creatures. You're lying. We also get to see the creepy black veins on his neck, like around the bite. Why didn't you give them to me on his face? What His eyes snap open dramatically and he's like, okay, so turns out werewolves are magic, which means their venom is magic. So I just like siphoned the magic out of it. I'm all good now, dude. She's worried. And like she should be, because he proceeds to like levitate her up and then slam her into the wall. Back to Damon and Elena in the road. He has to explain to her what Kai did and the fact that now Elena won't wake up until Bonnie is dead, so Kai effectively won. She asks what Damon is going to do now, but he won't answer. In the wedding room, Damon runs in and finds Bonnie on the ground. Kai has been like waiting there watching Bonnie die, and he's like, are you dumb? You want her to die so that Elena will wake up. What the heck? He's like, you're not even the one that hurt her, so you can just walk away and no one has to know. So Damon looks at Bonnie and goes, I'm so sorry, kisses her forehead, and walks away. She is heartbroken. She's already crying when he finds her. It just gets worse, and she like turns away from him while he's walking away from her so she doesn't have to watch him go. Kai is standing there like, oh my god, is that it? I can't believe he just left you here. The whole point of this was that it would torture him for a little while. You'd think he'd at least flip a coin or something. Heads, he picks you. Tails, he picks. And then Damon runs into the room and rips off his head. Bestie, I know, believe me. Yeah. The villain monologues, y'all, they get them every time. Like, y'all just need to learn to shut up. Just be quiet and leave town when you're supposed to. I don't even have time to like really get into how this makes me feel because we still have 15 minutes of an episode to go over, okay? It's such an anticlimactic death, and for what? He had already won. Anyway, Damon goes, heads it is, and then rushes over to Bonnie to save her. They're both crying, and he's like, you didn't really think I'd leave you on your own, did you? And he gives her blood, so she's gonna be fine, and then he picks her up and carries her out of the wreckage. We cut to the Salvatore house, where everyone is gathering around Elena's coffin. So, that's right, all of the little Elena moments we've been getting throughout the episode that felt random, they're actually just the really sad goodbye moments between her and every main character from the original gang. I said it already on accident, but Nina was leaving the show, so she's not in season 7, and this is kind of an incredible way to like say goodbye to her character. Everybody gets their own little moment, and it's really sweet, but because they broke it up, it's also not like horribly overwhelming, but like as a season finale, very effective. So the girls go first and they have a sleepover. Elena asks Caroline to take care of everyone because that's what Caroline does best. And then she tells both of them that she really wants them to keep journals so that when she finally wakes up, she can read everything that they did while she was gone and it'll feel like she's living those moments with them. Bonnie is so upset and she feels so guilty, but Elena assures her that like this is what she wants and it's okay. They're both gonna get everything they want out of life. They're just not gonna get it together. She also rightfully makes the point of being like, Bonnie, you sacrifice everything for me all the time. I can do this for you this time. I'm so glad they added that little line in because that's something that like people that love Bonnie often bring up, is that Bonnie is just like continuously abused by the storylines. This season is no different, okay? What's coming for her? Unspeakable. Caroline hugs Elena and then leaves so that Bonnie and Elena can have like a special goodbye since Caroline will see her again. Elena asks Bonnie to do her one final favor, and Bonnie is like, absolutely, what is it? Elena hands her a handful of feathers and says, will you do it one last time? And Bonnie makes the feathers dance around the room. Oh my god. Matt and Elena are back at the bridge. Now he's in a cop uniform. She says that that's what she hopes for him, that he's always loyal and brave and good, and that he always protects his friends in the best ways he knows how. Back with Rick, she tells him that he needs to let himself feel all these horrible emotions, and he basically just needs to like drown himself in them. And then one day he'll be ready to start swimming. He'll be so proud of every breath that he fights for and every moment that he lives, and she knows that he can beat this and come out stronger in the end. When Rick leaves her, we hear Alaric. We turn around and see Jeremy. That's right, she has a little brother. You forgot about him too, didn't you? I know I did. So Elena says goodbye to him at the Stoner's Pit at the school, which is like a cute little nod to like their relationship and everything. He says that when she wakes up, he wants her to know for sure, without a doubt, that he lived the life that he wanted to live and that he was born to live, and he was happy, and they hug. Because remember, he was off being a little vampire hunter, and she's gonna go into this magical coma never knowing the truth. Sneaky little brother behavior is absolutely something my brother Dylan would do. He'd be like, just go to sleep. Just don't worry about it. Everything's fine. Go to sleep. Tyler and Elena are somewhere in a basement with him being chained up, like for his werewolf time. It's an odd choice. She tells him that her hope for him is that he'll leave Mystic Falls and start over somewhere new and stop running from the fact that he's a wolf. Like, she wants him to embrace it and understand that that's the thing that makes him extraordinary. Stefan and Elena moment, help. She thanks him for bumping into her that day in the hallway because he changed her life and saved her. She says she loves him and she can't wait to see him again and hear all about the life that he's gonna pick out, because it'll be in 60 years, so he'll have to start over in that time. She tells him to be happy and that she'll see him soon. And he says, I'll see you, Elena. So they never even actually say goodbye. I can't do this. We cut to Enzo picking up a very distraught Lily from that storage unit place. She still has not found her friends, so it looks like Kai lied. She asks if he thinks that she's a monster for what she did, and he says, I think we're all monsters in our own ways. Valid point, hot take, thank you, Enzo. She says that her friends were the only thing that ever made her feel whole and complete because she was finally part of a family, and he says that he understands what she means by that because he's been searching for a family unit his entire life. And then they see a new building that was invisible the night before. My cloaking spell, invisibility loving boy, he is so consistent. So here comes the heretics, y'all. Lily finds them and she turns to Enzo and goes, Lorenzo, look, it's our family. Good luck with that, Enzo. Can't wait to see how that turns out. Stefan and Damon are keeping Elena in the family crypt in her coffin. Bonnie is gonna spell it shut so that nobody can break in and steal the cure since it's still technically in her veins. It won't open until Bonnie dies, which means that they will not get to see her or like head dive and talk to her again. Stefan leaves Damon alone so that he can have his final goodbye moment with her. We go back to the road scene. She says that she knew all along that he was never gonna pick Bonnie or Elena. He was just gonna let the spell play out because neither option would make him happy. Either way, he'd end up sad. But leaving it the way it is, Bonnie gets to live, he gets to be with her for her life, and then when Bonnie dies, he gets Elena back and they can try the human thing again. He says things will be dull without her. Believe me, y'all, he's right. Season 7 is rough. We're gonna get through it together. But she makes him promise not to shut down because he's basically threatening at this point to just desiccate and wait it out with her. She wants him to live his life and be happy. They dance, and it's probably my favorite Delina scene ever. Like, it's so romantic. This and the hotel kiss scene, my favorites. While they're dancing, Stefan goes to Caroline. He tells her that he understands that she's gonna need time to heal and live her life without him, but he will wait for her. And when she's ready for him, he will be ready for her. And then he kisses her cheek and leaves. It's cute, but it's certainly not, he's your first love. I intend to be your last level for me. Damon and Elena finish their dance and she's like, are you ready for this? He says, ready to spend the next 60 years of my life without you in it? Who's ever gonna be ready for that? They say, I love you, and he dips her one final time and they kiss, and we cut to black. We see the coffin in the crypt and the flowers that they left for her slowly die. Then we see the outside of the crypt with all the trees, and they're changing in this time lapse as the seasons go by. Then we cut to the town square that is like apocalyptic level demolished. Matt is driving through town in his squad car, so he's a cop now, and Damon is up on the clock tower watching everything like a little sneaky bat. That's it, the season's over. I know you have questions. So do I, but I'm sorry, the season's over, we're done. Oh my God, I have so many thoughts, feelings, and opinions. You guys don't even know. Taking aside that Chris and Nina needed to leave the show, if I could change anything about this season, it would be Joe dying, because losing all the Parkers in one fell swoop was like nearly too much for me. It took me months to finish and go back and watch season 7. And then I was just like, do I even want to do season 8? Like, I just didn't care anymore, because you've left me with only Bonnie and you just keep hurting her. So I don't feel any comfort with her being my favorite, because I'm just scared all the time about the next bad thing that you're going to put her through. But back to Joe, they just absolutely had an opening with the fact that she didn't have her magic anymore. So there could have been some like interesting, silly loophole about the fact that like she's not a witch, so she's not connected to the coven, so she didn't have to die. It was right there. We could have just kept her around. It's also just so frustrating that now not only are Damon and Elena broken up, but Stefan and Caroline aren't even a confirmed couple, so there's no love story to root for right now. What's the point? What am I coming back for? Everyone's upset. I don't want to just watch a whole season of all of them struggling, and that's what you've just shown me, okay? Normally when I rewatch the show, I skip season 7. Yeah, I go straight to season 8. Some of you know why. And then I just restart from season 1, because I don't want to do this, okay? But I'm going to do it with you, and we're going to find things to love about season 7, and maybe this time I'll come out not hating it. If you guys enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and comment down below. I love talking to y'all each week. As always, thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already, and I will see you guys so soon. Have a good one. Bye!